between Matagorda Bay and around the Freeport area. Considerable flash and river flooding, as Charles was just mentioning, is across parts of East Texas, including the Houston area. We'll have to watch closely. I'm sorry?
Lay down.
Oh, I thought I was getting an update there. I'll get back to that in a moment. Life-threatening rip currents will impact much of the Gulf Coast, obviously, as we head through early in the week. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, I'm just anything you say.
Let's talk about the track here. Again, coming in, I would say during the wee hours of the morning, somewhere between about 1 and 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and then moving inland as we head through the middle and
unless I turn it around,
through East Texas, and then making
which I might at some point. So
northeast. We have a possibility of some severe weather, of course. When you get these tropical systems moving in, with some of these spiral bands coming in, you can get some brief tornadoes that could be anywhere from EF0s, maybe even up to EF1 or even EF2. Those are not at all uncommon, so we have to watch the entire northeast Texas Gulf Coast for that possibility. Our torque on
you get last one. I'm playing it up.
Of 1 to 10. Long Beryl coming up right after this.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Low minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek. If you have heart failure, entrust your heart to Entresto. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to
I really don't even know if I'm actually
Don't
alive.
take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or Aliskiren, or if you have angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. Novartis may help you save on your prescription.
Wherever your summer takes you, twist the ride. With Twizzlers, the twist you can't resist. Are you joking? You're joking. Tell me you're joking.
It's a little early for jokes, but here goes. This muffin goes on vacation. It's happy. You said joking 3 times. Anyways, this muffin.
I was just excited about my new car.
New car. You need a joke. You need a Jake. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. State Farm is a coffee cheese, a cup of tea. All right, I got a show, so. You forgot your toothbrush, Jimmy Fallon. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Everybody wants super straight, super white teeth. They want that Hollywood white smile. New Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth and 24/7 sensitivity protection. I think it's a great product. It's going to help a lot of patients.
Get rid of bugs as soon as you see them with Zevo sprays. Zevo uses essential oils to eliminate up to 20 household insects. Plus, it's safe for use around people and pets. Anywhere? Gotcha. Anytime. Zevo. People friendly, bug deadly.
Why always the couch? Doesn't need to go to puppy school? Get his little puppy diploma? How much have I been spending on this little guy?
When your questions about life turn into questions about money, there's Erica, the virtual financial assistant to help you spend, save, and plan smarter. Only from Bank of America. What would you like the power to do?
At Grainger, we know dealing with the unexpected is part of your job description, and we're here to help with professional-grade supplies, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone. Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action. Available now on these platforms.
Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Beyond some of the skyscrapers that speckle the skyline of Houston, Texas, you see another band from Beryl, some of these outer bands, and we have had some torrential downpours come through already this afternoon, and we are expecting another one coming soon. It's less than 20 miles from us. Look how ominous that looks, and we can only expect a lot more of that over the next 12, 18, 24 hours. Good evening, I'm Justin Michaels. We are tracking Beryl for you. The Weather Channel is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know to keep yourselves and your family safe. And what we're tracking now are those outer bands. Remember, this is a storm that was deadly across the Caribbean, and now it is about to impact with the U.S. coast. That is no good news, regardless of its classification at the time. Tropical storm or hurricane, doesn't matter. What it's going to do is bring tropical storm force winds, it's going to bring tropical storm force rain, and it's also going to, on this side of the storm, we're going to be on the northeast quadrant of the storm as it's coming ashore, meaning we have the potential for tornadic activity, for severe weather here in Houston, Texas. So we're talking about a mixed bag of problems for the millions of people that call the Houston metro area their home. And because of that, the Texas Emergency Management Agency is certainly talking about the potential for mandatory, if not voluntary, evacuations depending on where you are and what community you hail from. Listen right now.
You know, our local elected officials, our county judges have already issued some voluntary and mandatory evacuation orders for visitors and travelers and those that are in low-lying areas or those that have high-profile vehicles so that they don't get caught in the tropical storm force winds. You know, the most important thing I think we have right now is your help in getting the message out. Beryl has been a deadly storm. We do not want it to be a deadly storm in the state of Texas. We have time now to get a message out, to get our people prepared, and to make sure that they have the resources they need to go through this event.
Boosters on?
No, the little cabin.
And that time is waning before the storm does come ashore. So these are these last few crucial minutes and hours that you have to prepare your property, prepare your family, have those plans. Where are you going to evacuate to? Where are you going to shelter in place if you need to? And remember, when we're talking about the potential for 8 inches of rain in the next 12 to 18 hours, Alex, what that means is flooding. With the immense amount of rain this area has seen already in the spring, it's not going to take long for the bayous, for the rivers to fill up again with the amount of rain we're expecting. So, Alex, again, we look off to the southeast and know that another band from Beryl is coming this way. I ask you, as you look at the radar and looking at it with the guys of being a meteorologist,
I'm just worried about the
how
wind.
much time before this next line comes through? Because I will tell you,
I think back
driving
to,
in from the airport, white-out conditions.
Hurricane Alicia with a-
very dangerous to get here.
Yeah.
I
What
could just
say
see
you
where
as
a
time
tornado
next
went down
line
my
comes?
street, topped all the trees, and it took me,
15 minutes or so before this
it was like
line
2
of
to 3
showers
hours
moves back
just
in. You
to
can see it's
sawing up
closing
trees
in
to
on
get
the
in my
area
front
when we look
door.
at the radar
The whole
picture.
house was like
More
bent like
off to the
that.
south and west, so I think some of the heaviest rain will skim southwest of Houston. You can see that overall motion this direction. So I think Justin may miss out on the worst of the thunder and lightning, but what is passing off to the north of League City right now, that'll be heading towards at least the east side of the Houston metro area. At this point, we're getting some breaks in between, but as Justin mentioned, if you're out on the roads trying to drive highway speed while these torrential downpours are coming down, it's tough. It's, you know, even the people who don't.
I'm not that lucky.
Thrown off driving, it can be very, very difficult to make out lines on the road, to make out other vehicles, to make out the road itself. So please use caution, especially once we get beyond sundown and these tropical downpours continue. I-49 seeing some of that action. I-10 into Louisiana has seen some of that. We've even got a flash flood warning off to the east of I-45.
Well, I'm gonna try to stream this all night, see how this hurricane comes through. I'm gonna try to be safe, but I didn't know until a couple hours ago that thing turned and is coming right towards us, so.
But as the center of this storm makes its way closer
It is what it is.
see those tropical downpours become more widespread. So much more in the way of coverage and very heavy rain likely for places like Galveston and places like Houston, where the forecast is 5 to 8+ inches of rainfall. Same for Victoria.
But thank you. I'll be
You're
safe
gonna
as
see
I
some
can.
heavy rain. We've got those water rises between a half foot and a foot and a half at this point. Winds gusting over 40 miles an hour at parts offshore. 25-mile-an-hour gusts for both Galveston and Houston now. Storm tracker Charles Peak, he has seen the winds picking up in intensity.
Ah, you're in Sweden?
For the areas in
I've
tropical storm warnings for the areas in
spent, well, just a week,
around
but
Galveston
Gothenburg,
area. So
Gothenburg,
these are
however you
places
want
that
to pronounce it.
anticipate the wind,
No, it's-
the rain, and
thought it
coastal
was,
areas with surge and the
beautiful.
dangerous surf as well. We take it to Texas City, Texas, give you a live look as we prepare for Beryl. Still some blue sky, but we'll see that cloud cover and rain move in.
Power to glow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
Yeah, I went there. Oh man, it's been right at like 19 years ago.
Because Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. So
I never would travel for my work, but they offered me a chance to go to Sweden, and I said, okay. I changed my mind, so went there for a week for a reason. It's where I got to have, eat some reindeer and some truffle soup, and man, it was amazing.
The DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past, is opening to bring back salted caramel truffle. Oh, with toffee pieces and choco chunks.
Get your own.
Gotta get your own salted caramel truffle before it's gone.
Mitch and Cam switched phones, and now the family chat.
I'd love to go back to Sweden again.
So the kids stopped replying. They barely even visit anymore.
It was just wonderful. I mean, everybody spoke English. Most everybody spoke English.
Problem reaching your kids? I see it a lot.
The only problem I had with it is there was so many Americanized,
The kids are responding again.
7-Eleven and Burger King or whatever were everywhere. That
I
just
knew I wouldn't be asking.
kind of disappointed me. But
You know?
besides that, it was a wonderful trip.
My name is Braden. I was 5 years old when I came to St. Jude. I'll try and shorten down the story. So, I've been having these headaches that wouldn't go away. My mom...
Right now, you're
she was
looking out
crying.
the front window of
But
my
they
house.
said, your son has
So
brain
it's just the
cancer.
calm before the storm.
It was your worst fear coming to life.
Watching your child grow up is the dream of every parent. You can join the battle to save the lives of kids like Braden.
I know, I got so used to everybody speaking English that I got in an elevator and this woman got on the elevator and she, I just naturally turned around and said the floor, and she said 7 in Sweden. And if you're Swedish, apparently that's a big word.
Is a gift, especially
I didn't get it.
Call or go online and help save the lives of children like Braden.
Now, I'm 11 years old. We were actually doing the checkup for my brain, and they saw something in my throat. It's thyroid cancer.
It was heartbreaking to find out that he has cancer again, but knowing everything we had behind us, it just gives me hope.
You can make a difference. Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt.
Without St. Jude or its donors, we would have been in a bad place.
These kids, they've done nothing wrong in the world. Finding a cure for childhood cancer, it means everything.
Oh man. Help St. Jude give kids with cancer a chance.
I'm good.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Beryl. Get trusted updates on the Weather Channel and the Weather Channel TV app.
I have nothing.
All eyes are on Beryl, now a tropical storm, but will re-intensify into a Category 1, maybe even Category 2 hurricane before making landfall along the Texas coast.
Storm.
As Beryl moves across
across the Gulf of Mexico. There's going to be widespread.
Well, it's good that it lowered a little bit.
Where I get my groceries ahead of time.
I'll
I
take a
have
tropical
kiddos at
storm or
home, so I
category
need to
1
make sure I
index.
have enough water, enough food, enough milk. That's what we really need.
Yeah, I agree. I wish I could have done more when I was there, but you know, I actually stayed a couple extra days on the company's dime and did a little bit of sightseeing.
With the clouds, we can expect some heavy rainfall at times, the wind picking up, but it looks like the big show occurs during the
I wish I could have done more.
morning hours, where we expect widespread power outages, possibly again the rising water, heavy rainfall, and you've got, of course, the damage that we can see well inland could bring a real threat for so many people.
And we're still monitoring Tropical Storm Beryl, which appears to be intensifying. At least the pressure is dropping. The core of this circulation is starting to warm up.
I told you, as soon as I saw that thing come in the Caribbean or start, and even though it said it was right into Mexico, I knew it was just going to come. I knew it.
And Alex, things may start to ramp up here as we head through the next several hours.
That's been the forecast from the Center, and now we're starting to see the signs that Beryl is acting to plan, which is kind of surprising given that a lot of this storm has not acted to plan when we talk about its past run and some of the notables with this. But hurricane watches and warnings posted for parts of Texas. Hurricane warnings for places like Port O'Connor. This is likely to make landfall close to or to the east of Port O'Connor during the early morning hours of Monday. We've got a tropical storm warning in effect for Houston up towards College Station, even over to Beaumont. So a lot of real estate dealing with the effects of the storm from the wind. Then there's the rain component. Even outside of those warnings and watches, we are going to be seeing heavy rain. We're seeing heavy rain, at least scattered right now around places like Houston. The winds will pick up by late evening, and especially
Katrina and the
overnight.
waves
These
walking on
overnight wind gusts,
sunshine.
50 miles an hour in Houston around 6 a.m.
That was really bad when all that happened. Then right after that, we had a storm of the same size hit Texas.
By midday, 50 mile an hour
I
gusts
remember
for
the name
Katy
of
and
it.
Conroe and Houston and Galveston.
But oh my
and
God, it
Freeport.
was a mess.
Bay City backing off, but still strong winds. I think by
was a
late
bad
day
year.
Monday, I would say evening into the late evening hours, we'll see those winds finally back off. Rain become
Katrina
more
and the
widely
waves
scattered.
walking
So
on
things
sunshine.
calm down. But Monday, especially the first half of the day, going to be very active here in Texas and Houston. Expecting 5 to 8 inches of rain. So Jeff, understandably, the greatest risk of flash flooding, or the greatest risk is going to be the flash flooding there in Metro Houston.
And often is the case in that city, the Bayou City. All right, well, one place where people will definitely be feeling the impacts of Beryl is right in Sargent, Texas. That's right along the coast, very near where we think maybe Beryl will come in. We want to bring in
Hear
our
that?
own professional storm tracker, Charles.
Coming in at Sargent,
He's been standing by
which
giving
means
us the
it's
latest information.
gonna
There,
hit us
Charles,
directly?
Again,
Again?
I expect you'll probably have to start heading inland before.
It's going to be a
too
direct hit.
Well, Jeff, it's actually a little interesting because we're moving towards low tide. Low tide's actually about 11:30 tonight, and so a little earlier we had water coming up where I'm standing, and it's moved back for the most part just a little.
So that means
Now,
high
that's
tide is going to be
continue
the
come
morning
up
when
as
it
the
hits
storm
hard.
surge keeps pushing the water up. But at least for now, it's improved just a little. Not by a whole lot, but it has improved a little. But you can tell the winds are getting stronger. We just had just a few minutes ago one of the rain bands come through. You have torrential downpour for just a couple of minutes, and then you're back to blue skies above me.
Yeah, that's true. But hurricanes are kind of easy to follow because you just follow the lowest pressure.
And
They
Charles,
just
again, you're not seeing very many people
and
along the
in the
immediate
last
coast
couple of
of
years,
this.
we've had
Are
these
there
huge
evacuation
high
orders in
pressures
effect
here in
that
Texas,
area?
which has kept the hurricanes away. And it's been really hot, but man, I'd rather have the high pressure keep the hurricanes away. This time of that didn't work.
Mainly in the area where I'm standing, there's several storm chasers that are around here that are looking to maybe ride the storm out, maybe in the area somewhere here. But the constable has asked everybody to move on the other side of the bridge, which is a little safer when this storm surge starts coming up. Because with a 4 to 6 foot storm surge,
I mean, who's with her?
even for 3 foot here,
She's at
this is going to be completely underwater again, so it's just not safe to be here.
And Charles, at what point will
Good
we
job,
move?
girl.
I know you don't want to be too close. You're going to be tracking the storm, giving us views, but safely.
Yeah.
It's going to be conditional as I'm watching. It, because the thing is, the surge comes up here, inland this road for about 2 miles off the Nelson water, so I don't want to get cut off. So I'll be watching it as it starts coming out.
Yes, it can.
It's hard to predict exactly when that's going to occur, but I'll be watching it closely and move to make sure that I'm in a safe place.
All right, Charles Peak, our storm tracker, always doing so. Thank you so much, Charles. We'll check back in with Charles at Sergeant Beach. Also have Justin Michaels in Houston. We're going to be checking in with him as well. We leave you with a look at Francis, Texas right now. Again, one of the areas bracing for our tropical storm, soon likely to be Hurricane Beryl. That is the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. That is what we believe is going to happen, and already seeing signs of strengthening out of Beryl.
Rochelle's over there around the other.
Put a vacuum cleaner next to it and sucks the hair off of the old girl.
Nissan Pathfinder upgrade.
Huh?
When I get up, I'll give it a
In Chicago, we're known for creativity, and this could be our best creation yet.
Hey, Mag, just another Swede. Welcome. We were just having a discussion on Sweden. I've actually been there once.
What if you
Short
could
trip
face
with.
every day with confidence? Raid puts 65 years of insect science in your hands, so you can protect the ones you love. Raid. Protection for everyone. S.C. Johnson.
Looking for the perfect grill? Find yours at Ace, where the perfect grill comes with free assembly and delivery. Find a Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, or Blackstone, and get the one that's right for you. Only at your local Ace.
Well, Magnus, you're just looking out my front yard waiting for a hurricane to hit.
The best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Because you know the right way to
Gothenburg?
save with DriveWise and get a rate based on you. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Herbal Essences is packed with naturally derived plant-based
It was,
ingredients your hair
I believe it
will
was right at
love,
19 years
and none of
ago.
the stuff it won't. Our sulfate-free collections smell incredible and leave your hair touchably soft and smooth. Herbal Essences.
Thanks to Avalara, you can calculate sales stats on almost anything, anywhere automatically. Avalara.
What if tax rates change? Filing sales tax returns. Managing exemption certificates. Business license guidance. Connected accounting. Item classification. Cross-border sales. What about...
Give those budget markups. Thank you.
What about Blue Chew? You like Blue Chew? Have you heard about it?
I have heard about it, yeah. I think guys who use Blue Chew are hot.
See, there you go, mate.
Get your first order free at BlueChew.com.
Hey there, it's Ashley, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Maple Pepper Bacon Sandwich are those bold flavors. The crispy bacon paired with the smoky grilled chicken breast gives this sandwich a little sizzle of sweetness.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
When,
HomeGlow just cleaned my entire house for $19.
see that? I don't think you see that.
They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeGlow, and I think you will too.
I just can't get a good. There we go.
We all know that we'll eventually
Went to a plant and they gave me that. So
How about
maybe you know where that is.
trust
I still have this left
taken
over.
the process of creating your will and made it easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys, but customized by you, one question at a time. All documents are state specific, legally valid, and start at just $199. That's not a typo. Find the plan that's right for you at trustandwill.com.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Yeah, I went to I had actually written a program for a nitrogen generator that I'd never seen before, in a language that I'd never used before. So I wrote it and mailed it over to them, and they asked me if I would come over and do it. I couldn't turn out a free trip to Sweden, so I ended up in Sweden. Yeah, this was a nitrogen generator. Shoot. Let's see. Yeah, I guess it was around then.
Here's a live look at
I mean, I could
Fort
look, but yeah,
Texas.
because I
It
remember
is
my
just to
youngest
the
son was
southeast
still
of
really
downtown
young, so
Houston. And,
it had been around
yes,
19
big
years ago.
rainstorm
So
just came through this area. It's just starting to wrap up, but boy, the visibility
and I
came
was,
down. You
you
could
know,
barely
telling
see
GJ a
any
little
quarter of a
earlier,
mile.
I
Starting to clear
never,
up a little bit now, but
in
we're
my
going to continue
jobs,
to see these bands
I always
coming in
refused
off
to
the
travel.
Gulf
I
ahead
don't, you know, I
of
did
Beryl as
traveling
it
when I was
continues
younger,
to
but I
make its
didn't
way
like it. So,
toward the Texas coast.
but when
So
that came up
let's
and
show
it was
you
a
where the
trip to
hurricane
Sweden,
hunters are right now, because we have two
I said,
different
you know what?
planes
Never
out
mind.
there at the
I'll
present
go.
time. We have an Air Force reconnaissance plane and we have a NOAA plane. That's the
Got
one
to eat
with
some
the red
reindeer
line
and,
on it.
you know,
They're
truffle
both out
soup.
there right now. Looks like the Air Force is about
was
ready
awesome.
to make another pass through the center. That may be their last one. They've been out there a while. They'll head back to Biloxi. NOAA craft will be out there for a while. We'll almost always have a plane in there now until to give you the very, very latest on Beryl. And what they've been showing us is that the pressure has started to come down. Now I believe down to 985 millibars. It earlier was up around 989, 990. So it has dropped somewhat during the afternoon. Not a huge drop, but an indication.
No, I didn't
that
even
maybe
know about
starting
that.
to gain some intensity here. We're also seeing on our satellite picture that
I
some
will
of these
check
big
that out.
thunderstorms are starting to wrap around the center of the circulation of Beryl. Also an
I,
indication that potentially
I
we
still
could
have a bunch of songs I
strengthening
haven't
system.
released
So,
it or done anything
we've
with
always
anyways,
been
and then I have a
expecting
bunch in my
that
head,
this
so I'll have to go
potentially
over there and
could
check
become
that out.
at least a Category 1 hurricane before it came in, and it does
I'm
look
not
like maybe conditions becoming
protesting right now. Unfortunately, I am. I'm sitting here with a hurricane coming with a pinched nerve in my back, and I can't get out of the chair.
Expect some of the worst winds. What's going to be overnight tonight along the
Gonna be
coast
fun.
as the center of the circulation moves in, probably making a landfall sometime during the wee hours of the morning there. Somewhere between Matagorda Bay, maybe, and up around the Freeport vicinity. And again, that's when the hurricane force winds, particularly right along the immediate coast. Then a shrinking area, very strong winds.
Well, they just got a whole bunch of ideas there, or anybody wrote anything, or
tomorrow. So continue to monitor that. The purple shaded areas here, the
people
counties
just have
along
ideas.
the Gulf Coast of Texas. Those are the hurricane warnings. That includes Port O'Connor, Victoria, almost up to the Galveston area.
You know, when I don't know if you've seen any of the songs I've done, but there's that little one that's to the Addams Family, and that was actually Flubber Squirrel UK sent me the first paragraph or first verse of that, and
the hours are getting shorter now.
I just
until we
finished
get a
it for
landfall here, probably sometime
all right, cool. I'll
after
have to check that
Time
out.
is running out for us to prepare and for the system to strengthen, but it does look like it's doing just that.
What I want to do, actually,
City of Houston,
when I wrote all these, I wish I had somebody that could do music and videos. Because what I'd like to do
Justin, you were there not
is
too
take
long ago in
all
the
the
wake of that derecho, that
Scientology
windstorm.
songs that they
I don't know if
play,
you got to drive through the metro
all the ones they
area
have
or not. I don't know how long
copyrighted,
you've been able to be in town,
and make
but
some
do you
pretty
know
damn
most of
good
that is cleaned
lyrics
up
to
at
go
this
with
point?
those, and put them to music.
Well, Alex, in fact,
That was my whole idea to
that
begin
it
with,
is
to
not
put it to
cleaned
music
up at this
and
point. In fact, looking off at some of the massive skyscrapers that
and
make
like
up
give them to
downtown
people so they
Houston,
could
you can
sing
see
them back.
one of the buildings badly impacted,
Hey, girl.
and how there are still plenty of boards and broken glass on that
When
skyscraper.
Scientology played
What
that
is truly
song, they could sing
stunning
something back that
mirrored
really
building
pissed them off. They
finish.
wouldn't even
You
want to
can
play
see
that
the
song anymore.
wounds from that derecho that came
That was
through
kind of my idea,
not all
anyways.
that long ago. So you have to believe building owners are doing everything they can, even probably up to these last few hours before Beryl comes ashore and comes sweeping across this metro area to shore.
Like I say, I just
everything they
need,
possibly
I'd
can.
like someone to be able to
Because
put music
we're
to
talking
them,
tropical storm force winds coming through here.
and then someone else maybe to make cool videos, and then just, you know, give them, you know,
down glass coming down from thousands.
anybody post them. I don't care who posts them. I don't, you know, I'm not
because of those hurricane force winds.
I'm never gonna
back then.
monetize any part of this
Back
channel
then,
at all,
it was a
so I don't care about that
hurricane
stuff.
force wind storm that came through.
Fridge
not
to
just
brick,
blowing out
total
glass
beardom.
there, but also bringing down high tension power lines, crumbling their uprights underneath them. Extraordinary the power
Hey,
of
Clearwater,
wind, and
Chad.
now we have more wind coming this way.
You know.
Something else coming this way.
You know how these are.
You can see how dark
You got the name
clouds are
Clearwater
on
and
the
you live way
horizon.
up in New York, so
More
you've got a
rain
bunch of
bands
hundred
coming
of,
in from
you know,
Beryl. And Houston has the ominous position of
hundred of
being
hurricanes.
the northeast quadrant of the storm, probably the dirtiest part of the storm, meaning the worst part of the storm. So there's also the potential for severe weather. Could we see tornadic activity spun up in what will likely be at least a tropical storm, potentially a hurricane?
I think
as
that,
Beryl comes over here?
you know,
It's
Chad, you
certainly
need to
possible, folks. So, staying
maybe
safe,
do a
heed the
hurricane
warnings.
prep
If there are mandatory
video,
evacuations, please
you
follow
know,
them.
because
If
I
there
am
are
sure
voluntary,
Chris
have
Sheldon
serious
knows a
discussion with your
shitload
family
about
what to do, because we're talking about very serious
hurricane
and what we
prep
know has been
videos.
deadly weather as Beryl has come through.
And, you
come
know,
through.
I mean, if you had done one of those, I might have
As
been
we
better
go to
prepared
commercial
for
break,
this one. I
we
don't know.
give you the city of
We'll
Houston,
see.
Texas. A lot of rain and a lot of wind coming this way. We are tracking
I
Beryl
think-
on the Weather Channel.
Didn't they say like midnight it's gonna hit?
Let's make this several all go.
Low lines.
The last one like that I went through was Alicia. It came in and I sat up all night long and it came in,
So special. All those
in the middle of the night. That's kind of scary when
All by yourself?
well, no, well, actually it was in the woodlands and they, and the storm hit the woodlands more than it hit down here. No, we were just drinking scotch, sitting up all night long, you know.
Well, that's when you don't, that's doable back then.
You know, I bet you Chris Shelton could stop tornadoes. I mean, he's probably got good enough hurricane prevention advice that he could deflect deflect tornadoes. I think, I don't know. You'd have to ask Chris Shelton, he can do anything.
What's in your wallet?
And he can do it right.
To truly embrace the fine life, you must learn to let go.
Not a goof up like, you know, I don't want to say Clearwater Chad. I said it.
Serious. Introducing new $3 footlong.
And he has one, Clearwater Chad. He has a nice
Might not be ready for them, but at $3 a pop, your wallet definitely is.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name
Well, Clearwater Chad, I would like you to introduce you to my front yard. If you could see through all those trees, you have to still go for a couple acres to see a street. So I'm far off from the street, and I hope that the hurricane can't find me back here. I don't know if Chris Shelton was here, he could tell me if that was.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death.
Damn it, where's Chris Shelton when you
Don't
need
take
him?
Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or allosterone, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. Novartis may help you save on your prescription.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages.
Low to the ground. Okay, here, Clearwater Chad, I'm telling you, I pinched the nerve in my back. I am in a recliner chair. I've been in a recliner chair for over a week now. So this is as low to the ground as I can get. I hope that's low enough. Because it's the best I can do.
Power your life with Generac.
The single one is the secret to a long, sustained relationship. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chews. Blue Chew. Blue Chew. Blue Chew. Blue Chew. Blue Chew is an online subscription-based service that sends these affordable tablets directly to your home. No one even has to know.
Get rid of bugs as soon as you see them with Zevo spray. Zevo uses essential.
Unfortunately, I do live in a. I do live way off, out away from people, and so my electricity goes out really, really fast in the lightning storms. So hurricanes goes back even faster. Hurricane
Tracking
Masters.
Beryl live on the Weather Channel all night long, and for the
I bet you
duration
that
of this storm.
Chris
Good
Shelton
evening. I'm
probably
Justin Michaels.
is
We're
close
live
to
in
having one of
Houston,
those too, if he
Texas,
doesn't
a
have one
metro
already.
area of millions of people under the gun from what will
Well,
likely be
I have
powerful
been through
tropical
several
storm force
hurricanes,
winds,
so maybe I already have a
flooding rains
Masters.
from a storm that has turned deadly as it came across the Caribbean.
I
We'll be
have
live here
a-
for you throughout the evening in Houston as the rain is beginning to
If
fall
you
again.
actually could
Get
look
ready
at this,
from
let's see.
Guys, into you.
I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson here with meteorologist
If you look
Jeff
right
Moore
there,
in studio to bring you the latest on the forecast.
there's
for
another
Beryl.
house
Jeff,
right there.
We expect this to become a Category 1 hurricane, and the signs
I
of
have,
strengthening are now
there's
showing
two houses
up.
on
The
my
system
property,
is getting warmer, pressure
and
has
a
dropped,
couple years
and
ago we
so
had a hurricane
prepare
come through
for
here
a hurricane
that
at
did like this one,
landfall.
just all of a sudden it
Lots of
just
headlines. Justin alluded to this storm unfortunately
turned
being deadly on its track through the Caribbean, a
and
record-setting
off
track through the
the
Caribbean.
channel 26 Fox News, I snapped a picture of there. It's still on their thing, but the path that they showed for that hurricane went right between my two houses, went right between these two houses.
Multiple towns
Directly.
and counties have also issued either
So I've already
mandatory
had
or
direct hit.
voluntary
I've already
evacuation orders. So
checked
let's
that
give
one
you
off
the
my
very
bucket
latest
list.
on Beryl as
And
we
now
see
we
it
got
right
another
now.
one
We'll
coming,
be getting
so
an
I don't
update
know.
at 7 Central, 8 p.m. Eastern Time from the Hurricane Center, but this was as of the 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time advisory. 65 mile an hour maximum sustained winds. Pressure has dropped down to actually the last pass of the hurricane hunters down to about 985
Wow.
millibars, and they're about to make
That's
another
pretty
pass
low.
there. So it'll be
It's
interesting
getting
to
lower.
see if that drop in pressure will continue. Movement here north-northwest, probably going to be taking more of a almost a
The
do
lower the pressure in the
track
center, the
time.
bigger the
As we
storm.
take a look at the water vapor yesterday, I was mentioning that a lot of the orange you see here was wrapping around most of the south side of the system, and Beryl was really ingesting just a lot of dry
Let's just
air,
hope it just
and really
stays
wasn't doing
where it
much,
is
just
right
barely
now,
holding
and it's
its own.
just a
That is
category
starting to
1,
change now. We're not
or
seeing
just
that,
stays a tropical
that
storm.
orange that you see here on the water vapor imagery. That is well away from the center. So we may be getting a little bit more of a concentration of thunderstorms now starting to circulate around the center here. So looking a little bit more as far as development there, you can see the tops of some of the highest thunderstorms in the circulation center about right in there. Hurricane hunters about ready to make a pass down through that.
We have had a couple hurricanes come up just like that before.
There's a look on the radar, and you can see
Back
there's a little
out,
bit of
become
an
a category
opening here
5
on
and
the
come right back in.
southwest side. That's some
They
dry
do
air
strange
still
things.
trying to work its way into the circulation, but this looks a lot different than what it did, let's say, just a couple of hours ago. Now we're starting to see the thunderstorms wrapping around that center, so it does look like it may be getting somewhat better organized here. Now already, as we've heard from several of our reporters along the coast, we're seeing bands of these squally weather coming in off the Gulf. The latest moving through the Houston area right now down to Victoria and even south of Corpus. The main bands around Beryl will be coming in over the next couple of hours into the central Texas Gulf Coast, already getting some of those bands even into Louisiana, several of them pushing northbound here with some locally heavy downpours and some vivid lightning thrown in there too. Right now there is a flood warning up here in parts of northeast Texas, east of Corsicana and Fairfield for Anderson County until 6:30 local time. Again, there's
Well, at
been
least I get to
tremendous
check
amount
out my
of
hurricane
tropical
windows.
moisture dumping there, and there's going to be more.
See
as
if they
Beryl
actually
moves
are
in.
hurricane windows.
Haven't seen a lot of storm surge yet. We'll be talking to Charles
In my
Smith more about that in just a couple
50-year
of moments
roof.
here. But right now, it's been coming up about a foot to a foot and a half.
50 years.
Charles told us
I
that
did,
the,
I've got the really
the
good
tide is
roof.
actually going out at this point, but it will be coming in as Beryl comes in a bit later on.
Typhoon.
Alex?
Typhoon?
Beach conditions in South
Oh.
Texas, they're dangerous. We've got the red
It's
flags
typhoon.
up, the winds are kicking, and people have been preparing for Beryl with the beach staff saying, stay off the beach, definitely stay away from the water. Galveston County.
Hell
also
no,
left
man.
a
It's
closed
good
yard.
surfing now.
Voluntary evacuation order was issued
Lots
for
of
the
sharks
island's
out there,
west
too.
end.
I guarantee you
Yeah,
go
we're
down
mentioning
there
our storm tracker, Charles
and there are
Peak.
people
He is there
surfing.
in Sergeant Beach, bringing us the very latest on the waves. They
Maybe
have been
not in
picking up,
Sergeant
and
Beach.
Charles, we've seen
Nothing
an
in Sergeant
appreciable
Beach.
difference in the wind just throughout your reports.
Yeah, Alex, the wind's definitely picking up, and as you can see behind me here, that's also causing the wave action to pick up. And like Jeff just said, though, you've got the tides going out a little, but the wave wave action is coming in, and so you've still got, as you can see here, some strong big waves. Some of them are 4 to 6 foot. You know, as you know, with the way the coast is, I can look down about 1/4 of a mile, and I can see probably 10 to 12 foot waves down there, and they're crashing up maybe 20 feet in the air. Now, right here, it's
Well, dude, walk down there and show us.
You're seeing 4
No,
to
not
6
Sergeant.
foot waves, but you know, needless to say, this is picking up. And you're going to have, you know, as you can see,
That's
here,
just the
it's coming over
worst
this
beach
little wall that they've got built here.
anywhere.
This used to be a road, and there used to be many, many years ago houses where the water is right now.
Yep.
But as the erosion has taken place over the years, the actual beachfront has moved up, and so it's changed. But you've got houses on stilts here, and they're prepared for it.
Anytime I go down
But
south of the beach,
heavy
it looks
rainfall that's
different than
also
the week
coming
before.
with this. Houston is a tough place for rainfall, and we've got Justin Michaels to tell the story about what Houston's going to face here.
Where the hell's he?
Well, Charles, I'll tell you, one of those tropical bands from Beryl coming through Houston.
How are you
Let me step out of the way
50
because
miles north of
the city
us getting all the
Houston
rain?
is whited out in that tropical band. And that's an
guess so.
indication as to how intense the rainfall is. It can
That's
white
why
out,
it's
blot
like
out
when
an
it keeps
entire
coming out the
city.
window here,
The
you
metro
can see
here, including not just the city, but all
long
surrounding
was it?
areas that make up the greater Houston area. It's more than 7 million people, all of them under the gun from the potential for tropical storm force winds, also
This is a
tropical
weird place
storm
with it.
rain.
I
And
remember
that rain is going to be
a
a
couple
major
years ago it
problem
was when we
as
had the
we're
really
an
bad
area
drought
that has
here.
been inundated
Man,
with
we would
rain
get
over the last
thunderstorms
7
finally,
months.
and they would just
They
come here
can't
and go
handle much
around.
more. And in fact, when we
I
were
wouldn't get
driving
any
in
rain
from
at all
Bush
for a
Intercontinental
long
Airport
time.
today, we got stuck in one of these tropical downpours on the highway. Take note of this video and just look how intense it does get. Even worse than what
There you
we're
go.
experiencing right
Houston,
now, the way
Texas.
it was just about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes ago. Extraordinary how powerful the rain was coming down. Almost sounded like rock hitting the windshield in the car.
That's-
You could barely hear
It's way
each other
north of me.
talking in the
Well, not
car.
way north.
The GPS instructions were muffled out by the sound of the rain hitting
Yeah.
the roof and also the window.
Well, if you remember
This
back to
kind of
you
rain
don't
really
remember.
raises the
Hurricane
concern
Alicia.
for flooding and flash flooding.
That's when they had,
Emergency management agency is
that was
watching
just a
that,
major
urging
windstorm.
people, if flood
We didn't got
warning is
hardly any
issued
rain,
and a
but
flash flood
wind.
warning is issued,
And that's
to
when
heed those
Houston
warnings.
realized that you
Absolutely
couldn't
do
put
not go
rocks
around
on your
barriers.
roof.
Listen.
Because the whole downtown, all the windows
You
were
know, for
shattered.
those that
All
are
downtown
along the
Houston,
coast, we know
because
that
all the
we're going
rocks
to get
on there.
hurricane force winds that are going to go through the area. If the forecast holds true, there will be for 6 to 12 hours of hurricane force winds. The next thing that we're really watching is
Hey, Magnus, you be safe.
Have
Have a good night's sleep.
Turning around and going through low water crossings.
My house
And so the
may or
idea
may
is
not
to
be
get
here
this
when you
message
get up
all
in the
way through
morning.
state, not just along the coast. Beryl will bring severe rainfall to Texas.
I think,
and
you
we
know,
have to be ready for that.
you guys should like do some kind of
It's something everybody needs to be ready for.
bet on how long before my power goes out, and whoever wins has to make a donation to the Aftermath Foundation.
At 7 o'clock in the morning, we
And
also
I'll
have a
match it.
tropical storm warning in place here in Houston. Brad Reynolds behind the lens. Brad, I'm not sure if through the rain you might be able to show folks the blown out windows and the boarded up windows. Brad, can we see
But
that
yeah,
over
sleep
there?
tight.
Okay, so what you're looking at, you may recall live on the Weather Channel for several days back in mid-May, we brought you to Houston then too, because a derecho
well.
came through, blowing out more than 2,500 windows
You can
from
go over
high-rises
there.
in many parts of the city. You can still see some of the damage left since
Doesn't
mid-May.
matter.
Mid-May is when that happened, and here we're not far away from mid-July, Alex. So we're going to be checking with some folks here in Harris County and also
loud.
in Houston, Texas, Alex. What are the
I was
after
wrong.
effects of that? How concerned are they?
I was wrong
As we
right
now
now.
have what at least is going to be a tropical
Loud.
storm, if not a hurricane,
Okay.
coming through here.
Loud.
Alex,
How are
remember,
you
it was
doing?
hurricane force winds and not
Can't
the
read
derecho
this.
that blew all those windows out in the first place.
Right,
So
Justin,
a
we're
lot
sitting
of
here.
work still needing to be done to correct that.
We're in studio saying they must, hopefully those are cleared, because at this point, even with just thunderstorms, water is clearly going to be getting into those buildings, and what Beryl's going to bring is going to cause even more trouble. Justin Michaels, they're in Houston getting those rain
That's
showers,
quiet.
especially overnight. Things will really ramp up. I want to get you caught up on what the expectation is for the next 12 to 24 hours here across the state of Texas. What we know is that hurricane force winds are likely. This is going to strengthen. Forecast from the National Hurricane Center has this coming ashore as a Category 1 hurricane. Life-threatening storm surge will also be an issue for the Texas coastline in spots. Considerable flash and urban flooding, that is going to be a danger in places like Houston.
We've had major floods in this area in the last couple of years.
Communities, big metro areas with a lot of pavement, thus a lot
I
of
live
runoff,
exactly
and it's all coming in a pretty short period of time. About
equal
24,
amount of
36
distance between two rivers, and they're not very far from me. In the last major flood we had down here, the water got, I mean, everything was flooded. It was flooded. They said the size of the flood was like from New York to Washington, D.C., as an example. I mean, it went all the way through Texas. But around here, you know, everybody has, these are like very large acre lots. But the flood was probably,
I think when things really start to go downhill, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning will be rough for Houston. Some of your strongest winds coming early to
less than a quarter mile around me, all around me. I mean, the water rose that high anyways, and I had no water here, so I'm very lucky about that part. But this time I'm worried about the wind, because I have a bunch of trees
even extreme southwest Louisiana
that went through droughts, and they've been falling for the last couple of years.
A lot of surf coming in here now. As Charles P told us a little bit
I
earlier,
expect
it's coming up on low tide as we head into the evening.
a lot of trees
But then the
down.
tide will turn, and
Hopefully
with
they're
that
not the ones
onshore
next to my
wind
house.
And all this high surf coming in, you can be sure that that water will continue to rise, maybe as high as 4 to 6 feet in some areas. All right, let's talk about when the tropical storm force winds will be making their impact. Now, Alex just mentioned about the hurricane force conditions coming in. Tropical storm force conditions could start to impact some of the coastal areas as early as 8 or 9 o'clock local time here. Definitely as we head up toward the midnight hour, then beyond that, starting to push a little bit farther in.
Got an hour, 45 minutes.
And even farther points inland up into the Pine
Hour,
Mountains.
45 minutes
So
before
again,
the
specifically,
winds
we're
start.
going to be looking at a few of the cities here.
Before the
Again, by
winds,
3 o'clock in
the
morning,
winds
and
get
that's
bad.
probably when the center of Beryl is going to start to come very close to the coast. Could be 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts.
Well, you don't have
Houston starting to ramp up
hurricanes
their wind as
though.
well. And even
You have
upwards,
like northeast. They
north
come out of the
as
north
Alex
for
mentioned,
you, right? I
maybe
mean,
50
you don't
to
even.
60 mile an hour wind gusts.
You would never get anything out of the tropics,
Into those
correct?
buildings that probably going to take some water damage. I would
I know
imagine,
that
with the
there's
winds
been some
and
hurricanes
pushing
that have
rain
hit
sideways. Galveston too, along the coast, could have 50 to 60 mile an hour winds.
up near
Victoria's
Ireland
starting to
and
back
stuff
off a
before,
bit
but that's
as the
nowhere.
center of
I
the
mean, that's not.
circulation
I'm not
continues to pull inland up through East Texas and then up through the Arklatex. So again, this is the
I know up
cone
near
right
Alaska and
here
stuff,
where
they
you
get
see these two lines. I would say 74 to
huge
110
storms.
mile an hour winds, probably confined
But
to
that's
areas
winter
down along
storms.
the coast between Port O'Connor and maybe up to about Freeport. But up to maybe hurricane force gusts could be felt as far inland as Bryan College Station, and tropical storm force winds, even through late morning into the early afternoon, could be all the way up into parts of northeast Texas as well. Alex?
What type of winds are you talking about?
We always have is if you stay and something happens, you
Like
can't be called
cyclone force winds
help because
or typhoon winds? You know, I mean, we have the category mile per hour winds with the hurricanes.
Texas, especially if you live in a vulnerable area, officials say it's best to evacuate to avoid any dangerous situations. Put yourself in a safe spot to begin with so that you don't need rescue if things go downhill. Coastal areas, things start to advance in by this evening. We're going to start to see those tropical storm force winds, 30 plus mile per hour gusts in Galveston tonight. Through the day tomorrow with the 55 mile per hour gusts coming tomorrow morning, 5 to 8 inches of rain likely, and that'll be a story up towards Houston. maybe winds not quite as intense, but you're still going to see gusty winds, and we think power outages are likely around the Houston metro area. As Justin has showed us, we've got a downpour moving through.
Oh, you can.
into the late evening, and especially
I ain't fluent either way. I didn't do a job in Sweden and have to ask them how to convert stuff.
There's 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. with some of the heaviest rain.
No, I've done
Houston. So when you wake up tomorrow, I know it's coming off the heels
projects all
of a
over the
holiday
world.
weekend. You may be sleeping in. Be prepared for roads to be flooded. Your usual
I'm just
routes
retired
may
and
be
forgot half of it.
inaccessible. So give yourself lots of time if you do have to go in. If you have the opportunity to work remotely, maybe one of those days to take advantage of that option. By the afternoon, rain becoming more hit and miss, but still tropical downpours at times will be a possibility across East Texas. Rainfall totals 5 to 8 inches from Katy to Houston down to Freeport and Bay City. Jeff would not be surprised to see some isolated spots, see even higher totals in some areas. Plus amounts.
Yeah, I think when all is said and done, probably the range is going to be the main factor here with Beryl, whether it becomes a minimal hurricane or not at this point. All right, let's leave you with a shot of Houston, Texas. Again, a big rain squall just pulled through the area. Is Houston in there somewhere?
You know, I just
it's pretty hard there right now.
It is taking me.
Pushing by with more to come overnight.
I can't get used to mom being elderly like that.
Power to blow minds.
I can't get used to it.
Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
Way all over life.
I know.
You know, but
My daughter's Mila.
But it's so
She is 19
obvious
months
now,
old.
you know.
it is.
She is a little ray of
It's
sunshine.
good. She's very happy.
One of the
She's
happiest
very
babies you'll probably
content.
ever meet.
Well, I look at it this
Children
way.
with Down syndrome
She's
typically have a higher risk for developing acute myeloid leukemia or just leukemia in general.
6 years older than Biden, and still a lot sprier than him.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works
I
day
think that's
after
the
day
Irish in it,
to
Jeff.
find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening
Yeah, she's
diseases.
gonna spend the night over at
She was referred
Yeah,
to
that
as
that would be
11 months.
And she
They
said
knew
she's
what to
happy
do
to
as
go
soon as
home.
they got her diagnosis. They already had
Storm's a storm. I mean, it's just,
this
you know,
this is how long it's going to take. This is how long in between.
even when these hurricanes come in, this one looks like it's not going to be as severe as it was saying earlier, hopefully. But it's going to have a lot of winds, and
because everybody knows that
you know,
anything
I've
medical
had
is going to be expensive.
usually in that
We've
category
never
3
seen
hurricane or less, we don't totally worry about it. But
nothing.
man, those winds, I'm just worried about with my
Thanks to
trees.
generous donors like you, families never receive a bill from
I
St.
think
Jude
the
for
cattle
treatment,
next door will be
travel,
fine.
housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live. For
If
just
the-
$19 a month, you'll help us continue the life-saving research and treatment
I don't know if
that these kids need now.
storm
and
blows
in
a
the
cow
future.
over this way.
Join with your credit or debit card right
Cow?
now.
Cow
And we'll send
from
you
next door.
a St. Jude
Oh,
t-shirt that you can
Cow's
find
out.
ways to show your support.
Anybody
What are you gonna do with it?
that contributes anything to this
What are you
place.
gonna do with them?
No matter if it's a big business
Well, I know I saw
or
one
just
when I saw the
the
one
grandmother that
recently.
donates, you know, once a month. They
I
are
mean,
changing
you
people's
could
lives.
put them underneath
That's a
some, but
big
the
deal.
tornado can hit that just as well as anywhere else, and the twister will go.
No, but dancer's uncomfortable.
Well, and that's what I was kind of saying, trying to say is that, you know, it doesn't really, the category of the storm always sounds like something, but I've had ones come in here and the wind was the problem, and then the next one comes in and it's everything's flooded and the wind's not a problem, and then, you know,
years of insect science in your hands.
they're all different.
So you can protect the ones you love.
They're all different, they're all the same, they're all different.
Protection for everyone.
And it depends on what side of the storm you're on. One side of the storm is the one that gets all the rain, and the other side of the storm gets all the wind.
That's right. Knock yourself out.
And the tornadoes.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage.
And earlier today, they were saying that our biggest concern where I am at is the tornadoes. But now I think it's moved even more
First base.
east towards us, so
Used to play. When our hearing wouldn't allow us to
be
use a regular
closer to
phone,
the eye of
we
the
need to
storm or
know
the middle of the storm, so it's going to be just
Difficult to
a little bit
communicate with our
of,
friends
not
and family.
a little bit of
Clear captions
everything.
was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it.
Making
Gonna be
it
a fun
easy
lightning
to
storm.
understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear
Oh, that
Captions
sounds
phone
horrible.
at no cost to you. 1-800-351-2640.
No,
That's
I grew up with
1-800-351-2640.
snow and all that. I really don't remember many major. You remember many major blizzards growing up?
Yeah.
Maybe one or
I
two.
remember one. I remember Dad leaving out, and he had that little bug, that Volkswagen bug, and there was like snow over the top of it. And I remember we went out and the shoveler got all off and everything, and he came all the way back in just asked me if I was going to go to work that day.
I remember having a couple big storms growing up, winter storms, but it's not like being on the water here and having storms coming off the Gulf of Mexico. It's you get used to that. I'm just worried about that tree right there on the other side of my fireplace. Yeah, right where you're going to sleep tonight.
This hurricane season.
Over there, I'm sleeping in that room over there.
Every second counts.
You don't want to be on the
They never
interstate
remember
with
about
heavy
our
tropical
services. They have to
downpours.
walk behind
America's
somebody
most
to
trusted
get
news
my
network
waste
is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage, keeping you ahead of the storm.
Oh, I just thought that's because you were lazy.
No, it's because I'm short.
Yeah, I know.
And landfall cams that bring you every angle on our
Yeah, DJ, I couldn't pronounce that. Oh, God. Anyway, Steve. All right. You better go. It's like you said, it's probably 1 o'clock in the morning there. So it was nice chatting with you.
Over the last 2 hours, extraordinary
Have a
amounts
good night's
of rain
sleep.
as these initial bands from Beryl come through the area, dropping likely inches of rainwater in a very short period of time. And the concern is that is going to be the story of Beryl as it comes over Houston, Texas. And this is just the beginning, folks. We have hour upon hour. Could we see as much as 8
Man, all that's going on in Houston already. Holy crap. I know, I can see it coming. It's getting darker.
That is also possible as Beryl.
So it looks like our first rain is going to be a band from the north. This is odd.
In probably the worst part
That must be a really big outer
Let's
band.
talk to Jeff Lindner. He is a meteorologist with Harris County here in Texas. And Jeff, I'll tell you, you must have been watching this storm as it's evolved and the track has continued to change. And now, whereas a week ago we had a
Yeah, I'll be really safe. I'm going to sleep from this window tonight.
process here. Now we have basically a Houston, Texas landfall, if you will, at least along the coast. So,
Well, it's a window
changed
under a
and what we're
porch.
looking at meteorologically, what would you say to folks about how seriously they should be taking this storm?
And those trees right there keep falling apart too.
Pretty serious threat here for the metro area. So number
Yeah,
one,
it's just
is
all those
potential
drought
wind
years we
impacts.
had.
We're now expecting strong
Everything out here is
storm
falling.
conditions across all the metro area that has been going up pretty much every since Friday afternoon. So
Well, that's just those trees. I mean, I've had trees fall everywhere.
across the year.
My backyard was full of fallen trees. I mean, I just had fall everywhere. Yeah. Well, that's that one tree right there. That's the last one that's still cut. That's what bothers me.
Concerned about our creeks and bayous that drain all this water to Galveston Bay. We could see some flooding of those.
Yeah,
those
be
higher
late.
amounts. And then the storm started, like you mentioned,
Okay.
was 4 to 6 feet above normally dry ground in Galveston Bay. A little
Well,
bit
thank you.
higher further south
Good night.
of this
Get some sleep.
Sargent and Matagorda, but 4 to 6 feet.
If you look,
This will be impactful
when you
down
watch all
on
this,
Galveston
the
Bay,
other
Galveston
ones,
Island
a lot
with
of
that
the real
storm
dark
tide. So we
red
are
didn't seem to
expecting
come
flooding
around
of
this
roadways,
around
flooding of
our
warning areas down there, and the waves, the battering waves on top of that along the coast. So a multiple impact event.
Well,
here
it
for the
was
Houston, Galveston metro area.
yesterday when I told you that, hey,
Jeff, we'll talk about the rain again in just a moment. But
it's
I want
coming
to
this
talk
way.
about
Yeah,
something
it's just
we
because
almost
the
did
outer
a little
cone
less
was
than
just
2 months
touching
ago.
us.
There
Now
on
it looks like
midday,
it's.
I believe
Well,
May
always shifts
16th, when the
Well,
direction
but I was
of
hoping
the
you never know which way the low pressure is going to go.
that they were shifting the other way.
From our perspective here in Eleanor
Not
Tinsley
that
Park,
I
we can still see
wish
damage
anything
from that
bad
day nearly 2 months
for other
ago.
people.
Tell
I
us,
just
as you look at
don't
these
want
storm
that.
force winds coming through with Beryl over the next 12, 18, 24 hours, are you concerned about
12,
that? And
18,
these still
24
great amounts
hours.
of damage downtown.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on that.
No.
Hopefully we be stronger.
I'm gonna be on the
and Walmart County and areas out.
pessimist or the optimist side and say this is going to be the first storm we ever had that will not lose power.
And then so that's
All right.
helpful, but I want people to
Because I couldn't get my
understand
generator
that
started
we are
when I
going to have wind impacts
hurt my
as
back
well
and I'm
as
stuck in a
tomorrow
chair.
morning. So from midnight tonight until midday tomorrow, even
81
tomorrow, it's going to be rough around here, and we're asking everybody to be where you are going to be to ride out this storm, to be where you're going to be for the duration of the storm at 10 p.m. tonight. Off the roads, no travel, get where you're going to be at 10 o'clock tonight.
Why does he say 10 o'clock tonight? He's talking to the people. He's talking to a bunch of people that, some of them it's 8 o'clock, some of them it's 9 o'clock. He's telling everybody that it's 10 o'clock.
Let's talk about the flooding potential, because you said yourself, 5 to 10 inches of rain in a relatively short period of time on saturated ground. This is a part of the country that's been dealing with flooding seemingly all year long. The drought is now gone. The rain is now here. Flooding a potential again. What are your concerns overnight?
My biggest concern is the rainfall rate, how fast it falls. And we're dealing with a tropical system, rainfall rates 2, 3, 4, 6 inches an hour are certainly possible. And if we start getting some of those heavier rates in these bands and the bands don't move a whole lot or they kind of train over the same area, not only can we get into a flash flooding situation, that is when we start to overwhelm our creek and bayou system. So we need everybody paying attention tonight. You're not going to get a lot of sleep tonight.
They were saying earlier that this is a pretty fast-moving storm. Don't worry about this. Now they're saying worry about it. That's why you never believe anything they say in the beginning.
Vehicle on the street tonight, move it somewhere else, get it up. Don't leave your vehicles on the street because we will likely have street flooding. And we'll just have to see how these rainfall rates go with the bayous and the creeks.
Jeff, very quickly, we're up against a commercial break. As far as the Bayou City, the Bayou system, 14 bayous, will they be able to handle?
Oh, that was nice of them.
I think for the most part, but if we
My
start seeing 10 to 12
orthodontist
inches of
finally
rain,
got
we
back
have
to me and
issues
said,
on
"Oh yeah,
bayous.
we're canceling everything tomorrow."
Spirit has an appointment tomorrow. Guess what?
I had already canceled it. I had already called and canceled it.
As we are tracking Beryl, take a look. The skyline of Houston, some blue sky there.
This is just the app. I didn't want some real news.
Pathfinder Rock Creek.
Kind of feels like everyone's trying to copy the $5 piggy bag. So how can you spot a knockoff? It won't taste like Wendy's. This job is easy. When the deal is as fresh as the meal,
Mom was just laughing at her.
Everybody wants super straight, super white teeth, and with that Hollywood white smile. New Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth and 24/7 sensitivity protection. I think it's a great product. It's going to help a lot of patients.
Hey, I'll give you $574 if you switch. Okay, so what about $574 for switching your home insurance out? Too complicated. Allstate can handle this for you. Just call them. Check Allstate first, and you can save hundreds.
Upset stomach, Ibirogast. Indigestion, Ibirogast. Bloating, Ibirogast. Thanks to
Just like a dog, man.
Ibirogast helps relieve 6 digestive
Dogs are
symptoms
just strange animals.
6 digestive symptoms.
Gotta love 'em.
Power of nature. Ibirogast.
I thought something is different about my man.
It's Blue Chew.
Oh, slow down, Cy. She's fine. Cy, come on. Calm down.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is.
What's up, Spirit? Or God? I don't remember my dog's name anymore. Come here, Goldie. Come here, Goldie. All right. It's okay if you share your house with 2 more dogs tonight.
If you have heart
You'll be all
failure,
right.
entrust your heart to Entresto. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. Don't take
You
Entresto with
stink.
pain. It can cause harm or death to an unborn
Good
baby.
girl.
Don't
Ow,
take
got my
Entresto with
foot.
an ACE inhibitor or Aliskiren, or if you have angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. The artist may help you save on your prescription.
Stay ahead of your child's moderate to severe eczema, and they can show off clearer skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
What is Circle? Circle's the fuel you use to take flight. Circle is the energy that gets you to the next level. Circle is what you hope for when life tosses lemons your way. Circle, available at Walmart and drinkcircle.com.
Wherever your summer takes you, twist the ride. With Twizzlers, the twist you can't resist.
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Thousands of storms forecasted. 40 years of storytelling. And a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network, the Weather Channel.
Looking to the southeast, a small break in the bands from Beryl as they come this way. We are in Houston, Texas, live for you tonight as we continue to track Beryl, and that is a welcome sign to see a little blue sky, at least the last of it we're going to see until this storm is finally in the history books here in Houston. We do appreciate you staying with us live here on the Weather Channel, and it's important to note there are already major travel impacts here in the greater Houston area at all the airports, and also the metro system here in the city has been suspended until the storm comes to a conclusion. Also already between today and tomorrow, 800 cancellations between the 2 airports, Bush Intercontinental and Hobby. You have to believe that number is going to go up. So if you are coming, going through, or coming to, going from, pick any mode of what you're doing here to or from Houston. If you're part of it, travel is going to be a problem. And just a few moments ago, we had Jeff Linder from Harris County, one of the meteorologists who's closely and locally watching this storm and how it has evolved and his big concerns. He put a timeline on it, folks. He said 10 o'clock tonight. At 10 o'clock tonight, you should be where you're going to be for the duration of the storm, Alex. And that's a really good guideline for folks. I love when people are really strong to simply say,
Well, I'm guessing at 10 o'clock tonight, I'll be sitting in the dark. And that's where I'll be for the duration of the storm.
Making sure plans are in place over the next couple hours. 10 o'clock tonight is when Harris County is encouraging people, Alex, don't go out until the storm is gone. Alex.
The overnight factor also just makes things even more difficult. Going to be tough to see, tough to judge the depth of any water that does pile up places. So great advice. Justin, thanks so much. We're going to get back to Justin there in Houston. Of course, he's also showing us they still haven't completely recovered from the derecho a few months back. We've got Tropical Storm Beryl anticipated to become Hurricane Beryl before landfall. 65-mile-per-hour winds with this one, pressure 988 millibars as of the latest advisory. We've seen signals, though, that this is warming and pressure is dropping.
Oh, my
coming
gosh.
out in about 25 minutes from now, so we'll bring you the latest information. The expectation is that this has strengthened. Visible satellite picture, you can see that blow up of some thunderstorms around the center. And again, that center becoming a little bit better organized as opposed to yesterday when we had a little less symmetry to it, a little more off kilter. Now, when we look at where this is headed, it will continue to move to the north. And again, getting a little bit more thunderstorm blow up, and especially over here, you can see some of those higher cloud tops. We're going to see really heavy rain, thunderstorms move in. Of course, always have to watch for that severe weather potential with these systems as well. As Jeff pointed out, starting to see a little bit more of an eye developing. Warm core signals that this system is warming up. And with a case of a hurricane, you want that warm core. Pressure's dropping. So all of those signals that this is a strengthening system as opposed to a weakening. We've seen the ups and downs of Beryl in some big ways, but Jeff, while the window is closing on strengthening, this has time. We've got about 10 to 12 hours before this makes landfall. Already seeing some of that very heavy tropical rain.
All right, you're looking at a very shaky camera there with the gusty winds in Galveston, Texas. Temperature very, very toasty at 88, and it is extremely humid. The wind sustained at about 17 to 20 miles an hour. You can see there the gusts almost up to 30 miles an hour. So it's really pushing that camera around, and you can see the surf is coming up as well. All right, let's talk about where Beryl's headed here.
I love this shaky camera, makes it look like a storm. Oh man, that's
circulation, or if it becomes a hurricane, the eye, that would probably be between Victoria and I'd say up toward Freeport, and then it will move generally in a northerly and eventually the northeasterly direction as we head through the day tomorrow and tomorrow night.
Well, that's good that it's going to keep going north when it first hits.
What's left of the circulation and all the moisture, and that should continue to
So
move
we
away
are
from
going
the
to
top.
get
Your strongest winds, and they're starting
the
to
dirty
ramp up
side of the
along coast
storm.
right now. They will be moving in as we head through the overnight hours tonight. So after midnight, that's probably when you're going to see the strongest winds along the immediate coast, wherever the landfall is of the center of circulation. That'll push inland.
There's my house.
Hurricane force gusts or winds will
See,
probably disappear.
originally
rapidly
it said it was
as the
going to come in on the
system
other side of
moves
that bay that it's going over now.
Winds continuing well up into
That-
the piney
that
woods of
changed.
East Texas. So
well, we're still getting the backside
I
of it.
think those are pretty much a given here.
I was gonna
as we
say
head
stay
down all
safe,
the
no
immediate coastal
Oh, well,
areas
thank you
where
very
we have
much.
landfall, likely
I'm
from
gonna try to stay
Victoria
safe.
almost to Houston and
Dry.
possibly well up into parts of East Central Texas.
If I get wet,
forecast, and we're not done with it when it moves up through the Arklatex.
that means I've
As we
lost a
head on
roof,
through
so
time,
I
through
hope
midweek
everyone stays
and
dry
even through
too.
Thursday, the remnants and all the tropical moisture will be moving up through the Ohio Valley.
Now
and
look,
the
this
Great
storm
Lakes
here is
as well. Keep it tuned here to the Weather Channel.
supposed to just
We will keep
affect
you
us.
updated.
Now
We
it's
have
just
live
gonna,
coverage
looks like it's
on the
gonna
coast.
almost be a direct hit. It's gonna be just off enough of a direct hit that we're gonna get the dirty side of the storm. Oh, dry is no flooding. As I was saying earlier, I actually live directly in between, as in the same distance from me, two rivers. And they're not that far. The last time we had major flooding here, just a couple years ago, and I have film of driving down the street just a mile or so from here, and the houses flooded on the left side of the street were from one river, and the houses flooded on the other side of the street from another river.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks.
But I stayed dry where I'm at. I'm in a very high, good place. But since then, everybody's raised their house too, so who the hell knows what's going to happen.
Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical pain reliever with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact to target tough pain at the source.
But that said, I have, I can promise you that tomorrow morning I can step outside. I have several acres of land here, and I will take a picture of a lake, because I do. My property does hold the water slightly for just a little while, but it will.
With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months. And most people
But that is all historical. Who the hell knows what's going to happen this time?
Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an
Yeah.
increased risk of
Well, no, I mean,
infections or lower ability to
the
fight
runoff won't, because that's all built up. That pond is built
have
way up.
vaccine or plan to.
But that's why the 5 acres in front of it floods first, because
Now's the time.
That stuff's still building up right there.
The #1
From when the pond is
dermatologist crisis. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
I'll tell you what,
Some people don't love our classic crust.
you're gonna find out.
Yeah.
And here's another pizza.
All ingredients come
That
together.
floods.
So what if I told you this was Domino's?
And that's what I said, if he,
Style pizza. Try tonight.
if
Whether because of
they ever start building that up, I'll
discount,
just
your lifestyle,
build it up on, but that's the reason why that
sit
5
inactively
acres
way
is
too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, a premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
You know, I wish you could too, Ann, because actually
Strengthen and tone your legs.
I have a
Increase your
pinched nerve in
mobility,
my lower back
flexibility,
and I
and
can't even
balance.
move,
Plus,
so I
stimulate
couldn't leave if I
healthy
wanted to. I
circulation.
couldn't get in my car if I wanted to right now.
My knees feel better.
So,
my back
I actually
better.
had no
It makes
choice
me feel
but
stronger.
riding the storm
Perfect
out.
for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while
But
you
I have
work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories.
one of my sisters lives right here next door to me, so she's over
And
here.
order
With,
Ellipse, a seated exerciser that strengthens legs,
gonna ride it out
increases
with me.
mobility, and boosts circulation.
We got a
Call
house
and
full
get
of
upgraded to the deluxe
a
bundle.
lot
Get
of
the
old
faster
dogs
motor
and
for 5
people.
miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
How old is Si?
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage
Is
of
11
Beryl.
years old.
Get trusted
So
updates
11-year-old
on
dog
Weather
is the
Channel
youngest
and the
one
Weather
here.
Channel
Yeah,
TV.
that's the youngest.
I mean, out of all the people,
Spirit?
if you
Galveston,
multiply
Texas
them,
is
they're
the
actually probably
location.
older
The
than
camera
us.
is shaking. Winds at 17 miles per hour, but we've got gusts higher than that. 28 mile per hour gusts.
I have my
right now,
one,
so approaching
the,
30 mile an hour gusts. Those will move
my
in
little rat
as we
terrier
get
that
into the evening
was my
hours.
wife's dog,
And then overnight, even
and
stronger gusts.
she now lives with
Very
my
heavy
sister,
rain
but
expected in Galveston too. How about 5 to 8
she's
inches
blind,
along the way? Galveston,
deaf.
right along the coastline, a hurricane watch is in effect.
She's got
Tropical
diabetes.
storm warning for areas north of Galveston up
She's
towards Houston, and then
15,
hurricane warnings everywhere you see
15.
the purple color. Port O'Connor, Victoria.
She's
down
16
towards
years
areas
old.
east of
She's got
Corpus Christi,
arthritis.
so coastal areas will see a hurricane landfall.
And a slip disc
Gusty
in her
winds,
back.
life-threatening
She has
storms,
been
very
in
heavy
a
rain,
canine's mouth, as in
dangerous
coyotes,
you name it.
4 times in her life and survived every time.
Advisory from the
She's
National
living
Hurricane
on
Center
love.
expected
She
at the
is
top of the hour. And our
unfortunately
understanding is
living,
that
waiting
this
for
will
my wife to
increase
come
in
home.
strength. We've seen a drop in
Believe
pressure. We've
that.
seen the system warming overall.
Waiting
And
on Lord to come
the
home.
forecast is for this to
And-
come on shore as a hurricane. So this would follow
Oh, well.
what the understanding is. for what
Dogs
its future
have
holds.
lost too.
Houston, you've seen some really heavy rain move through, but you're getting breaks. That's going to change overnight. We're going to see more widespread heavy rain work through the area. Winds gusting 30 miles an hour now in Galveston, but how about 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts
Look at that,
tomorrow
base
morning? Houston,
90.
40 to 50 mile an hour gusts.
Gusts.
Look at Bay City could gust at 90 miles an hour by mid-morning tomorrow. By the time you get out there on the roads, Houston, 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts. Same for Galveston and Katy, Conroe, Liberty, gusting 40, even 50
So we're
miles
gonna get
an hour.
90 mile an
Beaumont,
hour
50, 40
winds
mile an
here.
hour gusts. So power outages will be an issue, especially closer to the coast.
No
but
shit,
I think we
Sherlock.
will see plenty as we move inland as well.
I get
Very
power
heavy
outages
rain,
out
though.
here
That's
when
gonna be
someone
the most
farts.
widespread problem. A place like Houston, between now and late tomorrow, 5 to 8 inches of rain expected, Jeff. No question that's going to lead to flash flooding, urban flooding. Even outside of a place like Houston, known for its vulnerability to flooding, those rainfall totals would lead to flash flooding anywhere.
Without a doubt, we're going to be talking.
They don't
more
call
about that
Houston
on
the
this
Bayou
again
City
the
for
next
nothing.
24 hours. Well, one place where people will definitely be feeling the immediate impacts of Beryl is Sargent, Texas. That's right along the coast. We want to bring in our very own
Yes,
professional
just
storm
cool.
tracker, Charles Peak. He's been sending us a lot of incredible shots from the Texas Gulf
Not
Coast.
far from here.
Clock, Charles, is winding down rapidly here for people to either evacuate or hunker down where they are. What are some
Oh, you
things
can't
they
be
should
that
have
bright
in
to
their
stay
safety
in
kits, do you
Sargent,
think,
Texas
at this
during a
point?
hurricane.
Yeah, Jeff, like you say, it's
Well, actually, I think they called for a mandatory evacuation from Sargent a couple hours
One
ago.
of the things we can almost guarantee is we're gonna have power outages in a lot of areas, and so they just need to be prepared to be without power for.
They do miss
maybe
things.
as long as 24 hours or more. And,
It's just
so,
amazing
some
that,
batteries, if they haven't already got those.
and I truly believe she
You
is
don't wanna use an open.
refuses to die
So you
because
wanna
she's
have
waiting
that.
for my wife to
You do
come
have a
back. She's
generator
waiting for
that you're gonna be
her
using. Make sure
person
you're
to come
following all
back.
the safety precautions. We unfortunately have too
And
many
then thankfully she,
situations and people getting
you
injured
know,
by not doing that safely. You know,
found
you
a
wanna make
new
sure, go ahead
person
right
with
now,
my sister and
get
my
your phone
sister's dog.
completely charged up. Let some people, friends or family know where you're at, where you're gonna ride this out if you're riding it out in this area. And be wary of the storm surge. The storm surge in this area is forecast to maybe.
And then my other
up to
dog,
4
she
to
just
6
puts up
feet
with me.
above normal tide. So like where I'm standing
And now
right
she's
now,
going
will
over
be
to my sister's a
underwater.
lot too.
Now
I
I'm gonna
don't
be
know.
moving inland to a safer
I think my
location
sister's
here
trying
in
to
just a
steal
little
her.
bit. But you want to make sure that you're not out driving around. We still have some sightseers out looking around, and it's a situation. And all of a sudden, that surge
You know,
can come up
at this
real
house,
quick. You go for
if
a
I do lose
extended
my
period of
house,
time that things look
I'm
okay,
moving.
and then all of a sudden,
I don't care.
or it can
I'm
be the
just
road
gonna sell it and
behind you
go.
that all of a sudden is flooded, and you didn't realize that it's a little lower lying area, and now you're cut off. So it's best right now, unless you just have some last minute.
I have
safety
a
stuff that
big
you gotta
house.
get out
I
and
live
get
here
to.
alone.
But go
I
ahead
have
and get in position in the next
a lot of
hour or
land. I
two
can't
to
take
get
care of
safe
it
spot
anymore.
and just ride this
But I
out.
have a
We're
dog
gonna
who has
continue
had
as
all
you
this
look
land to
over here.
herself her whole
Brian,
her whole life.
over his show over here, the waves, they continue
And I
to get
can't.
bigger. Here is
I would
Sergeant
never
Beach, and
take her
they're
from
coming
here,
in.
so
We're going more and more to low tide, but you're
I
still
live here
having the
because my
surge.
dog's
The
still
on-land
alive.
surge
I don't wanna
pushed
say it
these
that way.
waves up, and the surge is going to continue
But
to come up, and it's going to be completely.
as long as she's
inundated
alive,
by
I'm
water
down here.
And if Beryl, it just keeps
I don't know what
strong,
she would
so
do
when
if she
it's gonna
couldn't
actually
chase,
be
you
strong
know.
enough for a hurricane status, but
She
if
probably
it
would.
does continue and it
You gotta
intensifies,
chase deer and
then,
hogs
it's gonna
and
get a lot rougher
coyotes
here
and
before long. So, Jeff, it is a
I don't know if
situation.
I guess chase
that
bobcats
the time
and
is running out,
everything
so
else I
they
got out
make
here.
sure they're ready right now.
All right, Charles, thank you so much for giving us that report. It looks a little bit darker out there on the horizon, so it looks like another big squall may be headed into Charles's area there in Sergeant Beach. Of course, we'll be checking back with Charles as we head on through the next hour or so, and he'll keep us updated as long as it's safe to do so along the immediate coast. All right, let's show you a shot now before we go to break of Port Aransas. Again, a pretty sky out there. You can see it's getting late in the day. The sky's starting to turn a little yellow or orange on the horizon there, but definitely the water is kicked up, and I think we've got a lot
Look how
more
calm it is out
conditions
there.
coming in as we
I
get
know.
through the overnight
Not
hours.
long ago.
Our live team coverage will continue throughout the night and into tomorrow.
Power to blow lines. Nissan Pathfinder.
Oh, she's got a great life. She really does.
This summer,
She is
snacking.
a 100% outside dog unless she wants to come inside. She will always come inside if there's a storm or it's cold or anything like that. Too hot. It's been really too hot, so she's been inside all the time lately. But other than that, she just wants out. She wants to find something and chase it.
Have you had your Hershey's?
It started.
But she's getting old
It's
too.
The side hug. Tween milestones like this may start at age 9. HPV vaccination, a type of cancer prevention against certain HPV-related cancers.
But she's a healthy dog. She's a found dog.
HPV clears on its own. But for others,
She showed up.
certain
Someone.
cancers
She hates
Now, as
men
the dad cab, it's my key to help protect them.
Embrace this phase.
because
Help
someone
protect them
had
in the next.
abused her
Ask their
as a
doctor
puppy.
today
She
about
showed up as a
HPV
little puppy,
vaccination.
scared, and the only reason she even came here is because my kids got her. And I'm the one that said no more dogs, and then everybody's gone, and I have the dog.
No one even has to know.
Harlem has everything, but I couldn't find Pilates anywhere. So I started my own studio. And with the right help, I could make this place I love even better.
Earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials with Chase Inc. Business Cash Card from Chase for Business.
When my doctor gave me breast trees for my COPD, things changed for me. Breast treat gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breastfeed won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you
This
have
is
a
just turning out to be so anticlimactic. They said first the storm will be here at 2 o'clock. I rushed to get on live so I could be the storm chaser. What happens is just,
urinating, vision changes, or eye pain
I can see it raining out that way.
Doctor about breast treat.
At least it looks like it.
I can only see this window.
Oh my God, the leaves are moving. It's a hurricane.
Where you going?
This is actually the second hurricane I filmed from this
This is a
window.
story about the one. The untrained
Oh,
eye
the one that
makes
came
up
right
the
between the
one
two
that is
houses.
Extraordinary. But her
When the ice came right through us.
managed.
I have a direct hit of a hurricane on my bucket list. I don't need it again.
For the one, maintaining this space transports her to this space. The industrial grade product you need plus 1 million more. Call clickgranger.com or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
It's so funny that spirits feel safe in the cage.
No matter where that home may be.
Man, when she used to try to, I used to try to put her in a little cage in
And for
her
over
bed,
25 years,
keep me up all
it's
night
been our
long.
pleasure providing
Hated it.
caregivers that we would have caring for our own mothers and fathers.
She had to get next to Lori.
Where compassion meets commitment and love is our service.
She, I made her walk, yeah, I did. I made her walk most of the way here. Almost all the way. I made her walk all the way.
Power
So
of the
that's
Weather
not for
Channel,
her.
now available to everyone.
I got her outside today.
Trusted
Before I
love.
brought her over, she got her,
Most
she
is now
ate dinner,
yours
she
to
got her
stream
shot,
with
so.
the Weather Channel TV app,
She's pretty
real-time
quiet.
radar, and maps that let you track all the action. Available now on
She don't
these
come
platforms. Download
You know, I
the
just hate getting to those shots. I hate it.
Well, I do it because I know it's good for her.
I do it too,
I've gotten used to it. I hate to sound that way, but I have.
but I don't know why. I'm just a.
I don't like her, but you know what? It's a habit for her to squeak. It doesn't always hurt. Because you can just reach down and pinch your thing.
I know.
She'll squeak, but she didn't even poke with the needle. So,
I know. I just hate doing it.
and this one does the same thing.
I never had any problem with it. Her, him.
It's a lot better, but.
He just, you know, especially to give him a treat, he doesn't care. Spirit, she just does that squeeching, and I never know if her, you know, her hips hurt or. So they got to give her a shot once a month.
You might. See how she does on it. The only thing that kind of bothered me was they did, but I mean, I say myself, I understand. It's $30 to check the glucose, but I thought already, it's like, well, we're gonna check the glucose. You know, I thought
You're
about
looking
it
at a
later.
live picture
Why would
of
they check her
Galveston,
glucose?
and you
She's
can
doing
see the
fine. She's
surf
not
stretching
showing
out
any sign
several hundred yards out into the Gulf
of
there.
glucose,
Again, we're
but
coming up on a low
Why do I?
tide here, but that tide will.
So they could tweak it up just a little?
And by the time.
How much did it go up?
tropical storm and maybe Hurricane Beryl. comes
Just a
in,
little, right?
It looks like
Yeah,
that
but now I
tide will
have
be
to bring
coming
it back
in
down,
as
so
well, and that could
yeah.
enhance the
So
storm.
now you're gonna have to buy more over the time.
Share with you from the National Hurricane Center. We have the latest advisory in from NHC, and they have upped the winds now to 70 miles an hour. That is
Well,
just below
sometimes some of
hurricane
those
strength.
vets.
So they
I don't know.
are pretty confident as the Hurricane
He
Hunter
said her
aircraft have been in
glucose
there,
could've been off
sending back the
because
information
her
that
arthritis
everything
was
put
bothering
together.
her.
Well,
we have
and
a
that's probably
strengthening
true.
system on our hands
And when it
now.
comes to that, I never really care. I just pay it.
987 millibars,
Because
and still movement northwest at
What are you
12
gonna do?
miles an hour. There we're looking at the water vapor imagery, and what you don't see, which is what we saw yesterday, is a lot of orange on this particular satellite. It's way
Oh,
off
man.
to the east and
You gotta
south. Before, it was kind of
change
near
this
the
channel.
center or on the south side, and a lot of the
let's see what the channel says.
before too long as the sun's going down, but you can see some of the colder, higher cloud tops starting to show up here.
Well,
Those
it's
are
the same
tops
guy
of
that was on
some
the other
very,
one.
very
They
big
was
thunderstorms
going back
that
and
are
forth.
rotating around the center, and that area of thunderstorms is starting to wrap around here, and it looks like it may close off an eye feature here very shortly. It is open to the south and southeast with still a little dry air, but that has been changing a lot. This profile on the radar imagery has changed a lot in the last couple of hours and has looked much, much better organized. And check this out. A pretty nasty band is starting to get pretty close to the coast here and pushing
Yeah.
on up toward, well, let's see, Port O'Connor.
Heading
is
towards,
right where I'm drawing that little circle right there. Then here's Port Lavaca. And then up here is the Freeport area. That band's not that far offshore right now, Port O'Connor. They're going to be getting some very squally weather coming in, Alex. before too long here, as those outer bands are getting close.
They're getting close, and overnight we're going to see that
Oh, no,
rain
the other
come
guy said
pouring
we
into
had
a
the
lot
10
of these
o'clock.
communities. Now, the heavily populated city of Houston has seen at least some heavy downpours. Justin Michaels, our national correspondent, is there. And Justin, you pointed out, you drove through some of
I had to
these
get this,
earlier,
Ellis.
very, very difficult. Also bracing for gusty winds. The flash flooding,
When
I
the-
think, though, will be the greatest concern for Houston.
One of my friends from Sweden came in, I had to
And Alex,
show
I was
him.
looking, the flash flood forecast from the National Weather Service is a huge swath
Well,
of this
first I said
under the
when I
risk
went
of
over there
flash
to work,
flooding.
this
So
is the plant that I went
definitely
into.
not something to
They
take
gave me
lightly. We do know
truck on
that
wire.
if you're one of the more than 7 million people that call the
Over there.
Houston metro area home, and as far as metro service, that's train
Swedish
and bus
kroners.
service, it all shuts down at 10
Okay.
o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
So if you depend on that to get to or from home or work, just know that that service is coming to an end. And the hope here in Harris County and all across the area is that people stay home after 10 o'clock. Another major issue, looking at the two airports here, we've got Hobby to the south, we've got Bush Intercontinental, IAH to the north. Bush Intercontinental already tracking more than 800 cancellations today and tomorrow. Hobby in the south, more than 200. So between the two airports, more than 1,000 cancellations being tracked today and tomorrow. You have to believe that number is going to go
I
up,
hope so,
especially as
too.
the storm gets closer and while it's impacting here in earnest over the next 12 to 18 hours. And it's during that time that Harris County is tracking what could be as much as 10 inches of rain.
He really is
If
a
any of
boy,
that
though.
falls in a short period of time,
I tell you,
4,
he was
5,
Robert
6
in
inch per
Texas.
hour rain rates,
When I came
we're going
back
to
over,
have that flash
turned around,
flood.
he goes,
And a major
"Excuse me,
concern
ma'am,
that
though, it got
is
really
for so
hot and I
many.
had to take off my
Another
shirt."
issue here, and if you've been watching Weather Channel coverage all year, you're one
She
of
said, "Oh, I
our
thought
good
you
old
were hitting on
standards, you like to watch us
Right
throughout the
about
year. You
here.
saw this about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. You saw the
Hail.
derecho that came through Houston. There is still evidence
One
of
of these
derecho.
was one of the
Hurricane
biggest one you
force
get.
winds coming through in a massive line,
And that's what that
sweeping
leak was gonna
through this city.
So if it ever
And take note of
actually
that
gets really bad,
glass
that's gonna fill up.
exterior skyscraper there. And you see how the glass
That's
in
what I'm
many
telling you
cases
right
is
now.
blown out. Some of them
I'm
are
glad
covered
you-
with boards, others still not. That's a major concern here. More than 2,500 panes of glass were blown out during that derecho back in mid-May. So we've got another storm coming through. That brought hurricane
Do
force
what?
winds back then, a derecho, not a hurricane, but hurricane force winds. And now we have a tropical storm coming through over the next day to day and a half. So a lot of concerns, and the biggest concern, of course, that flooding. Remember, turnaround, don't drown. That turns into white noise. You're going to hear it so much, and that means you need to pay attention to it. Don't put first responders' lives in jeopardy to rescue you because you went into floodwaters. Going to commercial break here as we are tracking Beryl. We do give you Houston, Texas, the Bayou City, bracing for the road.
Got the low miles. Put it here. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
Alright.
Popcorners. Heard they're the cat's meow.
Of course. It's because they're pop, not fried. Next up,
Delicious.
Choose Advil Liquid Gels for faster, stronger, and longer-lasting relief
Oh, you know
than
that.
Tylenol Rapid Release Gel.
Oh, you know it's
Because
not either,
Advil
but
targets
that's
pain
how
at the source of inflammation. So for faster pain relief, Advil, the pain away.
Really loud.
Q Freezer, home to all the Blizzard
It's
flavors
okay.
of the past, is
And I-
opening to
I
bring
don't
back salted
know
caramel
what
truffle.
time of
Oh, with
use,
toffee pieces and choco chunks.
But I know that
Get your own. Gotta get your own salted caramel truffle before
not
it's
too
gone.
long ago,
My name is Braden.
clean the
I
jets.
was 5 years old when I came to send you. I'll try and shorten down the story. So, I've been having these headaches that wouldn't go away. My mom, she was just crying.
And
What they said, your son has brain cancer.
So it should be clean.
Worst fear coming to life.
If you ever owned one before,
Watching your child grow up is the dream of every parent. You can join the battle to save the lives of kids like Braden by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, and food, so they can focus on helping their
No,
child
that would make me
live.
bubble.
What they have done for me, my son, my family. So, yeah.
That's how I do it.
Life is a gift,
especially for a child battling cancer. Call or go online and help save the lives of children like Braden.
Now, I'm 11 years old. We were actually doing the checkup for my brain, and they saw something in my throat. It's thyroid cancer.
It was heartbreaking to find out that he has cancer again, but we knew who we had behind us. It just gives me hope.
You can make a difference. Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt.
Without St. Jude or its donors, we would have been in a bad place.
These kids, they've done nothing wrong in the world. Finding a cure for childhood cancer, it means everything.
Help St. Jude give kids with cancer a chance.
What is Circle? Circle is what you hope for when life tosses lemons your way. Circle is your frosted treat with a sweet kick of confidence. Circle is the effortless energy that gets you in the zone. Circle, available at Walmart and drinkcircle.com.
What if you could face every day with confidence? Raid puts 65 years of insect science in your hands, so you can protect the ones you love. Raid. Protection for everyone. S.C. Johnson.
You are watching the Weather Channel extended coverage of Tropical Storm Beryl. Newest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm, so right on the cusp of hurricane strength. Pressure of 987 millibars, moving to the north-northwest at 12 miles per hour. Next advisory will be in at 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central Time. This is moving north-northwest, 12 miles an hour. The expectation is that landfall will come during the early morning hours of Monday, and forecast is for that to come on shore as a Category 1 hurricane, then moving through parts of Texas into the Mid-South, Midwest, even Great Lakes with rain on the way. I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson here with meteorologist Jeff Morrow. Jeff, we have been tracking Beryl for quite some time. It's truly the ups and downs, the highs, and some periods of weakening, already making tons of headlines. This has been a historic storm.
It really has, and this is what we know about Beryl at this hour. Over the last week or so, at least 11 people have lost their lives from this system. After Beryl tore through the Caribbean, it really wreaked havoc. The Metro Transit Authority in Harris County says it's suspending bus and rail service for several areas beginning at 10 p.m. Central Time. Nearly 800 flights scheduled for today and tomorrow have been canceled at Houston's Bush Intercontinental Airport. Of course, there's Hobby Airport as well, and we'll double check on the flights there. I'm expecting that it's probably a very similar situation. So just to reiterate what Alex just told you, we're talking about a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm right now, folks. So we are just one tip below it being a hurricane. Pressure at 987 millibars.
5 miles an hour since the last
in
time.
there right now, and they will be giving us the latest information as we get through the rest of this evening. On the water vapor imagery, again, we're not seeing that
it's
dry
70 miles an hour,
air
so I said
really
it's-
wrapping in like we did yesterday. There's still some out there. However, this
As
is
long
much
as it
more
doesn't
symmetrically
stop.
has a symmetrical look to it here as it's spinning its way through the Northwest Gulf. We are really running out of time along the immediate coast.
That boy's father
preparations, because not only is
is,
it getting dark now, but of course the tropical storm, almost hurricane, is getting very close to making a landfall. We think that will probably happen within the next 8 hours or so. There's a real close-up here, and what you're looking at is some of the really big thunderstorm tops kind of rotating around the center of circulation. You can see it better here on the radar imagery. I'm just going to move that down a little bit here. There's the center of our tropical storm right there. And you can see how all of these thunderstorms are now wrapping around that center, an indication that it is being organized. Still a little
right away.
on the southeast side there, but I expect that will close up with time.
I also
We
know
may
they
have
can
a
blow smoke out my ass.
not an eye wall, a closed area of thunderstorms all around the broad center of
I
circulation.
giggle when you say that
Notice
because
this area here with the yellows and oranges and even some white
As a-
in there. That is getting very close to the coast. I think we're probably within a
As
couple
a
of hours here
person
of this starting to impact some of
as
the
we
central
spoke of
coast.
earlier, that
Looks like probably up
find
around
ways to
Port
get money
O'Connor
in,
first,
you
and then spread
Who
out
moved
along the
down
coast
here
as we head past midnight and beyond as Beryl comes in. Already we've seen surges.
Gathered certain
tropical
friends
storm or tropical
that were
moisture
like
moving
him
in.
when he came
You
down
often
here.
see these
Some
bands
people
moving
are
ahead of the main system, and that's what we're seeing spreading
attracted
inland
to
here.
you know,
through
you
East
make
Texas,
friends with
Louisiana.
people that like you.
Each one
And-
of
and
those
all
had some
those
very,
people
very heavy rain earlier. We
were
had a
damn good,
flood
yes,
warning up
ma'am.
here,
Oh,
not
yes,
too far
ma'am.
away from
Oh, man.
Tyler,
I
Texas,
took my
between
shirt
there
off,
and
man. Is that-
Fairfield.
they were
And
damn
it's still
good at that.
raining in that area. And
But
then
it
you've
was
got
all
this
bullshit.
tropical
No, I
moisture
know,
coming
but you know what?
It's only going to
As long as we're
exacerbate
nice
issues
things,
there.
their business
Already we're
they
seeing
do.
about a foot
well,
and
you
a
know,
half
actually, the
rise
truth
in the
is that
water along
yes,
the coast,
ma'am, and
but we're coming up
all
to low
bullshit
tide, but that tide will
anyways.
change at around 10 or 11 this evening,
Because
and then we'll start to
it's
see
just
more
something that
and
you're
more
forced to say,
water
and
starting
anybody
to come
says
in,
all the
Alex.
time,
So
it's just-
storm surge, and of course we've got the strong winds
And
and
it's
the
not like
rain,
it's
which
nice,
may be the
like,
biggest problem.
I
Yeah,
have
the
gone
rain-induced
from
flooding looks like it's going to affect a
North
lot
Hills
of people.
and
Now, waves
to,
along the Texas coastline have been getting bigger. Our storm
Mississippi.
tracker Charles Peak, he's been at Sargent Beach, and we've watched the
Mississippi.
waves
Now,
increase. We've
Mississippi.
seen the
And I
winds
just,
also
you know,
on the increase.
Don't tell me
Charles,
about kind of
how
bother
have
me
things
'cause I
changed
thought,
here
oh my
within the
God,
last
that
hour or
sounds
so?
old, but you know what? I've just come to accept
Yeah, Alex, the winds are picking up. We're getting a few more
Laura's friend
bands
Judy that,
coming.
you know,
It's
still
actually
comes
almost
on the
sections of
Remember,
bands that are coming through. So you might have one
First
just
event,
north of us or south of us.
she got
We're having
license
that.
plates.
But as you can
And
look
they
out
said,
here, Alex,
"Miss
you can see the
50."
waves out here as they're coming. Now,
She was
as you know, in
so
many
upset.
cases, there's all kinds of stories to these locations, and some of the old timers have been coming by
Because she,
talking to me.
you know,
And one
because
of
she was
them,
in her 50s, and
that
it
was
just
telling
pissed
me
her
when
off.
he was in high school, there were
And then,
rows of houses
I don't know,
where
years
these
later,
waves
I
are.
said something to her.
Literally, the beach was over a quarter mile away, and he talked about how he used to go and have to jump off of a sand cliff to be able to get out to surf out there. And so things are changed
Honestly, I
over the
don't
years
know.
as we've got the water
You talk
increasing
about
and moving
towels,
and
I told
eroding
you I
away.
brought some.
But if you look back
Then
over
you
here
were
on
over
this
here.
road that I'm standing, basically
Yeah,
standing
I bet you
on,
started.
this road, as you can see, is closed.
Okay.
This road got closed through Alberto. So just a tropical storm.
That's okay.
Somebody that says just a tropical storm.
Okay.
But the wave action and the surge action destroyed parts of this road here when Alberto came through. And now this road is actually closed. Don't know if they're going to try to repair it or what they're going to be doing. One of the launches is down here. So it is something that has cut off some of the things that they need here. So it is a situation that, you know, these storms do damage that lasts for years, and some of it never gets repaired, and so sand and the rocks and the water rolls away at the beaches here, and so we don't know yet what Beryl's going to do here. But it's just going to be one other storm that comes through here, and I'm sure will leave some kind of lasting mark, even as Alberta did just a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
So,
that is
but
so
also
funny.
In Houston, you get the inland flooding from the rains, and we're looking at a lot of rainfall.
All right,
Justin
Ann, I probably
Michaels
missed you.
in
Thank
Houston is there to tell us about what Houston's about to face. So, Justin, let us know what they're facing in Houston.
Well, Charles, I'll tell you, the big concern here is, like you say, the rainfall. In fact,
I just
speaking with the
love
meteorologist
watching-
from Harris County, he was even telling us if they get
I know
some
this
of
is
those
stupid,
tropical downpours that dump,
but I love
4,
watching
6,
these
7,
guys
8
that
inches
are after
of
out there
rain
talking
now,
about
there's going to be
hurricanes
flooding,
and
there's
there's
going to be
nothing
flash
going on.
flooding,
You know,
and
the
it'll
big
be
storms and
catastrophic.
there's just
I
nothing
think we
going
have
on.
an issue with the bayou.
You gotta give them credit for keeping the conversation going.
Yeah, but usually you catch them, you know, they'll
That's its nickname, and that's because there are 14
catch them standing behind this big puddle that, you know, makes it look like it's flooded everywhere, and then, you know, some kid will ride through on a bike. Yeah, something stupid like that, you know.
To get flood water out of here, to get it off to Galveston Bay, get it away from this city. But you get too much rainfall too quickly, and those bayous fill up and the system gets overtaken. So we'll have to see what Beryl does. Something that's happening right now, even though it's not raining, taking a look at the skyline as a guide. Brad Reynolds behind a
See if I can get my pills right without screwing it up.
Skyscrapers, for you to get an idea of how fast the clouds are moving through the sky right now, coming in off the Gulf of Mexico from Galveston
Every once in a
Bay.
while,
The direction in
I'll look
which you're
down in the
looking
middle
right
of putting
now
my
is
pills
east,
together and realize
southeast
that I've
to
just
east,
screwed
and
it
those
up
clouds
really
are
bad
just
somehow.
screaming over the tops of these massive skyscrapers in the Bayou City that is Houston, Texas. Now, because flooding is such a concern, great concern from emergency management, not just here in Harris County, not just in but also
Yeah.
Texas
Who
and
was that?
I don't even remember. I heard.
is really encouraging.
I stopped watching the news.
Oh, wait a minute, something.
But it just happened not too long ago because they were just talking about it.
Along the coast, we
I
know
do
we're
not
gonna
watch
get
the news
hurricane
anymore.
force
This is
winds
odd for
that
me
are
to
gonna
watch
go
this
through the
stuff.
area. If the forecast holds true,
But-
it'll be for 6 to 12 hours of hurricane force winds. The next thing that we're really watching is inland flooding. As you all know, more people die
You said
from
6 to 8
turning
hours
around
of
and
hurricane force winds?
going through low water crossings. And so the idea is to help get this message all the way up through the state, not just along the coast. Beryl will bring severe rainfall to Texas, and we have to be ready for that.
So again, remember, I know it turns into white noise.
Well, he's
hear
gonna
it
go
with
back
every
home. He did
rainstorm
his
across
job.
the whole country, but turn around, don't drown. They say that for a reason. And the biggest reason, of course, to protect you, protect me, so we don't find ourselves in a deadly situation. But it's also to protect first responders.
Well, we might get
You
hail. I mean, that's what.
That means somebody needs to come rescue you, also threatening their life. Howard says, I sent it back into you, also take note, Bush Intercontinental and Hobby, the two main airports here, between the two of them, more than 1,000 cancellations between today and tomorrow, and also public transportation, the metro system here, buses and trains will all shut down for good for the duration of the storm at 10 o'clock tonight.
You got to watch out when you start seeing hail.
This is going to be a travel problem. The
Hail
torrential
comes
rain,
with tornadoes.
Visibilities are going to be horrible, and then the wind on top of that. Justin, thank you so much. We'll get back to Justin in Houston. He, of course, was there just a few months ago following the derecho event there, where they're still showing signs of that. What will this storm do, at least to those areas and those structures that are still compromised? What we know, damaging hurricane force winds and life-threatening storm
Yeah,
surge
there
will impact
was
the Texas
a tornado
coastline
around
tonight
here.
and into Monday, especially during the morning hours of our Monday.
We would go in
Considerable
the
flash and urban flooding is expected across eastern
hallway.
Texas through Monday night, and life-threatening
Okay.
rip currents are going to be an issue all along the Gulf
Except
Coast.
we
You do
do-
not
if
have
there
to be
is a
swimming in
tornado
Texas
tonight,
beaches to see those effects.
Go in the
So
hallway.
listen to the lifeguards, swim near lifeguards if you are getting in the water, and pay attention to
Shove.
those flags. Red flags mean stay
Sir, I'm
out
gonna
of
cry
the
really
water.
bad in the
Forecast
box
is for an
of
85
spirit.
mile per hour Category 1 hurricane to make landfall early tomorrow morning. So at this point,
Maybe
we're
if
probably
we,
about
you know,
10 hours
had
or
time, we could
so
get
from
something to
landfall.
put over the
The
top
wind
of it.
field with this one is going to be
But that ain't gonna happen.
8 mile per hour gusts by late this
Because
evening, but you can see
I'll look at you and
ramp
say,
up the winds by
tornado!
landfall
I can't get out of the
very
chair. We're
early
just gonna
morning
sit
hours
here.
of Monday. Hurricane force gusts 74 miles per hour or greater.
I
Between
will
Victoria
watch
and
the
Galveston
tornado
along
through the
coast.
window.
Now,
You
I
go
don't
ahead
know
and
that
get in the
Houston
hallway.
gets in on the hurricane force gusts, but certainly the 60-mile-an-hour gusts will be a possibility. Winds die down late on Monday. Rain will begin to move northward
See?
late on Monday as well. But between now and Monday afternoon, it's going to be a rough go for parts of Texas. Power outage forecast looks
Rough
like
go.
this. Widespread
Let's
for the
see.
along the coast in purple, likely on the south and west side of
I
Houston.
don't even
around
remember what
Galveston,
hurricane
over
it was,
Victoria,
but
and
it
then
was
possible on the north side of Houston, Lufkin, Beaumont, and College
14
Station. Also,
days
we'll
without
probably see
electricity.
some spotty
How long
power
were we
outages.
when
Beyond that, in Texas, the storm goes to the mid-south.
the
storm
freeze?
goes to the
The
Midwest.
freeze was a week,
And
wasn't
what's
it?
left of Beryl will also bring rain to the Great Lakes, places like Buffalo and Detroit. We'll see rain midweek, courtesy of this tropical system. There's Tuesday
But
afternoon,
I have to
St.
say, when
Louis
I
and
had
Paducah,
when we
seeing
had
some
that
steady
really
to
14
rain.
days without
Indianapolis
electricity,
by Wednesday
I owned an
morning, Wednesday
RV,
afternoon, Detroit,
so
Cleveland,
I
and
didn't give a
Pittsburgh
shit.
get in on the
We
shower.
just
So not
were in
often
the
we find
RV.
some of these cities and forecast cones.
You know, and I
Probably
had
some
that
crazy
generator
winds in the
that's out
biggest
there now
issue,
that I couldn't get started. I had that.
most of these
I
areas
wired
will
that to my house.
No doubt about that.
I could run the whole house. I could even run the air conditioner with it.
Definitely an area that is very vulnerable to storm surge. You can see the homes here are up on stilts for the most part.
And I'm not going to do that
There
this
is no
time.
barrier.
It's funny.
dune or
I
anything
got
like
out there and I
that.
looked at it the other
You
day. I
can see
thought,
the
man, I
Gulf
could
out
wire
there.
this up to the
And,
house. And
it
I
is
thought,
turned up
fucking idiot,
already,
you can't
getting
walk.
angrier as the hours go by. I would expect a lot of overwash here and maybe upwards.
That's
of
got to be
a
Surfside,
4 to
huh?
5
Oh, that's
foot
San Luis
storm
Pass.
surge coming through that particular area.
Oh,
All right,
man,
let's
that's.
take a look at where the wind is going to be the worst. Again, Galveston's starting to pick up.
If they're
with its
worried about
winds
high
already.
wind in San Luis Pass, we really are in
85
trouble.
As we head past the 8 p.m. hour local time, Houston's wind will start to increase as well. Victoria, will be closer to where the landfall is of Beryl, probably in the 40 to 50 mile an hour gust range as we head through the wee hours of the morning. Some of the winds on Galveston Island might even get upwards of 60, 65 miles an hour. Of course, we could have hurricane force gusts as the center of the circulation or eye moves across the coast wherever.
The way
that
they
may
have
be.
that looking right there, that
Even
looks like that's coming
Houston
right
area,
over
and then
us.
things start to
It
back
really
down,
does.
of course, as what's left of Beryl continues to move inland, pretty much in an arc like this, moving north and then northeast with time. Of course, your strongest winds will be along the immediate coast and then diminishing a bit, but still tropical storm force as we head into the piney woods.
You know, it's
of
amazing.
Texas.
I can smell
I
that
mentioned the storm
storm.
surge there, and
I really can.
anywhere
I've been
from
able to
Sabine
smell it
Pass really all the way
for
down
the last several
to
hours.
Corpus Christi,
It's like
particularly
a
on the right
rain
side,
smell.
if you will, of where the
Rainy
center comes in.
hot
So
smell.
let's say the center
No,
comes
it's
in
not that. It's
just
a
east of
rainy
Port
smell.
O'Connor, then your storm surge will be strongest on the east side of that. That would include up around Galveston Island, Freeport, and Galveston Bay, even all the way up toward the Sabine Pass as well. So again, the waves very, very high. We're talking about waves maybe 10 to 15 feet just
When exactly is
moving some of that surge
Sharon
onshore
moving?
as we head through time. So a lot of things to worry about here, Alex, as we head through the next 24 hours.
And we've heard from officials really at
I mean,
this
they haven't
point
sold
by
the house,
mid to
have
late
they?
evening, if you're not where you need to be, you have to be. You can't travel any longer. So where you are now, maybe where you're riding out that storm, Galveston, you'll start to see the 30+ mile an hour winds. Honestly, really at this point, we've started to see
Well,
that.
actually,
Tomorrow,
if
the
they were smart,
55+
Todd
mile per hour gusts coming tomorrow
subscribes to
morning.
me.
That's
He
very,
would get
very early
notification
rainfall
that
of
I'm
5 to
online.
8 inches expected. Houston, you've already seen some
So they could be
downpours right
watching
now.
this
You're
right
getting
now.
a bit of a break, but more will be moving in by late evening and through the overnight hours.
No.
The rain becomes steadier and heavier. You can see those
No, they would be
tropical
those
downpours
lurkers.
trending right over the Houston area. Galveston
No, I doubt
as
he
well.
is, but
So
I mean,
when
it
you
could
wake
be
up
because he
tomorrow
subscribed to
morning,
me.
if you anticipate driving into work, roadways may already be underwater. Be aware
You
of
don't
that
have to
risk.
tell 'em.
If you have the opportunity or the option to
I
work
see you where I
remotely,
work
I would
over
just
there.
go ahead and call it, because you're not going to want to be out there. Even if the roads are, not underwater, the rain's going to be coming down so heavily it's tough to see. Afternoon hours will
Yeah,
bring
but
some breaks to
if
the
they
rain,
get
but
on
there
here,
will
she'll
still
talk
be
to
at
me, she'll
least
say who
scattered
she is.
tropical downpours out there. I think late day Houston finally sees some more dry time as that system moves out. But the rainfall total forecast,
All right, man.
6-inch amounts around Houston, Galveston, Freeport. Would not
My
be
drugs
surprised
are up
to
to
see
date.
some areas closer to the coast even exceed 8 inches. So
My Monday,
widespread
Tuesday,
flash
Wednesday,
early
Thursday,
flooding
Friday is full.
going to occur.
For a
There's
couple more
look
minutes.
at
Or
Galveston
for
right
evening.
now. And with the wind.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is
Alright,
Help you get a flat tire repair.
well, yes, it is,
Is the GPS playing the cha-cha slide? No, it's
what the?
Funky's out of direction. Right now. To the left. Go to the right. Freeze. Everybody clap your hands.
Hey, there's a possible risk of severe weather tonight.
For coverage to service, get more with Geico.
You better get prepared.
And Trisco is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists.
I'm about as prepared as I'm gonna get.
Superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause.
Now, I have to admit, this is the first time I've ever been like
Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or Elastine, or if you've had angioedema
hurt.
with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are
And tried to ride out a
low
storm.
blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium.
So,
Ask your doctor about
I am
Entresto
worried that
for
if
heart
something
failure.
does happen,
Novartis may help you save on your prescription.
I will not listen to anybody and try to fix it immediately and find myself waiting on an ambulance. Just a fear of mine.
How irresistible are cheesy crackers?
We'll be in the same boat, and I'm here to help.
Wow. Look.
To me, Harlem is home. But
Alright.
home is also
See that line?
I asked myself, why doesn't Pilates exist in Harlem?
See the blue dot?
So, I
That's
started
us.
my own studio.
See the line?
What are we looking at?
New York
Is that the weather channel?
That's base.
has supported us from studio
Oh, this is the Weather Channel, yeah.
when you start small, you need some big help and.
So now it is coming in
Earn up to 5% cash back on
east of Bay
the
City,
Chase Inc. Business Cash Card and Chase for Business. Make more
which is us.
yours.
For moderate to severe Crohn's disease, Skyrizi is the first IL-23 inhibitor that can deliver remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease. Control of Crohn's means everything to me.
We're back to looking at. Hey, that thing keeps moving. By the time it hits land, where's that gonna be? It's gonna be right over our house. Either way, we're gonna have a hurricane tonight. Well, no, it's just gonna be a tropical storm because it's not that big yet. I don't think.
Join the movement to end hunger. Volunteer. Advocate. Donate. Go to feedingamerica.org/act now.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury.
Oh man, that's not even Bay City. It's Van Vleck.
One of the most important.
It's not going through Bay City. It's going through Van Vleck.
We have one journey.
That's the first town you hit when you go over the
At
bridges.
the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Options phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-351-2640. That's 1-800-351-2640.
Can you see that from there?
I got the same thing on here.
That's where we turn off to go to our house right there. This is going to be a direct hit.
I see you in paper. 35, they're Sweeney. 521.
So, I mean, it's already, if that's the center of the eye, depending on this eye, I mean, we're already going to probably go through the eye again, which means we're going to have to go through the eye wall again twice.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone. Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
It's right there.
Yeah.
Got a big old black spot, brown spot.
Well, we have live crews stationed up and down the
can't
central
smell
and
that?
northeast
I
Texas.
mean, I
Gulf
do.
Coast
I
areas,
guess
and even
maybe I'm
further
just-
inland in preparation for Beryl as it continues to move to the coast.
Well, I
Right now,
guess
we're
it's
gonna
'cause
go
my
to
sinuses
contractor
are clear up for the
Charles
first time in a long
Sargent,
time.
Texas, with more insight on
I can-
what they've been
I can just
experiencing
smell
out
it.
there.
It
Looks
smells
like
like
you
a-
have a rain band, one of those rain squalls moving in right now.
Smells like rain, just before it rains almost, but it's a little different.
Yeah, Jeff, you got this rain band coming on. The winds have picked up considerably. The rain is falling a little heavier just a few minutes ago, but now it's still coming down. And you can notice, look out here at the wave action. We've been showing it here for a little bit, but look, when those winds are picking up here, it's picking up those waves crashing against this retainer wall here that is designed to protect it from coming in. Just inside of this is the intercoastal waterway, so they're trying to protect the salt water from coming into the intercoastal waterway. And so that's one of the things they're trying to do here. But we think here with the forecast surge here of 4 to 6 feet, that it's going to completely come over this area. This will be
I have a
inundated.
whole 0
And
people
actually,
watching
they're
me right
talking
now
about
live.
maybe as much as 2 miles
0.
inland that the water there, it's low-lying area, there's marshes there, the water will come up in there and cover the roadways as well. But as you can see, you know, when these bands come through, the conditions
I don't expect
deteriorate,
people to be
and that's what we're gonna
should be popping
experience
in.
over the next several hours. Only the difference is it's gonna get to finally to a point it's
I mean,
continual.
what will probably happen is
Band and then it stops, but it's going to be continual, and that's going to continue through the night into the overnight areas.
Talk a little bit about why it's so important to be away from these coastal areas.
Oh,
You
no,
obviously
he
have
didn't
experience
think
at
just so
driving
we
out
could
there,
play it.
tracking these storms.
Yeah,
You're
the
gonna
sound
have
is
surge
horrible.
coming
It's
in.
got that
You're gonna have the heavy rain
kind
that
of
reduces
sound going with
visibility.
it.
You
It's got the
mentioned
little
it's very
flex
easy
in
to
it
get
and all
yourself
that.
trapped on
But
some of these
the
coastal
simple
spots.
fact of being able to sit there and watch an actual Godzilla movie on film and share that with your children. Oh,
Inland, it's just a little lower, and all of a sudden,
that Godzilla movie sucked.
and then all of a sudden you're trapped to get back away from the beach area.
They got a new
And you
Godzilla
don't
movie
even
out.
realize that's happened because it's not where you were. So we're at a point.
Only
now
reason I watched this is
that,
it's brand
you
new.
just
It's
need to be
not
in a
today.
safe spot. You need to stay there.
So I watched it.
And ride this thing out if you haven't already.
And I'm sitting there watching it there
It's
thinking,
the safest place that you can be because conditions are getting
maybe
bad, as you
kids
can
like
tell
this.
right now.
And
It's
Charles,
just,
we are looking
you know.
at the radar right now. I don't know if we can put
Wow,
it
that's
there.
Surfside?
There is a
That's
very
Sergeant.
good band. I mean, a very strong band, not that far offshore from you. I would say within the next hour, hour and a half, you're going to be getting
That's
some
gotta be
very
getting here any
nasty
minute.
conditions. Yeah, we have that radar up now, and it is just offshore from you with a lot of yellow and orange in it, some lightning in there too.
Too tall.
This is rotating in. This is going to be the beginning
Tough.
of really, really bad conditions. So are you expecting to
Yeah.
stay there, or are you
What's
pulling
going
back
on?
away from the coast?
Oh, yeah, I heard this. But it's just like background noise.
Here, and I'm gonna work my way towards the Lake Jackson area. Needless to say, I'm not gonna be out live reporting when you have those storms that have lightning in it. It's not safe to do that, at least outside. I'll be in my vehicle where it is safe to be able to do that. And so that's what I'm gonna work, and then I'll work into the overnight from the Lake Jackson area.
All right, well, we want to thank you very much for braving the elements out there for us on the immediate coast. That's Charles Peak, our storm tracker. All right, let's talk a little bit more about some of the other impacts that we'll be talking about here. As these systems come in, particularly in like one of those bands that I just showed you on the radar, that can have some tornadoes in it, some brief spin-up tornadoes. That often happens with a tropical system as it's moving inland, and we could see some of those things generally on the weak side, but not always all that weak, and they can do some damage. And that's why we have this area in northeast Texas along the coast, even into southwest Louisiana, in an area for severe weather as we head through the overnight hours. We're giving it a torque on our scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, a 3. So that's not a huge risk, but there is a possibility of these isolated tornadoes. Once again, here's the radar. Here's that band that
Oh,
we
I
were
didn't
talking
think
about.
about Joe. I
Enjoying it
feel
on
like
the
shit
bottom
now.
of your screen. This is rotating its way right toward where Charles is, about right in here. Freeport, all the way down to Matagorda Bay. Port O'Connor's right here. We're putting that dry. So again, that whole area is going to be really affected by a pretty nasty band of very strong winds, heavy rain, and also some lightning thrown in there
Nothing
as
back?
well. Pulling out, you can see that the showers and storms have now completely encircled the center there of Beryl. So again, an indication that we're looking at this thing strengthening, the dry air
Happy
maybe
Sunday.
not quite
I'm
as
not at work
bad in
today,
draining
and I
into
hope
the
to hear
center
from you.
as what we've seen in the
With the
past.
storm coming
Landfall
in,
of that
I
center
do worry.
probably coming
And
in
just want to be
after
able to
midnight,
talk
maybe
to
about
see-
2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Talk to
and
you
then
would
spreading
be
all the
great.
wind and rain
That's
inland
what I
as
just
we
want to
head
be able to talk to you would be
through
great.
the early part of
I love
the
you
day
very
tomorrow.
much. Hope to talk to you soon. So he
No
sent me
fees,
a
minimums,
picture
and
of him
no
with a little
overdraft
dog
fees are another reason
saying good
banking with
morning.
Capital One is an even easier decision
And that's
than
all I
this.
got.
Need a clutch
And
hit.
I just said, looking good, my brother. Looking good.
Hang in there,
But
Ricky.
that's just his way of
Easier than that.
communicating. He
What's in
doesn't
your-
say, do you know what I
That's
mean?
all I get too.
But you know what? At least I put out the effort. Do you know what I mean? That's just the way it is.
But it's,
Now, he doesn't get the.
can't, it was the last time he was here that he got mad and things changed.
There you go.
I don't know what he got mad about. Oh yeah, he said.
Wait, that's a cow.
He said he wasn't invited until the last minute, and he came in with all this
Liberty Mutual customized my car.
food that he usually does, and he just went on and he put it all together because he.
I thought I'd buy
And I said, Joe,
Being so tall definitely has its advantages.
it's not true.
You can go, get up.
I invited you. You were one of the first ones I invited, and I mentioned it several times, and didn't mention it again. You know. And he hasn't really talked to me since. I don't.
I guess it also.
But he I don't know.
It's a test.
Go try to figure it out.
For what you need.
But I'm glad you said I'm gonna send him a text that everything's
What's
okay.
up at DQ? These two are debating which $7 meal deal with fries, drink, and a sundae is the best full-size meal deal of all.
Well.
Cheeseburger, chicken strips. There's something for everyone in the $7 meal deal at DQ.
This is really bad that I'm gonna do this.
Alice loves the
I'm gonna think about this.
so much. She wished there was a way to make it last longer.
I send him a text and say, y'all doing okay? And he sends me something back that says, man, no, we're in trouble, can you come get me? And I say, no, I'm stuck in Virginia. No, I'm just thinking ahead. It'd be the first time Joey said, yeah, can you come get me? And I said, no, man, I'm stuck in my chair.
Serious allergic reactions can occur. It can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or
Where you
worsening eye
going to get
problems,
him
such as eye
all
pain
his
or
dogs?
vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking
Well,
to your
I
doctor.
touched them
Ask your
early enough
asthma
that if he
specialist
needed
about
something,
Dupixent.
I won't give him money tomorrow. I don't really have it to give him anyway, but I am just saying.
He's gotta be getting hit by a storm right now.
And you know what? His house can't take him.
No. He can go down that thing on the bottom, but I can't take it either.
Huh? That's not very cheap either, though.
No.
Right now, get America's most trusted paint brand at an everyday low price. Starting at $29.98.
Johnson's, I bring the vitality of sun and eye to see. I took the kids swimming at the farmer's market and crushed my sales call.
Huh.
Well, Tuesday, awaken your inner goddess.
Still have nobody watching, but my likes went up.
Unwrap new Vitafusion soft chews, available now. It's unbelievable.
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Thousands of storms forecasted. 40 years of storytelling.
Man.
Former National Hurricane Center
I believe you can smell that.
Trusted best-in-class expertise.
I'm gonna open up the door and see if maybe I'm just smelling something
Oh,
different.
yeah, maybe I'm smelling just strawberry.
No,
The Weather Channel is tracking Beryl for
it's not you or anything you've done, because I was smelling it before you brought anything over here.
with information you and
I've been
your
smelling for a
family
couple
need.
hours.
I'm Justin Michaels.
Oh.
This is Houston, Texas. We're live for you tonight as we're tracking the effects to this
Look, they're out
metro
playing
area
golf.
of more than 7 million people.
It
We
was
can
drenched
tell
a
you
little
between
while,
the two
though.
airports,
Oh, I know.
Bush Intercontinental
Here we go.
and Hobby, more than 1,000 flights canceled.
See, that's why they had that big ass band right there.
Because trains or buses will be shutting down.
How the hell did that go through? We didn't have that.
No, not yet.
Oh, that's not yet.
coming.
So there are a few more hours of preparation
I would
and
say,
time
get thrashed.
before the storm is expected to truly kick in. Now that's not to say
Now.
we haven't experienced
Now I'm worried about all this
already,
falling in,
and
so I
we
put
have.
everything in
We've
port
seen
right here.
torrential flooding downpours already today, and we only know that's going to get worse over the next 10.
No, I come out there and say, hey man, I'm glad I fixed it because of that. And I don't think it's yeah. That's it. This is the whole thing I'm telling you. The only thing I'm worried about in the whole storm is all right here, so I put all my electronics there.
Well, you know, like,
See
take a picture
more
of it,
than
say
10
have a
inches,
pretty
we're
truck.
talking about substantial flooding. Also,
Yeah.
Harris County closely watching the bayou system here.
No, I don't have to worry about that.
Houston is referred to as
It'll
the
all just be
bayou
wet
city
and soggy
because there are
and busted
14
here.
bayous winding through, weaving through, and making their way eventually to Galveston.
That is a helicopter.
All of them working together as a system to get the water out of here. Too
The
much
original
water, and they
helicopter
get
was going to chase the
and
van.
flooding can be an issue. Listen.
Because
My biggest concern
they
is the
kept getting
rainfall rate,
swatted
how
by
fast
the
it falls.
helicopter.
And we're dealing
The
with
guy
a
turned out to be a
system,
pure
rainfall
piece of
rates
shit.
3, 4, 5, 6 inches an hour are certainly possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's
And
what
we
they
start
started behind the
some of these
van.
heavier rains in these
He
bands,
turned out to
the
be a
bands
piece
don't
of
move a
shit.
whole
But
lot,
anyways.
they kind of trend over the same area. Not only can we get into this
Reminds me
flat
of when I
flooding
went to visit
situation,
my
that is
son
when we
in one
start
of
to
his first
overwhelm
apartments
our
that he
creek and
shared
bayou
with his
systems.
friend Eddie. And I walked in and it's was the third floor flat.
Now remember, it is this year
Walked
where
in,
Houston and so
and the
much
whole
of
room
Texas has
was
seen
wall
torrential
tables
rains
like this.
and major flooding.
And they
We've been
had
here
all
multiple
of
times
these
this year watching the
figurines
weather
for
channel.
war
Telling you
and
about
all
that,
that,
telling you as
painted
floodwaters
and
rise.
paints.
Now,
Figurines for what?
Some kind
It can't fill
of
back
war
up again.
game that
So,
they play, you
all
know?
we
I think
that
the
that
whole
Bayou
living
system
room
is
was
going
just
to be
table to
stretched.
table.
Let's hope that Bayou
With
system
these
does
little
what it's supposed to
spray
do
painters
and
and
really
stuff
gets the
like this.
water
I
out.
mean, they
I
really
can tell
had it
you,
going on
you
up there.
really can't see
Yeah.
it. Just over the hill from where we are, down there where all that greenery
It
is.
was
Again,
fun.
remember,
But that
a
was
lot
a
of rain
typical
here
guy
this year,
thing.
causing lots of vegetation to
I
grow.
never painted
That is the
figurines.
Buffalo Bayou, maybe the most famous or infamous bayou, Alex,
Samantha
because
loves
of
all
flooding
the
it
stuff
has
like
done
that.
during storms like Harvey and
So
other
is it,
flooding
dog?
events over the last year. So let's hope the system holds, Alex. Let's
Little
hope the
dog
system
one?
does what it's supposed to do and gets the water out
The
of here.
blanket or the
But
big
like
dog?
you
Well,
heard
that
the
blanket,
meteorologist say
she
there in
knows,
Harris
was
County,
her blanket
take more
when
than
she
12
comes
inches
over
of
to my
rain.
house.
That system
Wherever
will
I
be
put that
overrun.
blanket,
So
that's
let's
where
hope
she
that doesn't
sleeps.
happen.
There is a certain level at which it's just insurmountable. Justin, thank you so much. There
But
in
maybe
Houston,
it
we'll
is,
get back to
Tim.
Justin as he monitors the storm in that metro. Tropical Storm Beryl at last check, 70 mile per hour. Tropical storm, high-end tropical storm. The expectation forecast from the National Hurricane Center is that this will become a hurricane before landfall, which will likely come during the early morning hours of our Monday. So it's closing in. As we showed with Charles, he was seeing some of the rain showers, more steady, heavy rain moves in by late tonight, and especially the overnight hours of Monday morning. Visible satellite picture, we've seen that flow of thunderstorms. Again, seeing more of an eye wall with this storm, at least on radar, and seeing more definition. The storm looks better than it has over the weekend, and so finally seeing that organization, finally seeing those signs of strengthening, the warm core, the lowering of pressure. Running out of time, but they're on the radar again. There's that eye to the storm. We've got some potent thunderstorms on the north flank of that. Those will be moving on shore soon, and they'll be bringing
Don't watch me eat all this. I'm hideous. I'm not gonna get it. I never get those. I have a picker-upper thing here. When I get up next time, I'll get my picker-upper thing and I'll get it.
More widespread torrential downpours coming overnight.
I'm a very self-sufficient crippled dude.
Louisiana, too. Tons of lightning approaching the I-10 corridor around Lafayette. And we've got a severe warning into the northern part of Louisiana.
I unfortunately have never had any problem like, being really hurt by myself.
Warnings there. There's a look at that band, that really potent band.
That just comes out of the fact that if I'm gonna sit here and scream in pain, I don't want anybody to watch me.
Port O'Connor around a foot.
I'll never forget.
Around 1.6 feet, so about a foot and a half.
I
Winds
fell
and gusts
over
have been
my,
on the increase. Galveston and Victoria gusting
little
20,
plow
25,
attachment
26
for my
miles an hour.
tractor.
Corpus Christi gusting to 30. Those winds of
And I
30 miles
hit
an
my
hour.
head.
Those will be closing in
And
soon.
man,
So
I got
we're gonna start to see that.
hurt.
The 55 miles
Just
an hour
lying
gusting
there.
late evening and then overnight.
And I don't know how long I lied there before I think Michael found me. Or one of the kids found me. And all of a sudden they're just running that way and I'm going, oh man, but I was hurt. And then I heard Judy coming. Judy that lives over here, mother-in-law.
Detect this.
And I thought, there ain't no way I'm gonna let her see me lying here.
That's why he's
And Lori was getting out there just at that right time, and here I am, man. I was hurt so bad and they could tell it, but I got up and walked away back in the house. I was not gonna let that lady watch me lie there hurt.
Pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2. If you have hepatitis B,
And now that you've watched me hurt for the last week, you do believe that story.
if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking diphenolite.
I
This
am.
can cause serious or threatening side effects. If you have actual allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Serious or life-threatening lactic acid buildup and liver problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, or if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Dovato may harm an unborn baby. Most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, trouble sleeping, tiredness, and anxiety.
Man,
Detect this. You could stay undetectable.
it's gonna get dark before it hits, but it's gonna be a nice lightning show, so. You know I like to sit in front of the window when there's lightning outside. Is there anyone who close those blinds?
Prom date is July 16th and the 17th.
Well, all these deals, I could be more than making the standings. I could be making the
To truly embrace the
Which one you want me to close? That one?
Yeah.
you must learn to let go.
Won't be able to see anything out of that window, and it's not underneath the porch like the other window. So
Wait, this is gonna be nice for Christmas. You got all your gifts all wrapped around.
yeah, they were nice for last year.
Online, we'll tip you $3 to use on next week's order.
Let's dig deep, people.
Everyday dirt and stink lingers deeper than you think. Now,
How's that?
clean deep with new Arm & Hammer Deep.
Oh,
Good job, Eve. Good job.
It's our most
it's
powerful clean
better than I've ever done,
deep clean.
I bet.
and I live here.
Upset stomach?
You want that there or near you?
Iburogas. Glutamine. Iburogas.
Got it. Did you see this Rex Trimmer Extreme? You ever heard of him? This guy chases storms.
Oh, yeah?
He's fun to watch. I mean, he will be in wherever the middle of this storm is. He will be there, and he will film it.
design a training program.
I've watched him film some major storms.
My garden doesn't receive sunlight.
It starts with an empty prompt and the most advanced AI at your fingertips.
You're feeding my grand dog Blue, right?
You're in one.
But Blue's got T-bone chicken.
This-
Chicken now, brown rice,
This
oatmeal,
possibly
barley.
could be the most boring hurricane video ever. That would be cool. Just wet so far. From Joey, I got answers.
What did he say?
I asked, everything okay? He said, just wet so far. I asked him how the winds are.
And this is a potentially pretty serious threat here for the metro area. So number one is going to be the potential wind impacts. We're now expecting
Okay,
strong
why you
tropical
said
storm conditions across all the metro area. That has been going up pretty much every since Friday afternoon. So power outages, down trees, all of that across the area. We're continuing to monitor the rainfall threat anywhere from 5 to 10 inches of rain, possibly higher. 5 we can handle as we get up towards that 10-inch amount. If we get that or isolated higher, that's when we start to be concerned about our creeks and bayous that drain all this water to Galveston Bay. We could see some flooding of those if we get those higher amounts. And then the storm started, like you mentioned, down on the coast, 4 to 6 feet above normally dry ground in Galveston Bay, a little bit higher further southwest of this board, Sargent and Matagorda, but 4 to 6 feet. This will be impactful down on Galveston Bay, Galveston Island with that storm tide. So we are expecting flooding of roadways, flooding of low-lying areas down there, and the waves, the battering waves on top of that along the coast. So a multiple impact event coming here for the Houston, Galveston metro area.
As he said, multiple problems coming in here with Beryl, and some of those are not that far offshore right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at the radar, because the center of circulation becoming much better defined on the radar here. The showers and thunderstorms are now wrapping around that center. There's a pretty well-defined eye feature on this, and the maximum sustained winds from our latest advisory from the Hurricane Center are now up to 70 miles an hour. So all this heavy rain, all this tropical moisture is headed inland as we head through the overnight hours tonight. There's a close-up look, and particularly in this first outer band, that's going to be a rude awakening to a lot of folks along the immediate coast this evening as that comes in, because you're going to get a lot of wind and a lot of heavy rain with that as it moves onshore. So let's go ahead.
How you doing, Cyborg?
Put the future radar in motion. Looks like the center of the circulation of the eye probably making a landfall between 2 and 4 a.m. the way it looks like right now. So the middle of the night here is when some of the worst weather will come in along the coast. But look at this shield of heavy rain and this fire hose, if you will, on the east side, pushing all this tropical moisture in off the Gulf into places like Houston and Galveston Island, and
Goldie,
then
you are a silly
extending
dog.
right up the Sabine River, maybe past Lake Charles, all the way up, getting up toward the Shreveport area, Lufkin, Nacogdoches, that whole area of the Piney Woods also getting really inundated with a lot of tropical moisture. We talked about that severe weather threat overnight along the immediate coast where the system comes in. Well, that may extend north as we head through the day tomorrow, particularly on the east side of that circulation with a torque on of 3 reaching all the way up into the Ark-La-Tex. So let's go ahead and put the future radar in motion. Now, of course, the winds will be dying down as this system continues to move inland, but the heavy rain will continue, and anywhere from East Oklahoma, Northeast Texas, and through Arkansas, yeah, you could be talking about some real torrential tropical downpours here. And this is the rain we expect. Some locally heavy amounts, upwards of a foot of rain are possible there in East Texas with widespread areas of 5 to 8 inches and then 3 to 5 as we head up through the Mississippi and eventually the Ohio Valley to the northeast. So, Alex, the legacy of Beryl may end up being this heavy rain that will be coming in.
Some of those rainfall amounts would be way too much. Look at Galveston. The camera is shaking. The surf is high and rough. Winds gusting to 30 miles an hour. And they will continue to increase as we finish off today. The sun goes down. Rain chances go up. That'll be widespread heavy rain, as Jeff just showed us. That's going to lead to some really, really tough visibility. So that's why you have heard from officials across parts of Texas to stay put, stay where you are tonight. Do not get out there on the roads. We look at the timing and the watches and warnings. Right now, we've got hurricane warnings up for the counties in purple, tropical storm warnings for the counties shaded in red, and a hurricane watch on the south side of Galveston. Houston have been dealing with some off and on downpours. Also down near the coast with Charles Peak, we've seen at times some very heavy rainfall, but the rainfall becomes more widespread as we move closer to midnight and especially beyond. The wind gusts, they're also going to be ramping up. Galveston, Freeport, right now around those 30-mile-an-hour gusts. I think we'll see 40, 50, 60-mile-an-hour gusts leading into tomorrow morning. Bay City, you guys could gust up to 90 miles an hour according to this forecast during the mid-morning hours of our Monday. So 6 o'clock, you wake up in Houston. The winds are screaming around 50 to 60 miles an hour. The rain has been coming down for hours, and I do think at that point we will already be seeing flooding problems across the metro. So that's why I said,
well,
if you
Houston's
have the
gonna flood,
opportunity
that's
to
for
work
sure.
remotely, I'll just go ahead and take it. Also, got to be prepared for the risk that you could lose power. I think at least isolated or localized power outages north of Houston, around Houston. I think we'll see some sporadic outages, more likely outages closer to the coast where we have some of those strongest of winds during the early morning hours. Lunchtime, winds still gusting 50, even 60 miles an hour across this part of Texas, including
This will be one of the times where I won't even call in my
winds begin to back off.
power outage.
Probably 7, 8 o'clock. They're still
Call
gusting
it in
30
the
to
house
40 miles an
before
hour.
it
But
starts.
by the
Yeah.
time you head to bed,
I'd like to call in a predicted power outage.
and rain-wise. Now, Houston, best chance of the 55-mile-per-hour plus gusts tomorrow morning. So be prepared for potential power outages. Make sure your devices are charged. Make sure you've got a flashlight nearby. If you're going to be using a generator, use it properly. Rainfall to come 5 to 8 inches. Widespread flash flooding. A look right now, some breaks in the clouds. Different story tomorrow morning.
To really embrace life, you just have to learn to let go.
Let go.
That's right, let go.
Let go.
I did let go. Did you let go?
The DQ Freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past, is opening to bring back salted caramel truffle. Oh, with toffee pieces and choco chunks.
Man.
Get your own. Gotta get your own salted caramel truffle before it's gone.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
You know there's going to be a lot of work to be done around here, and I can't do any of it. All right, I'll stop worrying about stuff.
That's what my first thought was. Let's just get through tonight.
Well, I mean, I get overwhelmed by this place.
I know.
And then I get hurt, and I can't do anything.
Help cover cars, homes, motorcycles, and even accordions.
Pretty liberating knowing a guy who can help insure our car.
But I'm absolutely not worried about it.
The only ones out here taking advantage of that club.
It will happen when it happens. Whatever happens. Whatever it is that's going to happen will happen. But I just paid a lot of money for this roof, and I'm going to be pissed if I lose it.
If you have heart failure, entrust your heart to Entresto. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body.
That I just
Don't
wish
take
it was
Entresto
over
with
with.
pregnancy. It can cause harm or death.
You know
Well,
Sort of like the anticipation of waiting to see what happens. You know what I
The
mean?
most serious side effect start angioedema, low blood
I
pressure,
kind of in
kidney
my mind
problems,
of
or high
going
blood
towards that
potassium.
positivity,
Ask
like
your
it's gonna
doctor
be
about
really
Entresto
rainy
for heart failure.
and
Novartis may
windy,
help
but
you
we're gonna
save
be
on
just
your
fine.
prescription.
We'll go without some electric.
I
Have
see.
some branches out in the yard.
My brain always goes weird. My brain right now says, man, it's too calm out there. We must have missed it. We must have missed us. Somehow missed us. And then it'll come and then.
There's an electrified vehicle for everyone to fall in love with.
Good morning, America.
All I know is we just sat out a Category 1 storm not too long ago. We can do it again.
Just see it, you feel it.
I'm in. I'm in too.
Añejo, Plata, Reposado, and Tequila's smoky cousin, Mezcal. We're talking tequila at Specs, and that means we're
Don't worry about this crap for a little bit. Go be with your family. Hey, Rib Guy, what's going on?
Spicy, straight, or on the rocks. By the shot,
Yeah,
or
Max,
by the sip.
but the
We
problem
have
is
choices
in this
right
day and age,
selection, and we'll help you find the perfect bottle at a price you'll love. Specs, your one-stop shop for all your favorites. The fun starts here.
Options phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-351-2640. That's 1-800-351-2640.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone. Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
This is the oldest legal manuscript on papyrus ever discovered in Egypt.
The property that he's transferring is his office, it's his job. So it's kind of like his retirement plan. He's coming up for retirement and his role will be passed on to his son and his son will be able to look after him in his old age.
The job that Mary is passing on is controller of a group of priests. The document reveals part of Senusret's elaborate plans to achieve eternal life.
They used to have,
To make sure his soul lives on after his death,
for just a short time,
Senusret builds a temple in the
it
town.
was Facebook Live, and you could go on it and there would be a map of the whole world. And anybody who was live
so
had a
that it
red dot.
remains eternal.
It was so cool. But one time I watched a guy down in the Turks and Caicos Islands,
in the service of the dead
as
king.
a hurricane was coming, and
They hold
it was just a
festivals with
huge
dancers
hurricane.
and music, keeping the pharaoh's memory alive, ensuring he lives in the afterlife.
It's the pillow
But
that
Glenn believes that's
my
how
feet
it
on.
works out.
Do you mind that Sai is flying
Oh
on?
no, I'll watch it. But anyways,
starts to wane,
and I mean,
eras have come into place.
right up to, I mean, there was, place was crashing into it. I mean, it was really nasty, and all of a sudden it just went out. I never found out what happened to that guy. I tried ever to find out what happened to that
Senusret
guy.
slips into oblivion.
After about 100 years, the Who is
Things like
abandoned.
this
and
always
we've got
amaze
stop reference in what's at the second.
How they build
So it
those
looks like
like
that's the
pyramids
point
and
at
stuff.
which his memory is starting to fade.
Too.
Can the end of the pharaoh's cult also explain why his pyramid lies in ruins?
People are not. People were just as smart back then as they are today. I mean, People didn't get smarter. They just had more time to develop ideas. But there's always been people like that.
Started off as a chip and grew to a crack and it just keeps going. So what do we do now? I went ahead and scheduled an appointment online at safelight.com. I'm going to meet us here at the beach.
That's the start. Those are guys like that. Brilliant, beyond their time. So, but I don't know. If you look at pyramids, pyramids are all over the world at the same time. I mean, there's every continent, you know.
So, I hear some of you are concerned about the fact that I'm taking over the company.
It's very odd that the whole world founded at the same time. They weren't in contact with
The alien.
Homes.com,
well,
we've done your homework. Now that is worth celebrating. Thank you. Homework, very clever, very clever. Homes.com.
This is a payday bar. It's got tons of peanuts and a caramel core that get the job done.
it's strange
So you can
that the
use a
aliens-
tool to be kept here, or even
Maybe
here.
it's
But
some
definitely
kind
you
of
look at things
it's
like
not a pencil, people.
car,
Get to it.
Kind of feels like everyone's
the
trying to
airplane.
pop the $5 piggy bank.
There's people in
So
different
I'm gonna
places
spot
in
a
the world
knockoff.
that actually were thinking
it
that
won't
and
taste like
developing at
Wendy's.
the same time.
This job
And
is
there's
easy.
more than one
When
person
the deal
that's
is as
actually
fresh as the
credited
meal,
with the
it's
first
got to be
one to
Wendy's.
deliver. They didn't know anything about each other,
You
but they
found
come up with
it.
the ideas
The
at the
feeling of
same
finding
time.
psoriasis can't filter out the real you. So
know,
go
a lot of
ahead,
things that
live
can,
unfiltered with the one and only
history like that.
a once daily pill for moderate to severe
It's almost like
psoriasis
man was,
and the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding you're so ready for your close-up. Or finding you don't have to hide your skin.
man was
Just
just
your
ready to
background.
find it at that
Once
time.
daily Sotictu was proven better, getting more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't
But
take
I mean, there are
it.
people that are
Serious reactions
way.
occur. Sotictu can lower your ability to fight infections,
All right,
including
that's-
TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver, or kidney problems. High
Well,
triglycerides
I
or
thought I
fatty
had dropped some chocolate ice cream.
TIC2 inhibitor. TIC2 is part of Jacqueline. It's not known as TIC2 has the same risks as JAK inhibitors.
It looks different than chocolate ice
Find what
cream or
black
something.
psoriasis has been hiding. There's only one Sotictu, so ask for it by name.
Oh, that she's on clean sheets too, though. That's the problem. Or he's on.
I was asking, he decided that's where he wanted to sit. But he's still being a good boy.
Yeah, but those sheets probably need to be washed again. Probably throw them in with these.
Well, these were all clean sheets.
Those were clean sheets.
Hey, go on, let's have a conversation.
But it's still lucky.
Oh, it's fine.
Now it's
I've got to wash this sheet anyway, so I'm going to wash it. Thank you for calling me for, dude. Did you hide Wookie from him?
Where's Wookie? What'd you do with Wookie? Here. It's right here.
The Pyramid of Lahun, built by Pharaoh Senusret II. A mega structure like no other in ancient Egypt. Its exterior is once gleaming and white, made from the finest limestone.
What you see here is not what was originally built. So, although it's still very impressive, this is not the magnificent monument that Ramses II had intended.
Surrounded by water, it seems to float above the desert.
Don't get Wookie. I'm gonna get Wookie. Here I
The
go.
pyramid's original limestone casing
No,
has
you're
never
not.
gone,
No, you're not. No,
exposing
you're not.
its mud brick interior to the elements.
Come on. You coming up? Come on.
Salima Ikram investigates what happens to it.
You gotta lay down. There you go.
If there'd been a major disaster like an earthquake and it had all fallen off,
Lay
you
down.
would see large blocks of it everywhere. But you don't. Instead, we've got these teeny weeny shards scattered over the place.
Oh. Salima wants to know why.
So it looks as if the pyramid must have been very skillfully wrought For all of this limestone.
You really wanted it to smell good in here, you would have baked some cookies.
The limestone
Oh, I
has
already
been
forgot about that.
deliberately
You want to
removed.
make some?
Oh, I'm not
Not by
gonna take
robbers,
it anyways.
but by officials.
That was really taken away deliberately. Skilled workmen systematically stripped the settlement of its limestone and carted it off somewhere to use it for something else.
Who orders such an act of vandalism? For answers, Salima examines accounts of the first
It's always easy
explorers.
to find the fitted sheet.
She finds an intriguing piece of evidence. A cartouche, an oval-shaped hieroglyph that contains the
Sai
name of a
says he's
pharaoh.
sorry, he didn't know they were
In
clean.
this account, over a
Sorry, it
hundred
doesn't
years
matter
old,
because
it
I
says
had to,
that the
I
cartoon
soiled
showed Ramses
my
II
own
was
sheets
found
and I had to
sprawled
wash them
across the
anyway,
tree.
so.
Ramses II, one of the greatest pharaohs in Egyptian history. He rules Egypt in its golden age, 500 years after the death of Senusret. Ramses glorifies his rule by building a huge number of astonishing monuments. Luxor, Karnak, Abu Simbel, but for these, he needs a lot of stone.
Ramses II was one of the most prolific builders of all the pharaohs.
Oh man, I wish I had got him to put that salt over there for me today.
Predecessors
Over
and
where?
also used that
In the
then.
salt hut, in the house, in the well house.
Ramses makes no attempt to
No, you
hide
don't,
his
you
theft.
cannot.
Ramses II probably just put his cartouche there so everyone would know who had taken the material, because he didn't think he was doing anything wrong, and because
That
the
boy
fact
is
that
probably
he
gonna end
was
up,
linking
you know,
himself with Senusret II.
Making a lot of money cleaning this place up for me.
Well, he's a nice boy. I think he's a nice boy.
And yet the legacy of Senusret does
I
live.
pay him very well.
Well, I bet you he
Farmers
really
still
appreciates
grow
it,
huge
too.
amounts of crops in the Fayum.
I think
today,
he's had a hard life.
the area the pharaoh irrigates.
And
His reign was marked by wonderful innovations that really turned
I'd like to get him over here and
Egypt
let him help me out and,
agricultural
you know, show him that I appreciate it.
Done
And
pretty
he
well
leaves
today.
us with a
Yeah.
stunning memorial.
Well, I'd just like to show him that I appreciated it.
His pyramid, built 4,000 years ago, still overlooking the Fayum.
Well, if you
It
tell me,
still
I can
towers
help
above
you.
us and dominates the surrounding landscape.
Or, if I just remember how I did it last
pyramid
time.
at Lahun is Egypt's strangest. Once encircled by water, so it appears to float. And deep inside, a maze of tunnels
Look at there.
and deep
Look at
holes
there.
to deter tomb robbers.
There you go.
This ancient engineering marvel of mud brick and gleaming white limestone is an everlasting memorial to Pharaoh Senusret II.
Anytime I've ever been hurt, she's been there. And I think she's been upset the last couple days because she knows. Oh.
April 1986. An explosion tears apart the Chernobyl nuclear reactor, unleashing a poisonous atomic cloud. Tens of thousands flee the area. A whole city
Making
is
sure you
abandoned.
don't still walking.
His eyes are like.
The causes of the worst ever nuclear catastrophe have been fiercely
He's not
argued
afraid
for
of it.
decades. But now a cache of new evidence. The top secret files of the Soviet KGB will reveal a story no one even suspected.
Я хотів би зауважити, що саме на Чорнобильській АЕС працювало 17 агентів і близько 50 довірених осіб.
The agents reported that the atom plant was like a huge time bomb.
Do all this shit.
But would
Well,
anyone
and
heed
you know,
their warnings?
might think of just drawing a blank over it. I guess it just depends on, I mean, we can open windows.
Chernobyl is still
No, I
highly
think that would be a good
radioactive.
idea, just to put a blanket over it.
A scientist will investigate the actual control room where the explosion originated.
The dose rate here is quite high. We're fairly close to the nuclear fuel that's still inside the reactor unit.
This new evidence finally draws back the veil of secrecy to reveal the untold story of the world's worst nuclear disaster.
Holy crap, it's the untold story.
Chernobyl was the horror story that scarred an entire generation.
You worried me out.
An explosion and nuclear meltdown. A cloud of deadly fallout blanketed much of Europe and was detected
Just trying to
throughout
move the
world.
chair without hurting, throwing my back out doing it.
Over Kent and East Anglia.
So can I?
They say it'll drift slowly northwards up the coast.
It caused, at the minimum, 5,000 cases of
If
cancer.
you haven't noticed, I've been over here for a week
With more being reported
doing this.
I
even today.
know.
The decontamination effort required 500,000 workers and helped bankrupt the Soviet Union. Whole districts were abandoned. Farmhouses lie derelict. Many crops still too dangerous to eat.
All right, it's 8
But
o'clock.
the chain
They
of
said the
events
storm will be here at 8 o'clock.
culminated in the explosion
Well,
in
now,
1986
Sharon just put
goes
on there,
back many
over
decades.
10 o'clock update changes list. 6
To the
hours,
Cold War
16 miles an hour
when
winds
Russia
doesn't sound
paraded
like
its
fun.
nuclear armory through Moscow's Red Square.
Yeah. Tell her, nana, 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 we
The
hit
new
60 to
evidence
90
shows
miles
that
an
the
hour.
accident was born of post-war Soviet isolation and that's what led the KGB, the world's most feared spy agency, to place its agents inside Soviet nuclear power plants.
Just stick to watching the Weather Channel.
ABC 13, Kevin Roth follow.
Well
8 hours ago.
Into
Peak
eastern
winds
portions of
winds
Texas
across
and well
southeast
into the
Texas
Houston area,
tomorrow.
even north of there, we could have stronger than 58, 60 mile an hour winds. The force winds down to the south there, but look how far inland tropical storm force and gusts could occur.
All right.
Power outages are going to be a big concern here overnight tonight into tomorrow morning as these strong winds move through. Likely power outages I-10 southward in the Houston, Galveston area, especially south and west of town. So be very careful during power outages. Don't run generators indoors.
Don't run generators indoors.
And then tomorrow, as the
Damn it,
system
I gotta
moves
get
in,
my
we're gonna have
generator back
risk
outside.
farther inland, along with the flood risk. This could be a very significant flood event in some.
I mean, can I run it indoors if I put it in another room?
Will still be a dangerous system, even though it will be a depression. So we're already starting to see the storm surge values start to rise, and we'll take a closer look at the storm surge forecast in just a moment. So let's go back.
I think they're
to the
lying because they
Chris
keep
Warren
showing storms
back
over my house
in
and I haven't
Kima,
had one
Texas.
yet.
Chris, I wonder if you look on the horizon, if you can see that northernmost band with the cumulus billowing on the horizon.
Well, let's take a look at the sky right now, Dr. Nab. It looks like some lower clouds right now. We are tracking a shower that's on the way. In fact, now that you mentioned, I think I did see a little bit earlier some of the cumulus clouds. But overhead right now, it's going to be a few showers, but it's the water right here from Galveston Bay. That's one of the main threats here in Kima, where we're at about high tide. We're getting close to high tide here for now. And every once in a while,
You ever go to Kima?
you feel me kind of jump a little bit. It's because at times
Yeah.
these waves that are coming
Gotta go to
through,
Kima.
they're kicking up. And every once in a while, it hits and you feel it. And from
It's just
previous
a-
storm, this is blocked off.
I mean, they got
It's
everything in
blocked
Kima.
off
They got
because they're
an
gonna
amusement
repair
park, they
some
got
of the
shops,
boards
they
on
got,
the boardwalk. And
boardwalk.
at times when the big waves come through or the swells come through, you can just see it, like right here. It's like a decent sized one right there coming up. And so I've got
We
a
got
little bit of
blow-up
Galveston Bay on me right
Volkswagen
here, just
cars
from
that are
hanging
swimming
out here
pools.
on the boardwalk. But the other thing
Really
is going to be
look
the
cool.
wind direction. So as going to low tide,
No,
might
that doesn't
help a
sound
little
cool.
bit when you
Volkswagens
overnight
are
out,
tiny.
but the winds
Yeah,
are
but
going to
it's
continue
enough
to
that
pick
if you
up.
have shade
That's
over your
generally
head,
north. The
you can't
winds
see it
are
from there,
blowing
can you?
this way
I see.
at my back
Got
where I'm
it.
standing now. So that means we're getting the water pushed toward land. Right, so that's the bay, and then beyond the bay, Mexico. And to the south, about 150, 160 miles from where we are right now, is Beryl, the center of Beryl. So as it's moving up, the winds are going to be coming out of the northeast and then eventually coming more due easterly during the late night, say 2 to 6 o'clock in the morning. And that's just going to be the ongoing push. Just in the past 3 or 4 hours, I've noticed considerably more whitecaps out here. It's been rough throughout the day, but just that persistent nature of the wind coming along and pushing some of the water going back out. It has been a rough one, and it's going to get even rougher here in West Galveston Bay. So tomorrow morning, at the height of this, expecting to see some of this water that you're looking at right here, some of this water from Galveston Bay will be making its way to where it normally is not. Could see 4 to 5, maybe even up to 6 feet.
That's what I was doing when I hurt my back.
Surge
I was trying to
water
vacuum underneath the
water inundation
end
above
table.
normally dry ground. And where we are right now, that water
So
is
vacuums
about,
are
a foot
evil.
and a half, maybe 2 feet from the boardwalk. And again, every once in a while, it's coming through.
I
the
love my little
boardwalk.
vacuum.
Yeah, and
I
Chris,
like my
that
little
timing
vacuum.
of
I use my little
astronomical
vacuum for
high
everything.
tide is important, right? Because going through low tide the next several hours, but by sunrise tomorrow.
I can sweep my whole house and then take that little vacuum and just run down the edges, and it's full of dog hair.
I hope you appreciate this as a
Yeah,
mom's
and
senior
that's going to be
moment.
the concern. In fact, we're
Not
saying
mom's
we're in a
birthday
parking
this
garage,
year,
and
but
they said,
last
you know,
year. She was
you're
always
more than welcome
complaining
to
how
stay
she
here, but you might not be able to
couldn't
leave
pick up some
in
whatever.
the morning because
Anyway,
of the
so I
water.
bought her one of
there is
those
an
really nice
expectation
little
here in
hand
Kima, Texas.
vacuums.
Again, this tourist destination,
And,
and at times it's a destination
Kathy
for
came
water
over,
here,
Tim or
Dr.
whatever.
Nab and Galveston
They
Bay.
came, they mounted it on the
thank you so
wall,
much,
and it
Chris
just
Warren
had the
in Kima,
charger,
Texas.
right? You plug it in the back
And
of it, and it just
we
hung
talk a
there.
lot about
So you just pick it
what's
up
the
at any
intensity
time
gonna
when you
be,
vacuum, right?
what's the timing gonna be with
Well,
landfall.
you know, Mom never ever said anything about it. She told me when they said that. Well, the other day she tells me that,
is just the
now
beginning
it's
for
in
some
her den,
Yeah, and we
and
are
she
gonna have
said, you know
many
what,
days even way far inland. We're talking
I don't
Arctic
ever think
Texas,
there was
even
a
all the way
charging
up across
cord to
areas
it.
of the Great Lakes. We'll be looking at the remnants
you
of
know
Beryl
what,
as we
Tim?
head into early
I
next
wasn't
week.
gonna
But
argue
first,
with her.
let's start with who's
Just
gonna
let
be
it go.
affected first,
No,
and
it's-
that
I
is the
got on mine.
Texas
I
coast.
ordered her
And of
another
course,
one.
the Houston
It got
area. Of
sent
course,
to the
we
house.
just saw Chris Warner in Kima, Texas. That's right on the Galveston Bay area, and that is going to be.
But
She gets upset with me because she didn't know I had a YouTube channel and she doesn't know how to get there. And I set her up with it several times.
Well, when she got this new plug, I made the suggestion to take a piece of tape, and at the end of the
certainly going to
tape,
be a
just
very
put
rough
vacuum
24
on
to
it.
36
So that
hours
if she
here
loses the
for the
plug,
Houston
she'll know
area.
which
Right now we've had
what
big
it goes to,
rain
you know
coming
what I
through
mean?
throughout the day, so we've been
Yeah.
watching those.
No,
So
no.
far, the storms have behaved themselves because if you remember, today also carried a
Sorry.
chance for severe weather. We get those spin-ups, those tropical spin-ups. Usually EF zeros, but you know what happens in your neighborhood? It is a big deal. Now, right now, along with that, we are going to be dealing with the winds that are really going to start to pack a punch later tonight. Now, earlier, the weather
75 to
channel was
90 mile an hour winds.
and officials there are asking everyone to be in their safe place by 10
Yeah,
o'clock
that's just
tonight.
right
So
down
off
the road.
roads, the Houston Metro is closing down the railway systems, the bus systems in advance of Beryl's arrival. So again, tonight, 10 o'clock, you got to be off the roads and in your safe place, because look at these winds as we head through Monday, through the morning and midday hours. We're looking at wind gusts well over 50, 60 miles an hour in some spots through Monday night. So we're looking at a duration of at least about 12 to 18 hours of extremely strong winds as Beryl starts to move through. Now, along with that, it is going to be the rain. Now, Houston is known for its flooding. It's a city that's not very porous. We got a lot of urbanization there, and so it doesn't take much for rain to flood these areas. So about 5 inches, looks like Harris County can handle that, but when you get into the 8 to 10 inches range, that means the rivers, the creeks, some areas really start to flood quickly, and we really just can't keep up with that in the Houston area. You've already seen today, just those tropical bands coming through. If you checked out social media at all today, we've had, some inundation and flooding, and this is ahead of Beryl. So the forecast still takes it all the way through Houston tomorrow, and then up across areas of East Texas, and eventually into a place like Little Rock. So again, there's going to be a lot of areas. Interesting to see, you know, a cone that has Houston, you got the Texas coast, then it goes all the way up through a place like Little Rock, and then even a place like Chicago, Detroit, well up to the northern tier of the United States. Still going to be feeling these effects, and especially, you know what, Dr. Knapp, I think it's really going to be the rain, the water is going to be kind of the name that Beryl leaves behind.
And it's going to be, for some places, a combination of rain-induced flooding, freshwater, and storm surge, saltwater flooding.
Big deal.
The Galveston, Houston area could be dealing with a lot of both. And we're already starting to see the onshore push here on the northern side of the system. And as soon as these stronger winds, this is where tropical storm force winds could be, but the size of the system, you know, it hasn't rapidly strengthened because of its broad size and structure, but that is making it more able to push the water onto normally dry ground. Now these values of the gauges of
We are
1.5 feet
17 miles from where that line showed.
a little bit by the fact that we are headed toward
Not much.
astronomical
No.
low tide. But these numbers are deceptive because as we go from say midnight to 6 a.m., we're going to have a much stronger onshore push, especially to the right where the center's coming ashore, and we're going to be then into astronomical high tide. So up in this zone here, 4, 5, 6, 7 feet of salt water flooding above normally dry ground, and unfortunately, the high astronomical tide tomorrow morning could be timed with, for some of you, that significant onshore push. So from Corpus Christi Bay all the way to Sabine Pass, storm surge warning in effect. This includes Matagorda Bay. This includes Galveston Bay. And so here we're going to be at astronomical low tide. But then when you go to 4 a.m., so 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, that's when the center might be coming ashore. But even after landfall, now we're astronomical high tide, and we are maximizing that onshore push into a place like Galveston.
I was afraid of this. I said earlier that low tide.
And bad news
It's gonna be high tide
the
then.
Galveston Bay area that's going to have astronomical high tide, storm surge onshore push, and very heavy rain all happening at the same time
I
tomorrow
was
morning.
standing out there, was that the sergeant again?
No, that's Kima.
In Kima, Texas. I'm looking around because when the rain comes down, it was just a little bit heavier a second ago. When it comes down, the water just starts to look a bit different, and the wind, you see a little bit more of a surge of wind with the heavy. The rain has let up just a tad here, but these northeasterly winds are blowing right now, pushing a lot of water. And again, as Dr. Knapp just mentioned, it's this water right here that's going to be going over there, over and into some of that vegetation and into some streets and under that bridge and into, unfortunately, likely some neighborhoods as well. Stay with the Weather Channel right now. We are tracking a strengthening Beryl right now, and we will continue to track this all the way through. I'm a rusty old bogdish, and I am very...
Yeah, I still think it's odd that I knew this thing was going to hit us a long time ago.
Get all safe.
Asthma. It can make you miss out on those epic hikes with friends. Step back out there with Fasenra. Fasenra is an add-on treatment for eosinophilic asthma that is taken every 8 weeks. Fasenra helps prevent asthma attacks. Most patients do not have an attack in the first year. Fasenra is proven to help you breathe better, so you can get back to doing day-to-day activities. And Fasenra helps lower the use of oral steroids. Fasenra is not for sudden breathing problems or other eosinophilic conditions. Allergic reactions may occur. Don't stop your asthma treatments without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens, headache and sore throat may occur. Tell your doctor if you have a
No,
parasitic infection. Get back to better breathing. Get back to what you missed. Ask your doctor about Fasenra, the only asthma treatment taken once every 8 weeks.
You know,
If you can't afford the medication, ask your
Get up a
doctor
lot.
for help. Kellogg's Rice Krispies treats.
If I sit here, I would just, you'll see in the morning when I get up, because I will scream when I get out of bed in the morning, because it really hurts.
Make this a summer to share and save during the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event in the 3-row Kia Sorento, the tech-forward Sportage, the available all-wheel drive Seltos, or the IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus Telluride, each one recommended by Consumer Reports. This summer, visit your local Kia dealer and save.
Of course, this gets me going up and down and talking.
For 48 months plus 1,000 bonus cash, especially tied to 2024 Sportage and Sorento vehicles.
It allows me to do that, and then I do it.
DiGiorno's limited edition Deadpool pizzas. You'll love them, or else.
What are you doing?
It's not delivery. It's Deadpool. Sorry, it's DiGiorno. It's Deadpool and DiGiorno.
At TJ Maxx, you can afford to turn your closet into a place of endless expression with the quality, styles, and prices
I showed
you
my
love.
mom a picture of my percolator that I found.
Watch the
She
weather
got all
check.
excited for me.
Something is coming. Something even they're afraid of.
What? Rinsing it out? What's the code for war?
Watch Godzilla Kong: The New Empire, rated PG-13 on Max with DirecTV.
Diversión, recuerdos, amistad.
Of course, you know, it's dark out here, so this will be a lightning show camera, I guess.
Los triunfos inolvidables, momentos pasajeros y hasta los espontáneos. Cada día nos esforzamos persiguiendo la grandeza. Llámale aventura, llámale juego. Nosotros le llamamos diversión. Academy.
Good to go. And you don't have to be a pro to do it because there's an iFlow app to help you through it. For special money-saving deals, visit buyiflow.com.
Well, I wish I was in any of those places right now. We're here.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to every trusted live coverage when it matters most, is now yours to stream. The Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into detail.
Personalization,
Oh, man.
customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much
Look,
more. There's
see my
never been a
camera?
better way for everyone
What I
to
didn't
watch the
realize.
Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Hurricane Beryl right now on the Weather Channel.
No, but it stays out there
As,
forever.
We are watching this dangerous storm get closer and closer to the Texas coast. I'm more inland than that. I'm in the West Galveston Bay, on the far west side of West Galveston Bay, with the east winds blowing right at us here
That's
in
Galveston.
Key West, Texas. And the east winds are pushing this
Probably
water
for
in the
this.
same direction, right? So the winds are pushing the water, and the water is heading, and eventually it's just there. We've got
there.
streams
Got that.
and then tomorrow, especially in the morning,
sorry.
when we are expecting still the winds to be out of the east
Sorry.
until
You
first
want me
thing
to
around 6
get
or
it?
so. We're seeing more
No.
of a wind shift.
As I explained to you earlier, I have a method.
Galveston County right here.
And then,
right there.
and then I have a method.
Starts falling.
I have a
Big
place.
time in Harris County, including his.
You're funny. You changed the channel to tennis.
Huh?
You changed the channel to tennis.
How the hell do I change the channel?
I have no idea. I'm just sitting here watching you. I don't need TV.
I don't need TV either, but I don't know how to change the channel.
It did, it just went over. Went right over.
Here, or here to Houston,
You
elevation
were
drop
gonna
from
go
Houston
to
to
this
here
light.
is not
Yeah.
live, so it takes a long time for the water to really drain out there. So the story where we are right here in Keywood, Texas, tourist destination, population about 2,000 people or so.
Yep, that was it.
Main story here is going to be the surge and the rain, the flooding, getting around town tomorrow. I want to go back to the Weather Channel right now, and our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knapp. And Dr. Knapp, the sun's going down, and it's always, the night before landfall, especially when landfall is going to be happening at night, most likely. What are your concerns?
Nighttime
What are you
hurricane.
curious to see happen before people go to bed tonight?
Well, I'm concerned that people might be out on the roads tonight when that first really nasty band comes on
well.
shore, and even that could get some folks into some.
The thing I don't understand is
now is the time
haters
to
will be
get off the
haters and
roads here in
dumbasses
the
will be
middle of the
dumbasses.
Texas
They're
coast,
gonna be out on the road.
because this 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm on the cusp of becoming a hurricane is not just a point on the map. And the northern outer bands are about to come on shore. Now, this NOAA aircraft is about to come in from the west to the east, and maybe to go toward the stronger side here a little bit. At any time, we could get wind data from the hurricane hunter to determine that this has become a hurricane. It's got about, 6, 7, 8 more hours centered over the waters of the Gulf of Mexico, with this jet stream to the north enhancing the outflow and the weak wind shear, and the dry air has largely been mixed out, and it's over the warmer waters of the northwestern Gulf of Mexico, and so it is really starting to fill in that deep convection. And as we get into the nighttime, it's a convective maximum for these tropical systems. But this northern band is a problem as well, because this is what could have the tropical storm force winds, at least in gusts, and we're already getting the gusts of buoy 19 here, gusting over 50 miles an hour. So that is coming toward land here. And here's Matagorda and Matagorda Island, Palacios. This zone is where this band is about to come on shore with some very gusty winds, nasty lightning, blinding rain. And we also have to watch for the possibility of quick spin-ups. These kinds of bands in the northeastern quadrant can be problematic, even into the northwestern parts of the storm. Houston, Galveston area not looking too bad yet. But Colleen, we got to really watch out for this severe weather threat now that one of these leading bands is about to come on shore.
Yeah, the water is such a big deal here with this tropical system, but also the severe weather, and especially, as Dr. Knapp mentioned, that initial band that's going to be moving through. You can already see all of the intensity with the lightning, and that's going to be coming on shore as, of course, the sun has set. So this could be very detrimental, not just with flooded roadways, but the potential of severe weather and tornado spin-up. So let's get the big picture here. There's that band that we're going to be watching coming ashore here in the next hour or so. And as we watch it come ashore overnight tonight, we do carry a risk for severe weather, especially some of those tornado spin-ups, and especially where we have some of those well-developed rain bands are going to be coming ashore around Houston, even into Louisiana, and you get into those discrete cells, and those can turn severe very quickly. So even though there may not be a lot of action right now, you can expect more action as those rain bands start to roll in, and especially where we see that lightning. That's where we're going to see that intensity. Now tonight, there's the area from Galveston up through Houston. That'll be kind of the bullseye for some of that severe weather, especially where those bands go. But again,
Well,
that extend farther out.
sure.
Because when those bands arrive,
I just don't want to block your camera.
severe weather.
Well, do whatever you need to do, and I'll move the camera.
Overnight tonight, we expect that landfall maybe 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning as it comes ashore, and then after that we have a lot of rain. So even after those initial bands that potentially could produce some severe weather comes.
My house is lit up like a Christmas tree at night.
I know it.
Across the eastern half.
I like it.
Of course, we have a team of meteorologists.
Kind of gives me a sense of like security. Oh
We're
look,
back with the Weather Channel with more.
hi my little house.
Geico can help when you're locked out with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Janet, you don't have to make this so tough on yourself.
Is that all right?
That's fine.
Get into our mom's car. See?
Whatever you need to do. I can just, get the hurricane from a different angle.
Oh no, really? I can open it a little bit more. That's brilliant.
What was it?
Whatever you need
I
from
forgot
coverage
now.
to service. Get more with
Watching a
Geico.
hurricane from a different angle.
No, I mean, I think I have 17 windows in this house. I can find a place to watch a hurricane.
Oh.
Getting a brick and mortar in New York is
Well,
not
it's just
easy.
that
Chase
What is
Inc. has supported us from Studio One to
Where's
Studio
Wookie?
3. When you start
What you
small,
doing,
you
Wookie?
need some big help, and Chase Inc. was that for me.
Earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials with the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
Oh, my dancers are comfortable.
Dracula, let's fight back against discomfort. The new Polygrip Power Max Hold and Comfort. It has superior hold, plus keeps us comfy all day with its pressure absorbing air.
Time for the bite.
If your mouth can talk, it would ask for
Polygrip.
It's funny, I don't even remember the name of that hurricane that hit correctly.
Harvey?
No.
Harvey came right before I got here.
I mean, we've been hit with many hurricanes, but I'm just meaning the one that came right between our houses.
Are you crying? No. There's no crying in baseball. Or because it lets you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day. And use those miles on any travel purchase. What's in your wallet?
Oh, do you remember the hurricane?
A rich, full-flavored lager.
Oh, it was huge. And we went to Austin.
A reward for
And Ricky was in the cast, and he got tired of the cast, so he jumped in the pool to get the cast
And
off.
I don't remember the name of it, but
It was that huge hurricane, and it came up as a Category 5, and then it backed up and went up somewhere else, and we
I
got
don't
wet in
remember
Austin.
the name of it, but I remember all of us going, and I remember that it happened just over a week
And
after I
Trisco
lost
is
the
the number
baby.
one heart failure
Yeah.
brand prescribed
And
by cardiologists.
we all
It was proven
packed
superior
up,
at helping
and
people stay alive and out of the hospital.
me and Tim
Don't
had that
take
green
interest in
station
strength
wagon,
because
and we
Oh, I
had
remember
a
because I
cat.
bought that from you.
Don't take interest
Yep,
with
and
an
the cat,
ACE or else
and,
or if you've had angioedema with an ACE
and,
or the most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney
Everybody met up there. Oh, and I got that. I still have that somewhere. I got that picture of you in the shorty shorts.
Shorty shorts.
Why do
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've seen that picture.
worldwide recommend La Roche-Posay?
That was a long time ago.
Who wears short
La Roche-Posay
shorts?
Double Repair Face
Wear
Moisturizer
short
delivers double action to help repair
Yeah,
skin's
and I know Ricky
Hey.
was there. He had cats. I remember.
La Roche-Posay.
Upset stomach? Ibirogast. Indigestion? Ibirogast. Bloating? Ibirogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Ibirogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Ibirogast.
Thanks to our Gina season, America's most trusted news network.
Although it's not our thing to figure it out, but I want to go figure it out. So,
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our
Ah.
meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app.
I
This
don't think
hurricane
our
season,
oldest brother
protecting
goes
America,
there.
only on the Weather Channel.
no, he wasn't.
And we stayed.
And if you remember, that's when your
My biggest concern right now is people not taking this
brother that we're texting to came after we picked everything up out of our parents' house and had a party there to ruin the house.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. And that's when he disappeared for a while.
I didn't know that.
And right now here on the Weather Channel, we continue with our live team coverage as we track and react to what
Can I tell
this
you
storm
about
is
the
doing and what
latest,
it will be
department
doing during the
manager we
overnight
have
hour with continuing
that I got,
live
you know,
coverage
that
here on the Weather Channel
can't
with
keep-
Beryl
I-
bringing some
you can't
strong
keep the
winds.
department
It will
manager
bring
in my
big
department.
waves,
You ever want to get arrested?
serious
Yeah, I
surge,
was
and
Yeah.
also some relentless rainfall.
Still
in
don't have
parts of
another one.
Galveston County where I am here and in Harris County where Houston is, which is right over there. Houston's not there, but this body of water separates
Oh, that
Galveston
thing
County
is.
from Harris County. So
I guess they
overnight
weren't
tonight,
lying about 10
conditions are
o'clock.
gonna be going
Should have listened to the
downhill
guy instead of
even
make
more
fun
than
of
they
him.
are right now. So they've been steadily going down, but it's going to be crashing downhill when we see that big rain
Look at that
band.
eye
You
going
see it
right
here,
over us.
A big rain band, and what's going to happen with this?
So
You're
is
getting
that good or
closer to
bad?
the center
I mean, if the eye
of the
goes over
storm,
us,
and
does
where
it
some of the
make it
stronger
calm?
winds are going to be. Also, that
Yes,
heavier
but
rain
that's
helps get some of those winds going too.
The worst storms are around the eye, and when the eye hits you, you have storms that are coming this way, and when the other side comes, you have storms that are coming the complete opposite, winds that are coming the complete opposite way. So everything that's loose now gets flopped the other way.
Get off the roads, get to your safe place for the rest
So
of the
going
night.
through the eye, yes, it's neat. I've done it twice.
Tropical storm conditions can be
It's
very
calm.
dangerous, especially at night as flood risk is increasing. So
No,
I
that's,
wonder if
you
people
know,
are not
that's a
taking it
unique
seriously
thing.
until it becomes
If
a
you're on
really
this side of the storm,
it's going to become
the
one.
winds are always
Even
coming out of the
how much
north.
difference
If you're
is
on
there
this side of the storm, the
between
winds
a
are always coming out
70-mile-an-hour
south. So,
storm
you know.
and a 75-mile-an-hour hurricane, and we've got tropical storm conditions just about
And
to
the
come
right
on
side of the
shore
storm
here
is
on
the
northern
worst side
and that's
for
gonna mean a stronger
people
push into the coastline
on the coast,
with saltwater flooding storm
because
surge,
the
and
right
this
side
the
is
beginning of a long
bringing
duration
all
heavy
that
rain
water
and
in.
freshwater
That's where the
flooding
flooding
event.
comes
A lot of
from.
you are gonna get a good
But
dose
see,
of
like, it looks like the
water
worst
levels
side is
are
like
only one and a
before
half
the
feet
eye.
right now. We're headed into low astronomical
It's all
tide in the
heading
next few hours.
from the
But then by sunrise
brink
tomorrow.
Well, I mean, it's just say
we're
that
headed
the
back into
right
high
side of the
tide.
hurricane
Right
is
about
going to
the
be
time
wet
that we're getting the strongest
and
onshore
flooding,
push into a place
and
like
it's going to
Galveston
push
Bay,
water
where
in.
our Chris Warren is 4, 5, 6, 7
The other
feet
side of the
water
hurricane
flooding
is
above normal
actually
ground.
pushing
Storm
water
surge
the other,
warning,
because the storm's
that
going the
means
other
life
way.
threatening
So
salt
it's
water
more
flooding is
just
on
the
the way.
wind.
And look at the timing of this. So let's say landfall is say 3 o'clock in the morning.
So we are on the right side of the
Then a few hours
hurricane,
later, around 6 in
or
the morning,
right,
we
the
are
eye will
high
go
now,
right
we're
over us.
high
Just
now,
really
and
close.
we're getting the strongest onshore push into Galveston Bay and the heaviest rainfall. So the water problems could really mount.
But it's
not
just
in Galveston,
you know,
but
it's
in the
just
Houston
a
area as well.
category
And
1, so it's just
between
going to
now
be
and 7
a
o'clock tomorrow
thunderstorm.
morning, we could have flooding due to heavy rainfall in the Houston, Galveston area. But then tomorrow,
But
as
it's,
the
you
system
know,
moves farther northeastward, that East Texas area
It's
that
the
has been
people that are
waterlogged
gonna
this
flood
year so
that this,
far
you know,
is gonna
that
get
really-
a lot more heavy rain. So Colleen, really worried about what's gonna happen
We
at the
should do
coast
really-
and inland in Texas.
Well,
That's
here,
not
we
the
don't
only
really
state
flood
that Beryl will affect.
No, you know,
Well, we've
Beryl
never
has a
flooded here,
long
so.
way to go as we head
I've
into
never
early
flooded
next
here.
week. So I want to show you the pathway because you may be watching us from multiple
There's a
states
lot of
across
really
the country
muddy
and you're saying,
grass and
okay, the
stuff.
Texas coast, but this has nothing to do with me. Well, later this week,
You know what I think
ahead over the
always-
next few days, it's going to be impacting areas all the way up
Always
to the Great
just
Lakes. Let me put
pissed
on a
me
quick
off.
little, distance tracker here for
Every
you
time
for
it
a rough estimate.
rains,
Look at this. This is over
somebody
1,300 miles
inevitably
that
will
we
have
could
to
be
drive
looking
all
at
over my
there
yard.
affecting Texas, and then all
or
the way
drive
up into
over to the
areas
side of
like
the yard and
St.
just
Louis,
leave huge
and then
ruts. It's
Detroit,
just
and
like
then even
every
into
time.
Buffalo, New York,
And
as
it
we
was
head through
like,
this week. So here's Beryl right
my
now,
kids
just
would
off
keep
the
leaving their
Texas
car
coast.
in the
We
middle of the
have a trough
driveway.
up to the
And I
jet,
keep
up to
yelling
our
at them,
north.
please don't do that. I'm gonna do it again. Please don't do that. And they would do it anyways. And you know, and then they wouldn't do it. And then all of a sudden they would do it when I was getting a delivery, and then the delivery car would have to go around and leave huge, you know, it's just,
I know for a while there, Michael was parking there, and sometimes I would never complain, but it would be a pain in the ass because you go walk that
Dangerous
way.
areas,
gotta
more flooding,
back
more
up
severe
and turn
weather
around.
as
And
Beryl
oh, man,
combines and starts to move up across areas of the Midwest. Now, as we take a look at our tropical storm Beryl,
Oh, well.
let's look at
Oh,
the
that's
watches
fine.
and warnings, hurricane warning in place.
nobody said having kids was gonna be fun all the time.
Oh, I know that.
Advil targeted relief. The
And trust me, that's
pain reliever
that's way on the bottom of the only thing Michael did
that
to me.
start working on
Ah.
contact
I
to target
bet.
soft
Oh, I
tissues
bet.
and
Oh, I
sores.
bet.
8 hours of powerful relief. New Advil targeted relief.
He had to be, not that he was bad, I bet she was like wise out of it.
Well, you know, he's a lot like his father. And then he was going through a lot.
Freedom you can't take your eyes off. The new 2024 Jeep Wrangler and Gladiator. Jeep, there's only one.
I mean, you know what it's like to lose a parent. I mean, you didn't physically lose a parent that died when you were young, but you lost a parent in the same way. You know, it's a, you know, it messes with your head.
Oh, yeah.
Leo.
And you're a kid, so you don't know what to think. You don't
Right.
know what,
Personal press play? Yeah, your price.
how it's gonna affect
amazing.
you or let alone the other people around you. And
And then, you know, Michael, 14 years old, loses his mom. I mean,
I call her agent.
Bundling. Just
I know
way to save with the personal price plan.
It's true.
it's the second one of my children I had to be the mom for. And I always said God did not make me a mom on purpose.
A recipe using what I have in my fridge.
Guys, let's do some trivia.
Oh, yes, let's do that.
Did you even hear from Janie today?
Summarize this.
Actually, I thought about that earlier. Why I did not hear from Janie? I didn't.
Well, I didn't hear from either one of my kids. But my daughter don't listen to the news, so it could be a week before she even knows.
You find everything you needed?
Yes, thank you.
Well,
Who are you tapping for today?
but you're talking to your daughter.
No, when you tap your MasterCard.
I said, but you're talking to your daughter.
Yeah, so who are you tapping
That
for?
is true.
We all have someone that comes to mind when we think of cancer.
My sister. She's a fighter.
When you tap an order on
I bet you I'll get more than one book for one in the storm.
MasterCard will donate 1 cent up to $5 million to stand up to cancer. Standing up for the people we love, priceless. Share who you stand up for.
Sometimes John wrestles with falling asleep, so he takes ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, and wakes up feeling like himself. Get the rest to be your best with non-habit forming ZQuil. Better days start with ZQuil nights.
Scout is protected by Simparica Trio, and he's in it to win it. Simparica Trio is the first chew with triple protection. Oh, fleas! And ticks! Intestinal worms! Well, earthworm disease, no problem with Simparica Trio. This drug class has been associated with neurologic adverse reactions, including seizures. Used with caution in dogs with a history of these disorders. For winning protection, go with Simparica Trio.
This summer, snacking just got serious. Introducing new $3 footlong dippers. The world might not be ready for them, but at $3 a pop, your wallet definitely is.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Beryl. Get trusted updates only on the Weather Channel and the Weather Channel TV app.
That's right, I'm getting cramps in my legs. Did I drink enough water today? I thought I did.
We have a live look at Galveston, Texas, where the onshore flow is on the increase and the northernmost really solid outer band of Tropical Storm Beryl is coming onto the middle Texas coast near Matagorda, and we still have a system that is on the cusp of becoming a hurricane, a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm. Hurricane hunters are still out there, and we have
I'm with tropical storm. Let's leave it there.
Of the center still being over water or it comes ashore, and so there's still time, unfortunately, for it to get a little bit stronger, but there's not that much difference between a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm and a 75-mile-an-hour hurricane. We still have to take this very seriously.
They would just show all the low pressure along
impacts
the
that
coast.
is going to happen. There is the forecasting point for 1 a.m. Central Time, then a little bit longer after that. Hurricane Center is forecasting 85 miles an hour before it comes ashore, and that will only be the beginning of its trek over Texas, where it could bring significant inland winds and rain-induced flooding, along with a significant storm surge on the east side. So, Colleen, we have a lot of water problems to deal with, not just the wind in the Houston-Galveston area overnight into tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot that's going to be happening over the next 24 hours, and of course, water is going to be a big one. Now, we want to get a little more insight on how the Houston metro area is tackling Beryl, and we want to welcome Jeff Linder today. He's a meteorologist with the Harris County Flood Control District. Jeff, thanks so much for joining us. Help us to understand, what is Harris County doing as you have been preparing for Beryl, and what do you want folks to know right now as we're really, closing in on the window of folks getting to a safe place?
Yeah, the big message right now is you need to be where you are going to be for the duration of this storm by 10 o'clock tonight. So we need you off the roads and sheltered in place starting at 10 o'clock tonight. and that will continue on into probably midday tomorrow before we start to see some improvements. Of course, what exactly we're looking like tomorrow at midday with respect to the rainfall and potential flooding, we'll have to assess at that point. But all preparations need to be wrapped up here in the next few hours, as we're going to start to see those bands you showed down the coast pushing inland, and also the winds increasing. And so y'all been covering this very well. The wind impact, we're going to feel the wind here. This is going to be a pretty decent wind event for us here in Houston. So power outages, not only in the metro area, but an extensive area surrounding us. And then the potential for rainfall flooding, 5 to 10 inches of rain, could even see some higher amounts. We are concerned that some of the creeks and bayous could come out of their banks. We'll just have to see where exactly some of the heavy rains line up. And then down on the coast, these storm surge flooding about 1 to 2 feet higher than what we saw back in mid-June with Bertha.
So Jeff, give us the lay of the land in terms of how water levels are. Where do the reservoirs stand? What have you had to draw down? How much rain have we had recently? Now, how vulnerable are we, and what steps have been taken proactively to get ready for the water that's about to come?
Yeah, the good news is the flood control, the Army Corps of Engineers flood control reservoirs in Western County, Addicts and Barker, are dry. We have not had significant amounts of rain recently, so they are dry. They are at maximum capacity right now. We have seen some water releases on Lake Houston to help lower that lake a little bit. This is to the northeast of the downtown area along the San Jacinto River, where we usually have some flooding when we have heavy rains. So that has been drawn down some, as well as a couple of the other lakes in the area. But all of our creeks and bayous are near normal flow. We did have some rain yesterday. I'd say the grounds are probably normal towards being more saturated than dry at this point, because we did have some heavy rain yesterday and today. So we'll see this. The biggest factor is not so much the totals of rain, it's how fast it falls, those rainfall rates. Then with this tropical air mass coming in, we're pretty concerned, we can get rates 3-4 inches an hour, and that can quickly result in both urban flooding and very fast rises on our creeks and bayous.
And Jeff, I know all of us have been trying to get the message out that folks need to heed the warnings and really take this seriously, no matter Beryl's strength. You're right there, in the thick of it. What have you seen so far with residents? Are they concerned about this? Are they sheltering in place? Are they leaving?
Yeah, I think some of the challenges has been, what we've been facing with Beryl. And, we had a really great forecast track with Beryl until we got to the Gulf of Mexico. And to see the track shift as it has from northeastern Mexico up towards our area now, from Friday morning to where we are now. And plus being a holiday weekend, a lot of people have this has sort of snuck up on them. And we've been really trying to get that messaging out. To make sure you're prepared. This is a 3-pronged sort of approach and attack here with the winds, the rainfall and flooding, and then the coastal storm surge. And so hopefully people have gotten that message and understand what is going to be a rough 12 hours or so, 12 to 18 hours here in southeast Texas.
Well, thanks so much to meteorologist Jeff Lindner with the Harris County Flood Control District for taking time to speak with us tonight. Jeff, thanks so much.
Come on, Lou.
Colleen, there's always this lead up to when is landfall going to be, how strong is it going to be, but we already know this is strong enough and big enough to produce big time water problems.
Yeah, and in case of point, I've been saying a 70-mile-an-hour storm and a 74-mile-an-hour storm. You may have some of the language change and the titles and the names change, but the dangers are going to be extremely similar. We're here with more coverage on Beryl right after this.
Fill it up with water.
Driving the Nissan Road with Google built in is like...
Hey Google, turn on Rocky's food.
It's like the ultimate connection. See why it's been awarded a Consumer Guide Best Buy and recommended by Consumer Reports. Drive the Nissan Road today.
One of 6 Nissan vehicles starting under $30,000, or get up to $1,000 bonus cash on select 2024 first trims.
USAA. You were in the military? No, my grandpa was. He passed membership to my mom.
You all right, Gordy?
Oh, yeah. If your spouse, parent, or grandparent served, they
You'll
pass
be
it
better
to
on the
me.
lighting
I'll
store.
check it out.
USAA, the military community, and their families. We're all creatures of habit. We've always had our bran flakes with plump, juicy raisins, and we probably all frosting. Kellogg's Frosted Bran. More delicious ways to bran. Welcome to Stormy Heights, where the windows are always colored,
Pelvis fiberglass is the strongest material for windows and patio doors. The fiberglass frame is even scratch and dent resistant. Pella windows, trusted brick screens, designed for your home.
Why always the couch? Does he need to go to puppy school? His little puppy development. How much have we been spending on this little guy?
What's up, Cyborg?
When your questions about life turn into questions about
down the
money,
hall.
there's Erica, the virtual financial assistant to help you spend, save, and plan smarter. Only from Bank of America. What would you like the power to do?
This delectable Nor ramen noodle recipe will put an end to your drive-through dinner rituals. Throw that Nor bouillon in that tasty combo with delightful carrots and a rich touch of fried chili. Make your own Nor taste combo. It's not fast food, but it's so good.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Alright, son. Come on, son. It's not for a hurricane. All you dogs been through hurricanes before. You know, we shouldn't have to listen to any whining from the dogs tonight. This is not the hurricane.
Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Options phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-351-2640. That's 1-800-351-2640.
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Thousands of storms forecasted. 40 years of storytelling. And a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network. The Weather Channel.
Right now, you are watching the Weather Channel tracking Beryl. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren here in West Galveston Bay in Kemah. As surge in rain, the flood threat is going to be the big concern here. We have been feeling the winds picking up, and throughout the day, in the past days, the water has been rising. So feeling the effects of the persistent east-northeast winds that are ongoing. But what's going to happen when that right there, when you see that big yellow, orange, and red band that's heading this way, it's going to come essentially knock us right on the chin here. It's 85 degrees, but what it feels like is 95 right now from our local weather station that we have here. Actually, our local weather station at 84 feels like 95 with a dew point of 79. But I tell you what, in the wind, it doesn't feel anything like that. I mean, it's humid, you can kind of tell you're by the water, but once you go where there's no wind, you get sticky in a second. But we are going to get soaked here in just a matter of time. And it's that band right there. And we watched the future radar, and you see the yellow, the orange, and the red. That's going to be some of the heavier flooding rain, some of the urban flooding that's going to be possible with this
Wow,
tonight.
that's going to go on
And in the
for
morning.
hours.
And on top of that heavy rain, or I should say, in addition to all of this heavy rain, is going to be the surge, and that could be 4 to 6 feet of surge in parts of Galveston Bay. I want to go back to the Weather Channel's hurricane expert, Dr.
I think those towels were dirty, but I don't
looking at that edge. You know,
Well, no, I mean, that's what I said. I need to wash everything, all the ones behind the door. That's what I was.
our eyes are on that band. What are you thinking? A couple to a few hours before it gets here?
Yeah, 2 to 3 hours.
Probably all
I think,
dirty.
is when that band reaches, Galveston Island, and then you get into Galveston Bay. These bands can morph a little bit, can accelerate a little bit, but just look at the last 2 hours of the radar loop. That's my estimate for when it gets to Galveston and Galveston Bay. And the center of circulation, of course, is behind that. That's 6 or so hours away from landfall on the coastline, but it's even more time than that when it passes due west of Galveston Bay, and that could be breakfast time tomorrow, and that's when you have your strongest winds and your greatest onshore push. So a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm. We got the hurricane hunters out there monitoring this. We got the hurricane warnings. Look at how far inland the tropical storm warnings go, by the way. This is not just going to be a coastal event, and even the storm surge is not just a Gulf front event. Getting the Matagorda Bay and the Galveston Bay, we're going to have significant storm surge flooding and rain-induced flooding in the same areas. So water is going to be a big impact, whether or not this crosses over that threshold to hurricane. We're already right on the doorstep of hurricane, and we've got this NOAA plane that has just gone through the storm again from west to east, and so far they haven't quite gotten winds to yet make it a hurricane, but this is still organizing. The hurricane is still taking advantage of the conditions that are getting more and more conducive for strengthening, with the weak winds here now and the really warm waters that it has in the next 6 hours over water or so. So you see the cloud tops are filling in there, and this could ramp up a bit before landfall. So yes, that we have this northern outer band, but look at how solid and deep this convection is getting around the center, this building eye wall. And it's not a complete eye wall. It's about 2/3 of one, perhaps. But there's significant banding in there. Look at this buoy that's been gusting well over 50 miles an hour. And on the north side, we've got this nasty band that is just offshore, really coming now onto Matagorda Bay. And
I don't think it's going to strengthen anymore.
That could happen, and the rain rates are significant. So look at those little spin-ups that could be happening. You can get a tornado warning anytime, and the rain rates are up above 2 inches an hour, Colleen.
Yeah, and Dr. Knapp, just think the insult to injury here. We're looking at the tropical conditions that are coming in, and then on top of that, we have to monitor for the severe weather threat. So let's go in a little more in depth there for
Well,
who is going to be affected.
I'm just not looking forward to losing the power, because it's going to be a long, hot tonight.
And again, as Dr. Knapp mentioned, those first bands slowly about to come to shore here across parts of the Texas coast. So tonight, it's not just the flooding and the storm surge and the winds going to be coming along shore, but we also have to watch very carefully for any
Because you know we're going to lose power right
and
away.
potentially spin up some tornadoes. So we do have a torcon tonight for the Houston Metro, a 3 on the scale, so on the lower side, but when there's a number, there is a risk, and we certainly still have that risk overnight, and makes it even more dangerous as it's happening at night. It's dark outside, you can't really see a lot, so along with the flooding and the severe weather, that is why everyone needs to hunker down and in place by 10 o'clock tonight, Central Time in the Houston area. So tropical tornadoes, usually they're weak and short-lived, but they
Did you ever see our bathroom on the
a lot
way
of
to the
damage. Of
house?
course, it happens
Yes,
in your
I
neighborhood.
remember
It is not a
you,
tornado at all.
I
It
came
makes
to
a big
visit
impact. Most of these are going to be EF
when
zeros.
you were
Again,
putting
still
in
could
the,
have significant
sink.
impact to areas. And then tomorrow, we're going to watch
Oh
this
man,
across
we
East
went through
Texas,
so
parts
much
of
for that
Louisiana,
thing.
and Arkansas. We're back with more coverage on Beryl after this.
Bought all that, and then we spent forever trying to find the cabinet to put it on, and then we spent forever trying to find someone who would cut it for us because it was antique.
And Tylenol rapid release gels. Because Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation.
Now we remodeled that whole house and then moved.
The pain away.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms, with my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay, and I was done settling. If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different.
Oh, it's the kitchen light now.
Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling in RA PSA, relieve fatigue for some, and stop joint damage. And in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight
What
infections.
temperature do you usually sleep at?
Serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occur. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling? Ask your
Well, I don't know what you call cold, but I think you'll be okay.
what's yours.
I'll be okay.
68 is what it said at.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
To truly embrace the fun life, you must learn to let go. Bienvenidos a la vida más fina.
Geico can help when you get a flat tire with their easy app and 24/7 help.
To the right now. To the left.
To the left.
Is the GPS playing the cha-cha smile?
Now it's time to get funky.
Monkey's out of
To
direction.
the right now. To the left. Everybody clap your hands.
Whatever you need, from coverage to service, get more with Geico.
Okay, y'all, we got 10 orders coming in.
Starting a business is never easy, but starting at 8 months pregnant, that's a different story. I couldn't slow down. We were starting a business from the ground up. People were showing up left and right, and so did our business needs. The Chase e-card made it easy. When you go for something big like this, your kids see that, and they believe they can do the same.
Earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase with the Chase 8 Business Unlimited.
Well, it's probably enough. I don't think we're gonna flush the toilet 700 times.
It's true. Just looking outside. The family comes up.
Yeah, it's that good. Want it, need it? She's Depend keeps you drier than ever. So you can say yes to more than ever. Yes, yes, yes.
Sparrow just staying there all night, huh?
No. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Tracking
That is
Beryl
good.
on the Weather Channel here as it approaches the Texas coast. Hurricane warnings, hurricane watches, and tropical storm warnings. Expecting hurricane force winds in some of these areas in purple. Tropical storm force winds expected several counties away from the Gulf Coast. On top of the wind threat.
In July.
Also comes the waves, the rough surf, the rip currents, also the surge. And where we are right here in Kewah, Texas, right along the Galveston-Harris County line, almost halfway between, but we're here in West Galveston Bay. The water at times coming up through the boardwalk where I'm standing right now here on the Weather Channel tracking Beryl. We do have live team coverage here, and we're monitoring several of our live tower cameras. So also, we do have team coverage as we continue to watch the very latest from the National Hurricane Center.
I can't believe we have not had a single band come through here yet.
Just in a moment, and hear from the former director of the National Hurricane Center.
It's like we're watching a movie on TV that we think is real. We're in the Matrix. Holy shit, we're Scientologists. We're in the Matrix.
The water, the waves that the wind creates. Then there's the surge from that. The ongoing persistent nature of the storm that pushes
Did you know
all
that?
that water.
You've watched The Matrix, haven't
That's
you?
where we're here. That's the world
You've never
we're
seen the
living
movie The
in.
Matrix? Matrix?
overnight tonight and into
Holy
the
cow.
morning
I
here.
know,
This
I
small
went such a
tourist
show to
destination,
life.
in Kiwa, Texas, where again the
Well, then I
wind
can't give you the
blowing
story.
in as we watch just about a foot or two below the boardwalk right here, and at times
It's going to
these
tell you because
waves
it
are
very
coming
closely
and coming
explains
through the boardwalk.
Scientology.
Right now it's a little bit low in the action. I can tell that because it's kind of quiet right now, but it will go in spurts.
Oh, that's right. You don't like
Locals here
movies
tell
like
me
that.
it's usually about 5 or 6 feet lower, so already
No,
very
no.
obviously higher. We're getting
shouldn't
close
say
to
that.
high
I mean, some
tide. That's
things are
coming up
lost.
here
Maybe
in
I
about
would
a
like it.
half an hour or so. And
Oh, you would have. It's
that
not a.
also
It's not
is,
a.
going to be
I don't
an
like-
issue when the
It's-
tide goes
it's-
down. Still going to be an issue because the winds are
Sci-fi
and they're going to continue
killing
blowing
is
more
even
strong out of the east. So with that,
fantastical
we continue
that
to watch
you'd
the
enjoy
winds
it.
picking up here.
The way they. It
in
was
the
the
West
original
Galveston
movie where
Bay.
they,
I
you
want to
know,
go
they could
back to the Weather Channel and
slowly
Dr.
crawl
Rick
up
with
the
a
walls
look
and
at the
stuff,
very
and-
latest anything. Just over the past hour or two.
But it's a movie about we're all actually living in a computer program.
Chris,
And
I'm
we don't
know
know
the
it.
continued
And
resurgence
there's a
of
group
the
that's figured out how to
conventional
get out of it
activity
and live in the
near
real
the
world.
center, colder
But the
cloud
real
tops
world
on
isn't
the
a great
infrared,
place.
And
But they're trying to break people out of the matrix.
It's trying to organize its eyewall in the interior, and so there's still a pretty high chance that this becomes a hurricane before.
But Scientology
it becomes a
believes that
storm.
this
Even
isn't-
if it doesn't, it's so important.
This
to
is a
emphasize
prison
that there's not
planet,
much difference between a 70-mile-an-hour
and
tropical
we are
storm
not. We're just
and a 75-mile-an-hour
sacks that
hurricane.
these
We already
body
have a strong
beatings from
enough,
other planets
large
live
enough,
in.
dangerous enough system to produce life-threatening wind and water.
And then, you know, you
as
just
the
eventually
maximum
drop the
70
meat
miles an hour.
sack and go to
987
another
foot
one.
pressure, that is
You know.
right near the typical historical
It's very,
average threshold
very
for
close
when you
to.
often get a hurricane. So we are
That's
really
disgusting.
right on the threshold.
Well,
We show you where the hurricane and tropical storm warnings are. Storm
I haven't
surge
found anything
warning
good
up
about
from the Christie
Scientology.
Bay all the way through Matagorda Bay, Galveston Bay,
I'm
all
ready
the way
to
to
vote.
Sabine Pass. This is for life-threatening saltwater flooding, especially tomorrow morning as you get the maximum onshore push on the east side of the system.
You should read that
as
book.
getting to high astronomical tide in the
You
morning.
read books?
Along with, this is just between now and 7 o'clock
I,
tomorrow morning
I
Central
wanna
Time.
say yes, but to be
Heavy
honest
rain
with
to
you, the
produce
way I
likely
run
flash
right now,
flooding.
I mean,
We've had an Air
all I
Force
do
plane
is
that has
work
headed
from
back
home.
to base. Now we've got this NOAA plane.
Well,
that
I
is
got
going
that.
I
from
do
west
try
to
to
east
keep up with the
through the center there
program,
in
you
the eastern
know, well, I
quarter.
shouldn't say that, I
Didn't on
work
this
with
last
Leslie,
pass
you know,
get
I
anything
once a
more
week.
than the 55,
So I do
the
read in
60
there, I
hour,
used to read a lot as well.
60, 65,
I have Jenna
70
Miscavige's
mile an hour
book.
winds. So
And
it's
that's
not a
just like a.
hurricane yet,
I mean, I could read it
based on
in a
the available
day.
data, but the conditions in
And
the
then I
atmosphere,
got
if it's jet stream
Ron
or north,
Miscavige's
high
book, but
pressure,
you should read
deep
Jenna
winds
Miscavige's
here,
book.
and
It's
a lot less dry air in the middle than there used to be.
everybody in
So warm
Scientology's
structure,
story is
but it is
completely
still
different than
over
everybody else's.
Extremely
It's
warm
just
waters here in the northwestern Gulf of Mexico with about 6
Wrong,
hours
though,
to
isn't
go.
it?
yeah,
over
but I
the
mean,
water,
they all had
plus or
different
minus.
experiences.
And look at how that
It's
convection
so
is really
weird how they all
in the
had.
center.
But anyways,
Completely filling in,
when you look at
more
Jenna
than ever has,
Miscavige,
before. But we also
she
have this
was
really nasty lightning
always
filled
treated
northern
with
band
great, you know,
that
she
is
was the
really,
niece of the
coming
leader of the
onto
church, you know,
Matagorda Bay,
and
Matagorda
all
Bay
she ever
Storm
wanted to
Wing,
do
and
was
there's
just
multiple
do
bands
Scientology.
layered between now
And because of
the
who
center.
she was,
And on
they
the northern
just
side of this, we're
kept
starting to get,
screwing her
winds
over.
that are noticeably gustier. This buoy
And-
offshore
and-
has been gusting 50 to 60
And all
miles
she
an hour.
wanted to do,
But
she
here we
just
are in the
honestly just
Matagorda
believed in
area,
it, wanted to
and
do it, and
northeast of
they
there,
just
it's
wouldn't
Fort
let
Bend
her.
City,
And then
not too
finally
far
she
from
realized that,
Freeport.
you know,
That's
it's
where
just
the
a, it's a
northernmost
good
band,
book.
is located. So here we go.
But if you
Freeport
look at
is
all the
starting to get
different
first
stories,
solid
hers is just so much
thunderstorm
different
band,
than the
coming
ones
into
that were
your
actually
zone. Really heavy
abused
downpours,
and,
nasty
I mean, she
lightning
didn't go
and,
through
high
sexual
rain
abuse
rates
or physical
with
abuse or mental
little
abuse.
spin
Well, she went
ups.
through, I
So
don't think mental
could we
abuse.
get a tornado warning just about
But,
any
you know.
time tonight? Yes, because this northern and northeastern quadrant where we've got 2 to 3 inch per hour rain rates.
Or my
really
other favorite one is
with enough number of dangers right
is
off the bat.
her name's, she goes by Kelly Copter on YouTube.
But that's just the beginning. That isn't even with the
When
benefit of
she was
protection.
6 years old, her parents were having all kinds of financial problems. So Scientology told them that it's because their daughter was a a potential suppressive person, and she was causing all this. So she grew up being blamed for everything. And this is a 6-year-old child. And she, by the time she was 18, she finally got out. But
Then there's still time
It's
after
just
that.
Hurst.
So
I mean,
that
you
means
never
that forecast to be
Hurst. You
85
never
miles an hour.
find anybody else with a
That's
story
still
like that.
a possibility.
And there's a
But
story for every.
it's already dangerous
every
enough, right? And then when you
thing
start
you
off
can
the day
imagine.
tomorrow, that just begins.
There's
an
somebody
onslaught
wanting
of
it.
heavy
Yes.
rain going well inland
I
to
don't
the
know.
north and to the northeast. So we're going to have significant water problems going way inland from there. So Chris Warren, you've got a couple hours before this band on the north side makes its way over Galveston Island into your neck of the woods. So the pre-midnight time frame is going to be a lot different than the after midnight time frame.
Yeah, I think it's gonna
Now
change
it's midnight.
considerably, and part of what's gonna happen when that gets here to
So
Houston,
that's getting
Texas,
closer.
when that big band, the
No,
wind
it's
becomes a
gonna
little
hit
more
us at
easier
2 o'clock,
for
and then it's gonna
you
hit us at 6 o'clock, and then it's gonna hit us at 8 o'clock, and then it's gonna hit us at 10 o'clock, and now it's gonna hit us at midnight.
It goes into Clear Lake, and there's a lot of
Or maybe they're
buildings,
talking
homes,
further down.
structures,
Because that's scary, because that means it's slowing down out there, and it will get bigger.
population. Where we are here in Kemah, Texas, population is about 1,800 or so, so around 2,000. So not a ton of people, but surrounding areas, you've got a lot of people that are going to have to deal with water all around either their homes or in streets, and it's going to be really tough to get around. From what I'm hearing from some of the locals, it's going to be really tough to get around tomorrow. If you are hoping to get out there, it's probably going to be a no-go. But just as Dr. Nab was mentioning, it is going to start to get going here, and winds from about now, we've been seeing these winds that are going about 15 to 25 miles an hour are going to increase, and we're going to see that increase to 25 to even 30 miles an hour, maybe even a little bit stronger at times. And the thing is, they're sustained, so when the wind is blowing and the wind continues to push the water, it just sort of piles up, and it continues to keep the water going in that direction, while that big heavy rain band is dropping a lot of water down, and the water's trying to drain out that way. So it ends up being one of those things where the water is going in, trying to go out, and so it spreads out, and more areas get inundated from the surge and from the fresh water, the rainfall flooding here. So as we continue to go through the night, that rain band with the lightning,
I'm
the
gonna
lightning
shut
is a sign that you've got some of the more intense rain showers, and as Dr. Nab mentioned,
I haven't had someone here in my house in a very long time.
some
I'm
of those
talking
strong
a lot.
winds, and you know that, you feel that, even if you're in a thunderstorm that comes through your
I was gonna say,
associated with the tropical system, you feel those strong winds.
I love how they
with
say,
that
you know,
rain
the
as it comes through.
expecting for horrendous, terrible, and it's just a category 1 stuff. They got always
In the morning, from what we understand, we're going to see a lot of
overstated.
areas. Likely, if I was standing right here tomorrow morning, would be probably water at least calf, maybe knee high.
Yeah, and it could be a very nasty combination of saltwater flooding, rain-induced flooding, and whatever's in the water. And tomorrow morning is going to be treacherous in the Houston-Galveston area. That is going to
I
be
don't know
a
who that
dangerous,
person is
dangerous
you said,
time. And Chris, I hope people are staying off the roads as
I'm
what
just
officials
gonna
are
go.
telling them to, because it really is going to change
When
after
I go
midnight
to
in a big way.
work in the morning, man, I start talking and I
It's
go,
okay, we were
oh,
in
oh.
Galveston
And-
earlier, and a lot of
right,
people in
it's
some of the
because I've
low-lying
been,
areas
like,
kind of beyond the
you
seawall
know,
were
by
heading
myself
out,
for,
and I
like,
did
whole
hear
life, you know?
from it.
Well, I've been by myself for 5 years, so.
Yeah,
And then there was like about 2-hour drive. It would normally take about 30 to 40 minutes because people were heading out. Also, I saw at the beach, Dr. Nab, that they were taking all the lifeguard stands. And these are like big lifeguard stands. They're not just like a little stairs to a step. They have like little huge boxes, like
You know what I
sheds.
need?
They had a forklift come out onto the beach,
Ibuprofen.
drive off onto the main drive there. And put
You have that ibuprofen, or I take it back?
Yeah, no, I got it right here. Okay,
So preparations, it does feel like they've been here before. They've been here for tropical systems from Galveston to Kemah, Texas, where I am right now, from a more populated to more of a quaint tourist destination. There's going to be some inundation, salt water, and the threat for some flooding going. Again, Harris County is right across this body of water. Those lights over there in Harris County, and Harris County is where Houston is. And well inland, tropical storm force winds are expected.
Yeah, and I used to
Hurricane,
go
it's
sailing
gotta
on
come
Clear
here
Lake.
for
I
it.
live in the Houston area. Mom and friends took me out there, and it's a beautiful place, but it's going to be
Look
so
at that.
dangerous tomorrow
Stupid
morning.
truck.
Chair
And
fell out
good thing they
from
took the
underneath
lifeguard stands
you.
away manually,
figured out
because
the
otherwise
button.
Gulf of Mexico would do it for them, I'm pretty sure.
There's 2 buttons, you know.
Yeah, I know, I got it working here, I got it working.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Can
welcome.
be really
Come on,
significant.
get
It's
your
not
rookie,
just
we'll
gonna
do it
be on the
again.
Gulf
Come
Front
on.
on Galveston
Get
Island, it's
rookie.
gonna go into Galveston
Come
down
on.
all the way to the top. So Here
Let's
we
go,
are
come
in
on.
Galveston Bay
Over
area.
here.
You're in the
Come on.
northeastern, the right front quadrant, and as the storm moves in this way, the onshore push is really going to be picking up. So
Now you
that
look
big
who's walking over there, thinking she's gonna get up there.
hours away from coming over
She's
Galveston
okay.
Bay.
She wants to say
And
hello.
right now we have moderate
She's
water
the big
rises,
baby
but that's
too.
because we're getting into low astronomical tide, and we don't have the
That's
maximum
right.
onshore push. By 6, 7
Where's
o'clock
your
tomorrow morning,
bed?
that is going to
Where's your
change
bed?
dramatically, and that's why the storm surge
Where's your
warning is
bed?
up all the way from Corpus Christi Bay to Sabine Pass.
Ugh.
And look at how high the water
Where's
could
your
get,
bed?
not just at the Gulf Front, but in the bays. 4, 5, 6, 7 feet of salt water flooding above normally dry ground, and you realize
It's
those
still light
numbers
up in the kitchen.
get high astronomical tide at the time when you have
Huh?
maximum onshore push. Unfortunately, those things look like
Oh
they're
yeah,
lining
because she's
up
got the tiny
tomorrow
bed in there with her.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, and this
She got
high
her-
tide
her
cycle
red blanket,
will last for the
tiny
most
bed.
part most of the day until
She
we
got a
get
pet.
to high tide tomorrow night, and then another low tide tomorrow night, and then another high tide cycle the following morning. So the timing of landfall plus or minus 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. But then look at when you get to the time when high astronomical tide is returning, that's when the storm is now going to be pushing the water south to north into Galveston Bay, anywhere near and to the right of the landfall location. And then you have the rain-induced flooding that will be happening on top of that, that continues past breakfast time tomorrow and goes way inland after that. So picking it up, tomorrow morning, there's going to be so many water problems in the Houston-Galveston area. And that
Past
will continue
breakfast time
into the
tomorrow.
afternoon with this nasty band. But look at how much rain, Colleen, is spreading northward through eastern Texas. Remember how much flooding we've had in the Livingston areas and a lot of other parts of eastern Texas over the last few weeks and months. The last thing they need is more rain. I worried about this scenario heading into this time of year a little while ago, being waterlogged before hurricane season, then getting a system like this.
Yeah, you know,
So,
exactly what you're saying. You got
I'm gonna get smacked with a hurricane. He's worried about Shreveport.
completely eradicated there across those parts of Texas. Then you're adding a lot more water on top of that. We could have some significant problems. And as Dr. Nat mentioned, very inland. So now let's talk about Beryl's impact on the inland communities. Here's a lot to look at. 2 cities at risk. You're looking at Houston and Little Rock, Arkansas. So 2 spots here in the next 24 hours. Going to see a pretty significant difference in the weather as Beryl comes onto shore. So let's talk about the timing. As Dr. Nat mentioned, it's not just the coastline. We have these alerts. We have our tropical storm warning that goes at least 150 miles inland all the way across to College Station. So after it crosses over I-10 and continues north, the eastern half of Texas is going to be inundated with a lot of water. So a lot of rain is on the way along with those strong winds. Now the Houston area, we're watching that first band coming on just around Freeport, and those winds are going to be starting to gust well over 30, 40 miles an hour, and this will continue overnight. And then unfortunately things are going to deteriorate overnight while the sun is down, while it's dark outside, while a lot of folks may be sleeping, and that's why at least the Houston metro area, as well as surrounding communities, are asking everyone to be in their safe place tonight and not be out on the roads at night.
I'm in my safe place.
What you're waking up to tomorrow morning, it is going to be a
Right
mess,
next to a window
not just in
that
the
lightning's
Houston metro,
gonna
but
be
along
striking
the
at.
coastline as well, and then all the way up into parts more of interior Texas as we head through the day on Monday with those winds cranking out as Beryl comes on shore. So Houston, tomorrow morning, you're going to have those strong winds, 5 to 8 inches of rain. That could be just kind of modest amounts in some areas. We'd be looking at over 10 inches of rain in some spots that are going to be dealing with the inland flooding as well as the storm surge combined. So again, we saw video out of Houston today with just those tropical bands causing problems and flooded roadways. So imagine even more of that coming in for a prolonged period of time. There's a look at the forecast as we head through tomorrow. Monday, it's going to be rough there in College Station up through Lufkin, as well as Tuesday morning hitting Shreveport. Much more coverage on Beryl right here on the Weather Channel.
How irresistible are cheesy crackers?
Hello my friends and welcome, my name is Dennis and this is the latest update from Ukraine. Let's go to the very interesting news and the Ukrainian success for the last 24 hours because Ukraine was able to hit hard the Russian ammunition warehouse which is located in Voronezh Oblast, not actually far away from the city itself, and also Ukraine aimed towards the Russian military airfield in occupied Melitopol. Plus, there was a strike on the Russian Command, Interference and Surveillance Center. It is located on the eastern side of Ukraine, and there were numerous of the other news which we're going to discuss today. Well, first, let's go to Voronezh case, because it was really hot out there. Just look at this huge cloud. It means that the ammunition center really was a big one of the biggest Russia has, or it's better to say had, close to Ukrainian border. Definitely it will interfere with the Russian offensive operations in Ukraine, especially in the Kharkiv region, because supplies from Voronezh Oblast are usually being sent to reinforce the Russian group which is attacking Kharkiv from the north. And according to the latest update, Ukraine was able to advance right into Gleboky settlement. So the part of the village was liberated, and I believe that Ukraine will push Russians out from the settlement very soon. Even though Russia is sending their forces regularly to this region, the reinforcements, they are unable to take the ground any longer. It's time for Ukraine to repel Russian strikes. With the success in Vovchansk area and also in Gleboky and Liptsy, so may 100% say that the Russian offensive in Kharkiv region just totally collapsed, it failed, and the supplies which Russia sent to this region from Voronezh are now being disturbed because Ukraine...
Are you even gonna be able to stay awake for it?
Oh, I'll fall asleep, but I'm not gonna be sleeping much when that thing hits here in a minute. Because I'm afraid it's not gonna, there's gonna be no let up for till daybreak at least.
Hello my friends and welcome, my name is Dennis and this is the latest update.
No, did that already?
Hello my friends and
I
welcome, my
watching
name is
this,
Dennis
man.
and this...
I'm skipping that.
Cloud, it means...
I didn't get that far.
Occupied Melitopol, plus there was a strike on the Russian Command, Interference and Surveillance Center. It is located on the eastern side of Ukraine, and there were numerous of the other news which we're going to discuss today. Well, first let's go to Voronezh case, because it was really hot out there. Just look at this huge cloud. It means that the ammunition center really was a big one of the biggest Russia has, or it's better to say had, close to Ukrainian border. Definitely it will interfere with the Russian offensive operations in Ukraine, especially in the Kharkiv region, because supplies from Voronezh Oblast are usually being sent to reinforce the Russian group which is attacking Kharkiv from the north. And according to the latest update, Ukraine was able to advance right into Gleboky settlement. So the part of the village was liberated, and I believe that Ukraine will push Russians out from the settlement very soon. Even though Russia is sending their forces regularly to this region, the reinforcements, they are unable to take the ground any longer.
Ugh. Ugh. Oh, shit. that puppy.
I'm not, I'm switching them to the other side.
I always thought you liked side.
I love side.
I didn't think I'd catch you hurting side.
You did.
I know.
It's fine.
I caught side trying to. Oh, you hurt me, hurt me.
Well, he was just on the wrong side.
Let's try this again. Just waiting on the storm that's gonna be spectacular when it shows up any minute.
Well, my daughter-in-law just texted me back a couple of times. I'll be up if you want to reach out. She's so sweet. Tim's wife. She said, I just watched the news. They don't know about this up north. A lot of people don't watch the news, you know.
Where am I located? If you look at the hurricane coming in, and then just look at the path that's going, that's where I'm located. So I'm sitting here, I've got the camera looking out the window, waiting for it to get here. But I'm in Texas, just 20 miles from the coast. I have been in many hurricanes also. This hurricane's just a little different because I'm sitting here and I've hurt my back, so I can't do anything except for watch it. But actually, it's not even I don't believe it's even a hurricane yet. And I think it will be, but it's just going to be a category 1, so. But it looks like the eye might go over the top of us, so we'll get that wall, but we'll see.
Where are you going, son?
Yeah, Katrina was nasty, I remember. And then right after Katrina, we had Rita. And that's when Houston, when the whole city just got stuck in a hurricane because there were a giant traffic jam. I remember it from South Houston to College Station took me 19 hours during that hurricane. It was just nuts. There was cars everywhere. It looked like the apocalypse. We'll see. I'm just shocked that it's not here yet. I watched the news and they're, in Houston acting like they're having a hurricane already, and I haven't seen any. But I did hear some boomers out there getting closer, so. Yeah, well, Houston floods. It's just the nature of Houston. Years ago, I used to have to drive to Houston every day for work, and it's just when you get a storm like this, it's just so horrible. I'm more worried about all my. I have property here, and the last few years, the trees, we had droughts and everything, and the trees keep falling. So I'm more worried about this for this storm. I'm just waiting for a storm to get here. They told us it was going to be here at 2, and then 4, and then 6, and then 8, and then 10. Hurricane Andrew. I don't know if I remember Hurricane Andrew. The first hurricane I went through was Hurricane Alicia. And that was in 83. No, it's actually going to be here pretty quick. If you look at there's this huge band that's just moving in. And I don't live too far from the coast. But yeah, I mean, I go to bed, but like I said, I hurt my back, so I'm just in one of my recliners in the living room anyway, so. It's never a good time to hurt your back when a hurricane's coming. At least I hired some kid today to come over. Well, some kid. I hired a little guy to come over and get my house ready for. At least do a little bit that he could do. Yeah, no shit, July. I can't believe this. I mean, they always said it starts June 1st, but we usually get the hurricanes in September. I'm moving back to Colorado. This is it. And not only July, it's barely July. As soon as it, let's see. Dude, it's always nice in Denver. I lived in Denver for a while. I think Colorado is my best place, my favorite place I've ever lived anyway. Yeah, but it's low humidity. I mean, man, you get around here and you get like in the upper 90s and in the humidities in the 70s, and oh my God. But it's getting hot everywhere too. I mean, I know a few places up in the mountains that doesn't get real warm in the morning. I mean, a nice place in Evergreen. Come on. Yeah, Telluride seems like a good place to ride out a heat wave. It can get hot there sometimes though. But not too often. I miss Colorado. Yeah, I mean, you could always go live in Leadville. always wanted to live in either, well, probably I always wanted to live near, up near Estes Park, actually. Evergreen or Estes Park. I used to live in the tech center, and then I moved to Westminster, and I had a house in Westminster, and then from there I moved back to Texas. I've been in Coors Field a couple times. I had like a townhouse down there on, was it South Ulster? It wasn't too bad. But I'm a hockey guy, man. I love the Avs. I was there for all it in the 90s. I used to have some great seats for the Avs. You got, wow, that's cool. That's cool. They do a lot of shit with that, the Stanley Cup. It's kind of a unique trophy. I mean, back in the 90s, I mean, oh my God, that was such a great team. Sackett and Patrick Waugh, Mike Ricci. Oh, I bet there were. I bet there were. But man, I've seen, I've seen them guys take that thing out there and just, there's some videos of some crazy shit they've done with it. And when them minders aren't going to stop those players from doing anything. But yeah, Joe Blow that's getting to drink beer out of it, yeah, they're going to make sure you're not going anywhere with it. Yeah, when I lived up there, my wife had worked for a company that we had seats that was right behind the players. Right behind we were 2 rows behind the glass of the players. I mean, man, we had great seats there. We had great seats for football. I loved living in Denver. It was such a great time to live there. I mean, the Broncos won. I cannot believe I don't even see a thunderstorm yet. Oh, I didn't know that 16th Street Mall is under renovation. Well, when I moved there, they just opened the airport and all that debacle. I remember it was literally cheaper to drive to college or to the Springs and fly back to Denver. Well, do you remember when they first built it and none of it worked? The new security entrance to the secret underground. It was a cool airport though. I always liked it. In 06. Yeah, I'd moved there in 94. But I just love Denver because it's you're right in the middle of everything, man. You drive from any direction, there's something there. Oh, really? I remember the year that it snowed real bad, and then they got in trouble because they plowed it just for the Broncos to get through to get to a football game. But everybody else was snowed out of the airport. Because that was always a long drive, and back then it was 55 miles an hour. Yeah, that would be nice. And I remember right after they built the airport, they redid Mile High Stadium, and I think it was Webb was the mayor, and he refused to put a closing roof on it because the airport was such a debacle. He didn't want to make a fool out of himself again. Politics is funny. Oh, really? Okay. Well, see, I was up there. Oh, well, it's been a few years, and I tried to find where I used to work. I used to work right where in the area of 225 and the interstate or 70 meeting, right in that area. And I couldn't even find where I used to work. It's changed so much up there. The whole city is, they've really done so much work since I've been up there. They've changed a lot. Yeah, I believe it, because like I said, I couldn't find anything. It would just look like a completely different place. But I mean, that's everywhere. Nothing stays the same. I mean, the only thing I don't miss about the dry air is shocking everything. When I first moved there and I moved in that townhouse, they were brand new, and they had metal studs in the wall. And every time I walk past the metal studs, I get shocked. Takes a while to get used to that. Oh yeah, you walk up to your car, you gotta hit it the back of your hand first. But that used to just really get me when my walls shocked me. And the other thing used to make me, I didn't like about up there, is every time it got cold, they wouldn't let you burn a fire. And the gas fireplaces, I never liked them, but you know. But you know, now I have a big fireplace, and so it's too hot to have a fire. Yes, I remember when I lived in Westminster and watching, because between where my house was, you could just see there was nothing back behind it. I mean, you could see the front range or the foothills back out there, and I remember times there would be fires coming, and they're just coming towards my house, and you're thinking, holy shit, they never did get close, but it's scary. and hailstorms. Hailstorms, the only place I ever lived where you just randomly get giant hailstorms. I know I've got some videos that I've taken of some hailstorms I've been in up there that, holy cow, you, when they're done, you look out and you swear to God it's been snowing, and that's just snow. And I mean, they're the size of, you know, walnuts, or, you know, bigger. But, you know, no matter where you live, there's weird weather. I went back to my room a minute ago and I could hear thunder, and I could get, you know, I have northern, this is the northern facing window, so I guess it's coming. That's why I can't see it. It's coming to the south, but this is weird that there's no lightning and thunder yet. Yeah, I remember the coldest I've ever been in my life was in the Mile High Stadium, and I think in January on a playoff game, I think against Jacksonville, if I remember right. I don't know. I keep looking at the radar, and it's like the storms are right near my house. Like I say, my window faces north, so they're coming from the south. I think we're like less than 10 minutes away from the storm. good.
The wife was like, brother, do you need something? I'm kidding. I forgot.
I hear it coming. Oh no. Ah. Oh.
Am I talking too much for you, brother?
You haven't said anything since you asked me that question.
No,
You're not talking at all.
Not even in my sleep.
I don't know. We'll replay the tape tomorrow. We'll see.
okay. Does it get windy or anything, or no?
It's about to. It's about 3 blocks behind us. It'll be here pretty quick. You'll wake up, get your sleep while you can, because you're not going to get it much longer.
Okay.
It's here. Well, it's really, really raining now anyway. Every time I look, the line where the storm is going moves a little bit closer. Right now it is about 10 miles away from my house, so this is going to go directly over my house. Going to be a fun night. This is not my first hurricane to sit at this window.
it's okay. It's
What?
okay. It's okay, Tim. I slept through it. Oh, shoot. I'm going back to sleep.
Well, this is good because I think this is going to stay a storm. It's not going to be a big hurricane at all.
Good.
I am so surprised there's no lightning yet. The I guess maybe we got a little while. Maybe it is midnight. Who knows? Oh. Man, now I wish I wrote a parody song about riders on the storm. That'd be right good for right now. Riders on the storm. Thank you, Red Twizzler. I appreciate it. I'm right on the outer edge of the storm. It's just coming in. It's going to be a long night. But it's not a big storm, so I think we'll be okay. But it's going to get pretty nasty here pretty soon. This camera is going to be lit up till all my power goes out. No, this is just my house. This is actually the second hurricane I've sat in this window and watched. This is one of those things that, you know, this morning was supposed to go in 100 miles from here, and now if you actually got on if you get on whatever website and look at the path that this is going on, and they show you a little straight line that it goes, and right now that straight line is 5 miles from my house. So it's gonna be a fun night. Yeah, we don't have basements here. Uh, that would be called a swimming pool if you had a basement here. But yeah, well, that's the worst thing about hurricanes too, is they're just full of tornadoes. So Well, check them out. Let me know what you think. I'm trying to figure out a different way to do it. I'd like to have some music and stuff to put with them. So, but let me know what you think. I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate your subbing. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't usually do hurricane videos. Well, thank you. But I'm just here to spread, give awareness to getting people out of Scientology. So. Hi, Mom. Well, yeah, the storm is just now getting here, uh, but it's like it's stopped. So, but so far so good. Yeah, we haven't got anything bad yet. It'll be in the next couple hours, I guess. Just been a lot of rain. Oh, oh yeah. Thank you. I'm not far from Sugarland at all. It just ought to be an interesting night, but I appreciate you thinking about me.
It's still raining out there. We have fresh can, don't we? That was. What is this that you're watching?
It's
Well,
just a
not
video.
really watching, but.
I am watching. I'm listening to it on my headphones. You know, I'm going to end this live stream and start it again because I've been out here for almost 6 hours.
How does that affect people that are watching it?